a good time.
Hello?
What's up? Age, please.
Huh?
Age,
how old are you?
please.
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2004, August 31st.
Well, I mean, the dates line up. I guess you just sound young. Yeah,
Oh,
do you
I'm
support
sorry.
Trump?
I'm a little sick.
You just do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why is your profile picture a fetus flexing dough?
It's something between me and my close friends, all right?
I forgot. August is actually next month, not last month. I told you guys
I
I
didn't even listen to their birth year.
Dude, it's crazier because I'm also 20 as an '04 baby, turning 21 in September. So I should have known that. Dude, unreal.
Yo, Dean's cooked, shot. Dean's cooked.
I'm so cooked.
He's
I
so
want to bring
cooked.
this.
Shake
wanna
that
bring
dick,
this-
shake that dick, shake that dick, shake that dick.
Ducky, thank you for the $10 for Get Swifty. Thank you.
Also, I don't even know if August 31st is a real date. Is there 31 days in August?
Is
Yeah,
it? I
there
think it is.
I love you, Dean. Keep doing dog's work,
There
bro.
it is. Oh, man, I appreciate that. You take care. It is, yeah. There's 31 days in August. All right. I'm going to try with Kristen one more time. Kristen's been definitely trying to connect to the stream and whatnot. Let's see if we could finally get her loaded in.
Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely.
Yo, why is everybody talking about... Somebody in the comment section just said, Obama have dick. Why are you talking about Obama's dick, bro? That's not cool, man. Not cool, bro.
Diabolical.
Yeah. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Dude, everyone's talking about Obama's dick, bro. Guys.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Guys, stop talking
Dean,
about
can you hear
Obama's-
me?
Yeah, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. How old are you?
21, October 12th, 2003.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
I was,
Are you
gonna say,
driving?
I was ready this time. Yeah, I'm literally just about to pull into a parking lot.
Yeah, pull in real quick and then we'll talk.
I am. I'm at a red light right now. I'm turning left, but I can talk. I'm good. I'm not looking at my. I got an air.
Nah, shut up. Be quiet. Like, unironically, literally. Not only for TikTok TOS, but also for your safety, man. You know what? You said that you're at a red light. Hop back in the queue when you're safe. For your safety, for the safety of others on the road, and for TikTok TOS, gotta make sure we're following.
He's
it.
never going to be let on the live again. Who can say where the
Oh,
road goes?
No, man. I'll happily look for him because, like, we have nobody in the queue. So if that guy rejoins the queue, I'll happily let him back up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but my dad does. So I was just gonna screen record this and basically tell you.
I'm sorry, Lexi. If you happen to be with your father one of these days, feel free to request up and I'll talk to him. Unfortunately, only under those conditions do I think that will work. Hi, Lashana. Do you support Trump?
Hi, no, and I was just kind of wondering because there have been some things that I've seen, but I don't.
That's such a rip, dude.
He's back.
What's up, everyone?
You're back.
Okay, no, I am. Now I'm in the parking lot. I'm pulling into a spot currently.
Wait, you're
But,
still
okay.
driving?
Okay, now I'm not. I'm parked now. I was in the parking lot. Come on.
Okay. Turn off the Bluetooth on your phone so we can hear you through your phone's mic. Let's have a conversation. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you support Trump?
I guess my biggest issue is I can give a direct story. I'm not going to lie. I'm not exactly ready to have it. I don't have sources or anything, but I've got kind of two things that I wanted to talk about. First one is I know you were talking about Snap earlier, and I guess with the whole EBT and stuff, it kind of bothers me is I feel like it's not regulated enough. Like, I can give a direct story. I used to work at a Speedway a little bit ago, and it was like I had a lady yell at me one time because I wouldn't sell her backwoods with her EBT. But I'm not even joking. That's a true story. But like, I constantly was seeing people just buy dog shit. It's like people. I know we're talking about healthy food. I don't think people want healthy food. That's not actually what people want. People would get their EBT and walk in, and I'd be cashing them out for hundreds of dollars worth of chips and shit. And like, I don't. When people have unregulated free money, that's what they do. Like, even I had an older cousin actually that much older than me. I guess it used to be an issue with the EBT. He found out how he was able to get a card when he went in college. So I mean, free money. He used to just buy shit, and then it would free up more money for beer or whatever. And I feel like it needs to be more regulated, because I think we'd save a lot more money. It would go to a lot more like people who really need it if it was being regulated for the people.
I would be okay with more regulation on EBT if A, we were able to make healthy foods more affordable than non-healthy foods. B, we eliminated the existence of food deserts. And C, we advocated for more education about, what healthy foods are good for you, and, kind of like how to, like, I don't know, properly grocery shop. I feel like that is actually a really important skill that nobody ever talks about, not in school, not in any professional environment, not in any like government resources. And I mean, I've like personally really struggled with figuring out how to grocery shop. So I feel like if we had systems that kind of taught people how to shop for food, I know it sounds like crazy, but I actually think that would be so beneficial.
No, I agree.
And then made healthy foods more affordable than non-healthy foods and eliminated food deserts. I would totally be fine with regulating EBT more, like 110%.
So I'm into the gym actually, and I feel like a lot of the time, okay, I eat a lot of meat, I eat a lot of chicken, and I'm sure you've seen about like animal cruelty, all the stuff like that. And I do agree that it is pretty cruel, some processes, but that would be the only way to make lots of foods cheaper. That's the way that it would happen. I feel, because like, I think honestly chicken's really not even that expensive right now if you look at that. I really, like, when I'm up at college, for example, I can't afford to be buying the most expensive food. I'm not going out and buying 97.3 lean beef every single time I go shopping, but I still make a lot of very, very good healthy meals with chicken, some frozen vegetables, and minute rice. Like, I feel like there's lots of people that don't realize that it's not that difficult to eat healthy on a budget. But then at the exact same time, there's so many people that I'll still argue this. They don't want to.
I think what makes eating healthy difficult on a budget is going to be like particular dietary restrictions. Like, sure, you could definitely eat healthy on a budget if all you eat is chicken, beans, and rice. Okay, I've done that before too. That is a way to eat healthy on a budget. Not everybody can eat chicken, beans, and rice. And B, having access to the means that are required in order to cook chicken, make beans or rice, and C, it kind of took me a while to like find that conclusion. Like the education that it required in order to know that I get all my micros and macros from chicken, beans, and rice, and I'm able to hit my protein goals was, like a little bit more like extensive research on like nutritionalism and education on like how to like form like a healthy diet on a budget. I had to seek that one out. And then also, I mean, there's plenty of places where food deserts exist. Like if I wanted the cheap chicken when I was living up in like the Denver area, for instance, I had to drive 45 minutes away to a Costco, right? And that's just simply unattainable for so many people. And then another big aspect is time too. It's really difficult to find time to cook and eat healthy. That's even something that I struggle with. I've condensed myself down to literal microwave meals every morning for breakfast, even though I could definitely afford healthier food if I wanted to, which I'm incredibly like privileged and blessed to be in that position, simply because of time.
I think that the biggest
also, like, why do their diets need to be like controlled in that type of way? That would be my position, right? Like, I honestly, the point of these programs is to ensure that people can survive, right?
You're asking why it needs to be controlled?
Yeah,
Because
why does
I've
it have to be controlled in that
literally
degree? If
watched-
someone wants to buy chips, let them buy chips.
I've watched someone walk into my gas station before, I guess when I used to work there, and blow $200 worth of EBT on gummies, Doritos, and dog shit. Like it's like nothing.
I'm sorry. I don't really. How much did they buy? $200?
I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. Like,
$200. How much was it?
I think
they
I think
could.
that there's a good median. There's a good medium here. If people want to buy chips, buy fucking chips. But like at the same time, like I do agree, you know, like if we like have some level of like benevolent influence to like make people like live longer and live healthier lives by like influencing like particular levels of control within Snap, when like paired with a bunch of other reform that I kind of already laid out earlier, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's as like black and white though. It's not either like super precise control where you're not even allowing people to buy chips or allowing people to like spend $200 on Doritos and then go without dinner for the rest of the week and they only have chips. You know, I think that there's a good in between of like access to like certain foods in certain areas while cracking down on food deserts and in areas with food deserts, taking off those controls and informing people on how to eat healthier and making healthier foods more like more affordable. I think that that's probably going to be the best take from my perspective, at least.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure you also want to know my big real decider on why I choose Trump. And that's going, I mean, that's not the food thing. Everyone says that they want everyone to be healthy. They just have different means of getting there and they disagree on that. My biggest thing is I hate the transitioning of children. That is the biggest thing. I know that's a giant turn, really, really big turn, and I know that. But it drives me insane just the fact that I know some children are genuinely receiving hormone replacement therapy, and I think that is just extremely wrong. And I'd like to hear your like real opinion. I don't really want to make some huge argument yet, but I really want to hear your opinion on that.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna lie. I was not interesting because I was expecting Parker to give a response, but now I'm looking down at Parker and he's gone. Repeat what you just said. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm sure you want to know the biggest reason. I was gonna say, wait, when did you stop listening? What did you hear? What did you hear?
I stopped listening when you started speaking. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you were
I took
completely
like
good.
wait, actually, I kind of want to go back to that last debate about EBT. I'm thinking about it more. I don't know. I might actually agree with Parker. Instead of like controlling what foods people have access to, what if we just like gave them the incentive to buy healthier foods by ensuring that healthier foods were the more affordable options? Like we just influence that through like incentive-based structures instead
How
of like
could we do that,
force-based
though?
structures.
Yeah, I think like incentive-based structures, educational resources, things like that are like better. I mean, obviously there could be certain circumstances where someone has spent all their money on things that were not nutritional and then they don't have enough nutritional stuff for the week, right? Obviously in that circumstance that we'd think that's like non-intuitive, but like, I mean, I don't think that's happening in most circumstances. So in terms of like legal policy, I think it's a lot better to do like incentives and pushing people towards like doing more healthy options rather than like having like forced restrictions, especially because like you can have unforeseen consequences in terms of that, especially when it comes to food deserts that like you just can't take into account when you're like establishing that policy.
Okay,
By
I
the
guess
way, we
I'm
also-
thinking-
we-
you're saying you're for it
Oh,
if you're saying you're for it if we make healthy food the more affordable options, but it's not for a reason. Like, it's really not for a reason. I'm sure you see it. Like, I'm sure you're against animal cruelty. How do we do that without animal cruelty? It's just not
What is-
possible. We either put the like.
What if we like subsidized like healthy food producers? Like we incentivize corporations to produce healthier foods for cheaper through subsidies. Like I don't know. That sounds like an all right plan to me. And if you're like, well, where's that money going to come from? Fuck it, the DoD budget. Like I would rather, you know, like starving families in America have access to really affordable, healthy food compared to like an additional like truckload of bombs that cost like $3 million. Like, you know?
I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think businesses are going to go for that because it's just not the moneymaker. It's not like it's not.
Well, the subsidy would be.
Say it again.
The subsidy would be the moneymaker. The subsidies are cash money.
I honestly have no clue what you're talking about.
Do you know what a
Oh, like-
subsidy
like-
is?
Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, so it's just like essentially we're going to put like governmental investment into a certain industry to lower the cost of the good for the consumer.
Okay, so don't we already have enough money going many places though?
Yeah, sure. Like, but we're just saying that like we have a lot right now going towards, you know, businesses that don't engage in the most healthy practices, and he's probably saying that we should take some from those and put it into, you know, like healthier practices for food. Like that would be better. Like all the things that Trump and them have brought up and RFK and whatnot brought up for like making America healthier are all ridiculous. This country is going to be made less healthy with their policy. You actually need to base it in science, right?
I mean, I think
in
the food
evidence and
dyes
facts and
I think
critical
the
thought.
food dyes are a good start. Like, I mean, for example, Red Bull. Why is food dye in there to make it more appealing? That's literally it. Like, and
You want to get rid of all
it
food
already
dyes?
has been proven. Lots of food dyes. I mean, for one, they're pointless. They're only a marketing strategy. That's the number one thing that they're used for to gain the attention of children. And on top of that, they can worsen things like ADHD. That's
It
been
depends
proven.
on which ones you're referencing. Which ones are you referencing? And also, like, are you saying that, like, oh, because these are like banned in other places, it should also be banned here? Is that your position, or are you saying anything that is considered to be not healthy to any degree should be banned?
I kind of like my Mountain Dew to be sparkling green. I won't lie.
Anything that has no purpose that could cause. Okay,
Wait,
I mean, obviously.
what do you mean that has no
You're
purpose?
like
In a
joking
certain
when you
sense,
say you like it being sparkly green. Obviously, you like it being sparkly green, but what's the point?
okay, well
Like-
that's aesthetic for him. That's why he likes it.
I won't lie. I'd be down with taking food colorings out of like Red Bull. I mean,
It's
any
like
way to
me
make
saying
them-
I want to walk
any,
down
any,
the street
any,
smoking
any
a
way
cigarette
any way to
that
make
makes
the
me
Red
look
Bull a little healthier, I'm down with. If the food coloring isn't doing anything to the Red Bull, and there's like demonstrable evidence to demonstrate that it can like lead to worsening impacts or effects on individuals with like ADD, ADHD. I'm fine with that. You know. How
But
does
you
this
also
kind of
have to be
relate?
specific with the evidence, because oftentimes people will just apply this in a general sense without looking at any of the data or evidence. Like,
Well, my point- the
that's
only
why-
reason
that's
I
why,
brought up
that's
the
why I give
dyes-
pushback on these particular points is because a lot of these particular claims are things that are not banned in other countries around the world. They're just under specific different names. Like, for example, Red 40 is under E129, right, in other countries around the world, and it's considered legal, right? Yet people specifically are trying to say it's banned in other countries, right? Oh my gosh, it should be banned here, right? But we have to look at like the overall data. We have to look at the evidence. If there's demonstrable evidence indicating that something is not healthy and is harmful towards people and provides no positive impact, obviously all of us are going to support that. But there's a lot of people that go on the internet and spread misinformation about health-oriented things like positions and stuff like that. That it often muddies the water for what we believe in terms of health science. So you got to make sure that you're looking into things that actually do have evidence to indicate that they're not healthy before you just make general claims like that.
I mean, again, the only reason I brought up the dyes and stuff was because, I mean, that's really just the first thing basically that RFK did, and you kind of just did say like the whole RFK thing is bullshit. So
Yeah, he doesn't believe in science.
Our RFK, listen, like even if like he's able to produce like some good outcome, it's not like by proxy of an intelligent man. It's like a broken clock is right twice a day. Like RFK is like a fucking like delusional, like insane person. He's kind of always been that way too. I mean, I've personally met with families of the families that are friends with the Kennedys, and I mean they've told me stories about how he's always been like fucking insane and not a good guy and terrible to those around them, and how like badly he hurt and led one of his ex-wives to self-unaliving. And outside of that, even as it applies to his like role as a government official, he's straight up said not to take any like medical advice from him. He's reinstituting like very harmful bits of misinformation, such as the idea that vaccines can cause autism. And he's just kind of opened the door to a new wave of more anti-intellectualism in this country. And that's something that I think is so incredibly harmful.
I think lots of people have done stuff. I'm not educated enough on RFK to argue this, but I just like there is lots of things I guess about Trump that are not good. There is proof that he has done things that are not good. But then on top of that, there is also proof that he has done things that are good.
Like what?
That was the next topic I was going to talk about. Hormone replacement therapy in children bothers me a lot. That's another thing. That was what you asked me to repeat earlier. Hormone replacement therapy in children bothers me a lot. And I actually kind of want to know your stance on
Does
that.
that bother you more than Donald Trump saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, his relation with Epstein, saying that he's a terrific guy, he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Plus, right, something new that Donald Trump just admitted to, that specifically he knew about Epstein, right, going after people that were working within his businesses, actually a 17-year-old who was working at the time, who was working as a masseuse at Mar-a-Lago for Donald Trump, that Epstein specifically, right, Epstein abused, right, and actually like literally was like trying to get them to understand, or I mean to do like private, like sexual, like sort of masseuse sort of things, like with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's actually something that's been widely reported on, and she was one of like the main witnesses within this. And Donald Trump said he thinks that she was one of the people that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically went after. And apparently now he's only telling us this information. Why, after so many years, is it the case that he's only now telling us this information when he knew about evidence and reasons that would be associated with someone being assaulted, trafficked, right, by Jeffrey Epstein, someone who he was really close with for 15 years?
I followed about half of that. All the Epstein shit with Trump is very, very new, and I have not seen it. But the only thing I have seen about that so far was him saying on TV sarcastically that he didn't have the privilege of being on Epstein's island as a joke.
Wait, can you respond to what I just said?
Which thing? You said a lot. You said many different things. I'm asking what you want me to respond to. I didn't interrupt you the whole time, so I said waiting.
What did I last just say?
Repeat it.
Okay, so I was referencing to the fact that Donald Trump, right, he had information to know that someone who was working for him, who was a 17-year-old masseuse at that particular time, right, was that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically went after her, right, to literally then be part of trafficking her, because it is the case that this story came out about her being trafficked and she talked about this, and only now has Donald Trump told us information that is related to that, indicating specifically that he knew that she was working for him and that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically had some sort of relation to, right, her being trafficked, right, and right, literally like forced to do like plenty of things in terms of being a private masseuse and doing sexual acts. It's actually disgusting. I think you should read into it, because that's recently something that
absolutely nothing about that, but that doesn't have a lot to do with replacement therapy.
Yeah, because I'm
Amir,
saying
thank
if
you
you
for the
care
cool ass
about
gift. I appreciate that.
if you care about, right, girls, if you care about people who are younger, right, that would mean you'd care about all of these different things. And to say you specifically have such an issue with people who are younger, right, going through specific types of plenty of regulations, right, and right, working with medical professionals and their parents to be able to get access to HRT after multiple years of being in the process, right, comparative to all of these different types of things that are actually a harm to minors.
Again, of course I would be against that, but I just simply have never seen it and don't know if it's true or not. And how can you say, what do you mean actually a harm to minors? You don't think injecting testosterone into somebody that's underage?
I think that people who are like 16 plus after multiple years of going through the process with medical health professionals and their parents can absolutely get access to HRT.
I think you're totally wrong.
Do you have an issue with that? What's the issue?
I 100% have an issue with that.
Okay, so medical professionals indicate this is the best route. Who are you to say that the medical professionals in that circumstance are wrong?
Because I was fucking stupid when I was 16. I had lots of things that I thought when I was 16 that I was going to do that, oh my God, I couldn't even imagine. If you can't even get, okay, and I'm sure you...
When I was 16, should I have been able to get access to Accutane? I worked with medical health professionals, my parents, and I decided to take Accutane at 16 years old. Should I have been allowed to do that?
If you needed it, yes, but you should also...
Okay, so wait, but Accutane obviously very, very much impacts my hormones. It can have long-term negative impacts in terms of side effects. Why are you saying I can make that type of determination, right, specifically to help me in terms of acne?
Because that's an actual issue.
Whoa, what do you mean an actual issue? How are you to determine what's an actual issue and what's not?
Because that is an actual issue that your body has, not you just feeling a certain way.
Wait. So if doctors indicate that this is an actual issue that needs to be addressed in a certain way, right, then would it be the case that some people should be able to get access to it even at the age of 16? Like, I have acne, right? That's an issue that I need to address in terms of the anxiety that could create for me and the effect that could have on my body. And the same thing can be true specifically in plenty of other circumstances within other ways, right? That medical professionals can identify to indicate that it might be needed for people to have access to something. So again, who determines that it's most likely that they need access to this? It's going to be the medical professionals.
Were you informed the side effects or the things that could go wrong when you got on Accutane?
Wait, are you saying that I could be informed of them enough to make a consenting opinion?
About that, yes.
Okay, why
About Accutane.
specifically about that, but not, for example, HRT?
Because it doesn't irreversibly change your gender.
What do you mean change? Okay, irreversibly change your. By the way, like, what do you mean? But are you saying
Whatever,
gender
you-
isn't?
okay,
Are you saying
you-
gender
you
isn't?
get the point.
By the way, we don't think people going on HRT is changing their gender. It's gender affirming care, but it's not changing their gender.
It's
I'm
changing
confused.
their body chemistry a lot.
Yeah, no one's
It is
disputing
changing
that.
their body
Wait,
chemistry a
so,
lot.
so is Accutane.
It's taking away your acne and it has side effects like baldness.
Okay, wait, aren't those some of those can be long term and permanent? And also, I just want to let you know, like, there are reversible aspects of HRT as well.
Reversible aspects. There's also unreversible aspects of HRT.
Which parts?
Your
are
voice.
Okay, just your voice? Is that the only thing you're knowledgeable about?
That's a very big one. Facial structure, voice.
So,
You just said
typically,
two
what we
things.
see here from like medical professionals is that for minors, like they don't typically recommend like masculinizing HRT or feminizing HRT, but they just simply recommend puberty blockers, which are fully reversible. Puberty blockers basically like offset or delay when your puberty starts or continues to progress until you're like 18, 19, 20 and have had some more time to kind of explore your gender identity and come to these conclusions as like a fully informed, matured adult. And that's typically, the decision that loads of therapists and medical health professionals will come to after years of deliberating for some like 16-year-olds, for instance. And I mean, I get it. I think it's fine. If it comes after like multiple consultations with therapists, multiple medical health professionals, years of investigation, and then these cohorts of doctors come to the conclusion that okay, we will grant you puberty blockers, which are fully reversible until you're an adult and know more about your gender identity. Just so if you only become more firm in the fact that you feel a disalignment between your gender identity and your phenotypical sex traits, then you can have a starting point where there's like less work to do, so you could phenotypically express yourself the way that you want to. I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't see the issue.
I'll say one more thing. Do you think that it's natural to want to do something like this?
When you say natural,
Yeah, what do you
say,
mean by
like, found in
natural?
nature?
I mean, do you think it is part of our nature to just want to do something like this? Do you think it's do you genuinely?
What do you mean by
there
part
are
of someone's
people-
nature? Like, what do you mean?
Do you-
Like,
do you genuinely
mean-
think there are people on this earth that were born in the wrong gender?
yeah. Wait, they're born in the wrong body. Yes.
How can you provide me an ounce of proof? A single ounce
Trans
of proof
people
that says that?
exist. That's your proof.
Like the existence of trans people in places not connected to one another across the globe, and 6 of our 7 continents where humans live, and the existence of trans people historically. That should on its own be enough evidence. I don't
I
understand why
literally-
people don't accept that as a data point.
Had no clue that any of this shit existed until I got a phone.
So, just because you didn't know something existed doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Right, like I didn't have any evidence of your existence before you joined this live.
Yeah,
Does that
literally.
mean
I
you
can
didn't
also pick
exist
up my
before you
phone
joined this
and-
live?
Where are you right now? Where are you? What state are you in?
I'm
California.
in Colorado. I'm in Colorado, but you didn't have any evidence that I was from Colorado prior to me telling you that. That mean that before you asked me that question, it wasn't
Okay.
true that I was in Colorado?
A million people can pick up their phones and join your live and hear something from you that changes their mind. So of course, tons of people in other continents know about it because they all have phones. They're all picking up their phones. They're all learning about
Are you
it.
saying that there's like social pressures that can lead individuals to like possibly
Yes, there.
think that they
Of
may be
course there
trans?
is. Of course there
Well,
is.
you understand that that's why doctors and therapists work in conglomerate with one another for fucking years before making this decision for children, just to ensure that we're not just simply seeing the impact of potential social pressures, but like rather like the true expression of like one's existence. Also, I just don't know why somebody would like choose to be to exist as a member of one of the most oppressed groups of individuals alive. You know.
Because they're already unhappy. That is my answer. Because they are already unhappy and they want a change in their life. That is. There's many reasons. They might not even know it. That's genuinely how I view it. I don't. Do you understand how many people have HRT and then like years and years and years later realize they made a mistake and commit suicide?
Yes. So no. Don't do that. Hi, my name is Eli. I'm a 32-year-old trans man. Sorry, I'm just got up out of bed. I was chilling until I heard this guy. Anyways, yeah. So less than 1%, actually significantly. Trans people who go through medical transition actually have the highest success rate in medicine. It's considered like a medical anomaly how successful our medical transition is when you compare it to any other surgery out there. Less than 1% regret rate. And those that do end up detransitioning usually are doing it for safety reasons, or they're doing it for fucking maybe they lose access to their health care, which is something that I'm about to face because I'm about to be a veteran in a month after 13 years of active duty. Veterans use Medicaid. That's how we get our VA, like our disability. And so having access to my medical, my medicine may be a lot more difficult, you know? So of the people that detransition, regret it, it's not regret. It's simply that they don't have that access. And we find that later on in their life, they end up going back through that medical transition. So I would like for you to stop spreading misinformation about us.
So you're telling me there's not a large amount of people that commit suicide going through these things after a transition?
So what ends up happening? So what ends up happening is actually people like you come on the internet and say hateful shit about people like me, a human being, like real life. You're talking to a trans person right now. You talk about people like us, and then little kids in their houses listening to their parents, their phones, or maybe they're holding the phone right now.
What about what I said is hateful?
Hold on a second. Hear me out.
No, I want to know, what about what I said is hateful?
You're a lot of things that you literally said. The first thing you said was you have a huge problem with kids having access to medical care because you don't see it as medical care. A few seconds ago, before I even got up on the live, you said, do you really think that it's normal? You really think that, you were almost, you said that I never knew any of this shit existed until I had got on my phone or got on the internet.
Because I didn't.
Great, good for you.
Okay, and I don't have a problem with kids accessing medical care. I have a huge problem with kids accessing a bunch of chemicals they don't understand.
Did you learn anything from what Parker and Dean told you?
He didn't have any issue with me having access to Accutane. No issue with that. That's chemical. Is that not chemical and hormonal?
Accutane is completely different.
What's the difference?
I'll be back.
All right, because Dean went through a very extensive process of telling you that kids are not typically starting hormone replacement therapy. They're going through puberty blockers. So they get put on a completely reversible. And also you'll hear this rhetoric about puberty blockers chemically castrating people, which is at a high dose, sure. But that's why these experts called doctors, whole teams of doctors, make sure that they go through the lab process that we all have to go through to make sure that they're giving them the correct dose. And when given the proper dose, it's completely reversible. So they take them off the puberty blockers, which, for the record, non-trans kids are put on puberty blockers too. And it's life-saving in both cases.
Okay, my issue is not with trans people. My issue is with minors being put on this stuff. I do not think anyone.
Again, he didn't provide the distinction. I want to ask you again, Arctic. What is the distinction in terms of Accutane, right? In HRT, that means in one scenario, a 16-year-old should have access to it, given medical health professionals being involved. But in the other scenario, when medical health professionals are involved, they shouldn't have access to it.
Because Accutane is, for one, I actually do have really awful back acne, and I've thought about getting on it before. I decided not to in the end because it's only on my back, did not spread. But that has been a huge issue, and with them getting on my shirts and shit, like that's not.
Yeah, dude, it's an issue for you. Like I understand. I went through the exact same thing. That's exactly how it was for me, and that's not at all reason to say that other people shouldn't have access to it in those circumstances, right? So like again,
Because Accutane and acne is so far off from gender.
Wait.
Like,
Can
gender
you
is
give
your
me the? Can
identity.
you tell me
Acne is
the?
not an
Tell me the
identity.
specific distinction that you're saying is relevant. Because
Because
it's a certain way that my
acne
physical
is-
body presents that is producing anxiety for me, right? Where I need help, right, medically to go get help with doctors, right? And at 16 years old, I can make that type of determination. It has heavy effects on my hormones, some of which could literally be not reversible. Just want to clarify.
Because male and female is a lot different than having acne on your back.
Okay, but like no, but what in terms of taking HRT, what is the specific distinction that means it shouldn't be allowed in one scenario, but in the other scenario it should be allowed?
Because one has to do with gender and one has to do with acne.
Yeah, okay, but that's not like a specifically relevant distinction. What about that is relevant to you?
You're asking me for a specific distinction about what? What scenario?
One you're saying is just affirming to your is gender affirming, and you're saying the other one is like affirming in terms of the way that your body looks, right? Both of them are in a reference to the way that your body looks, right? And one's just in reference to affirming your gender and identity yourself, and the other one's just in reference to like an identity in terms of how you're perceived socially. So
Can I
technically, I
also-
don't see that as a relevant distinction.
Can I also add that gender affirming care is life saving?
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, Accutane is not going to be life saving. It might
Yep.
be quality of life improving,
Mm-hmm.
but gender affirming care is life saving. The
Mhm.
problem that I have with you is you're so concerned about kids, but you don't actually know enough information, because if you go on, like I can cite trevorproject.org, you can go on right now and you can look up the statistics. If you're so worried about kids, you would want them to have access to gender affirming care, because statistics show when they're given that care, they actually make it to adulthood. Whereas when they're not given that care, in many cases, they don't. Gender affirming care saves lives instead of the opposite claim that you made earlier, that it causes people to unalive.
When did you realize you were trans?
I knew I was a boy when I was 6.
You knew
The
you
first
were
time,
a boy when you
I'm
were-
32 years old. The first time that I remember, like I have a vivid memory of trying to tell my parents, like, I'm not a girl, was when I was 6 years old. And I was asking for boxers because I didn't like the clothing articles that I was being given.
Okay, my girlfriend's sister cut her hair short, and
I didn't have short hair.
okay, that doesn't matter what you had; it matters what she had. My girlfriend's sister cut.
Why are
her
you
hair-
talking to me like that?
Because it's. I'm not talking about
no,
you.
no. Hold on. Just chill. Don't speak to me like that.
How am I speaking to you wrong? I'm not talking about your situation now. I'm
Speaking to
talking
you.
about another person's situation. So if you could stop talking, I could finish my sentence.
I can stop talking. All I'm asking is for you to be respectful to me and not treat me like I'm smaller than you, because that's what you just did.
Okay, what did I
Carry
just
on.
say that was disrespectful?
Oh my God, just say what you're gonna say.
Okay. My girlfriend's sister wore short hair and acted very, very tomboyish for a long time. She is also one of the really the most conservative people I know now, and that didn't change. That wasn't a thing. She was raised in a very, very conservative household. I don't really think that matters, though. I think it mainly matters of how she felt. She felt, and she hung out with more boys. She acted, I guess you could say, like a boy.
Okay.
Okay, and this also, why is it that when
Did she think she was a
technology
boy?
No, she did not think she was a boy.
Weird.
She did not think she was a boy.
Big difference, because I didn't.
Why is it that technology exploded, and when we have access to pretty much the
32
entire world
years
now,
old.
why did the amount of trans
How old are
people?
you? How old are you?
21.
Okay, so I'm 32. What is different about me than you is the fact that I didn't grow up with a smartphone. Right? I know that that's a fucking strange concept. I had this thing called dial-up internet. So like you couldn't be on the phone in the house and on the internet at the same time. I know it's kind of like a boomer concept, right? So I didn't have fucking access to just the internet at the palm of my hands. I grew up also in a Christian, actually Jehovah's Witness household. I was not exposed to the LGBTQ community whatsoever. The only thing I knew about GAY people was when it came up in Bible study about how they're bad, not allowed to be GAY. And I didn't even know trans people existed. All right. So that's like putting all that aside. You're talking about exposure to social media and all this shit. Trans people predate social media. Trans people predate literally they've been around for as long as society. Like we have always existed. Whether or not you knew about us doesn't fucking matter. Do you know at the beginning of World War II, the first people to get put into the fucking sea camps? Want to take a guess?
I'm waiting.
Trans people. Do you know the first medical institution to be burned to the ground? The fucking the center for studying medicine for trans people. All of our history was burned, and that's why it's easy to erase the history of people. It's easy to make us monsters when there's so few of us, and when people repeatedly in history, like not all cultures though, it's just YT people mainly, because there's so many cultures that actually cherish and love trans people.
You just say it was mainly just white people?
Yeah, and I'm not saying, I'm saying that's factual. You can look this up. Look up different cultures and trans people. I know you probably won't, because I don't know that that's what you're going to choose to do with your free time.
I will not. But
that's big shock.
would you say ever since the evolution of social media that there are more people that identify as trans now?
I would say that would be one maybe factor, and that would be because unlike me, who didn't have I actually made a post about this on my private like social media, because I've unfortunately been closeted for a really fucking long time. In fact, Parker and Dean both knew me before I came out as trans. Like they both have that history with me. I've known them for a fucking hot second. And I didn't get that opportunity. I knew I was trans when I would talk to them. I didn't have the representation. So a lot of kids nowadays, they do have the representation that I didn't have, and trans folks from my generation and the generations before me didn't have. So yeah, that could be one factor, is that now they have the representation, now they have the community, now they have that access to things that they deserve to have that access to. But it doesn't mean that.
Okay, well,
it doesn't mean that.
And again, I want to talk for a little bit now because I just let you talk for a straight 5 minutes. So I'm going to make
I'm
one.
going to finish this thought because you asked me a question. It doesn't mean that social media is making people trans. It just means that the access is there for them to see that, to have that community. That's it. Now, go for it. Somebody muted you. I don't know who it was, but...
Is he going to unmute? Hello? Arctic right there, bro?
Okay, am I back? Dean, did you know that you actually claimed earlier that you have never...
Shut the fuck up.
You claimed that you've never done that.
What? What?
You against that one fucking... I'll agree, that dude was fucking insufferable. But against that one dude you kept muting because he kept saying you were interrupting him. And again, I just let you guys talk for a while. I tried to say one thing, and you just said you've never muted somebody in a live earlier to that guy. You said you don't do that.
Nope, never do that. That was me. I muted you multiple times. That was me. Arctic.
Oh. Are you talking about me saying that I've never muted anybody?
Yeah, Dean never has muted someone ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I mute people a lot, but I think I'm going to say that I've never muted anybody ever because it's pretty funny because of how often I mute people. I don't know why I'm catching strays though. Have a conversation, man. I'm just sitting back eating my.
But now I'm talking to 3 people. Now I'm talking to 3 people.
Dean has been silent the whole time. What do you mean?
You wrote me.
Okay, I didn't know it was him. I don't know who's muting me, dude. I don't know who's muting me on the live. I just know
I literally
muted.
told him and he still doesn't know. Like dude, this guy, dude.
Well, no, I know it's you now. I didn't know.
Shut up. Yeah, so Arctic, again, I want you to give me like reason why you think that like Donald Trump is gonna be better for like children's safety.
I genuinely want you to know you guys are like joking and muting me. Like you
I asked for a reason why like Donald Trump is better for children's safety. Dean's just letting me do this. Thank you, Dean. I really appreciate that.
I'm just like laughing. I'm not doing anything but laugh. I'll stay muted and laugh instead if it's hurting your feelings.
Yeah, Arctic, come back. Tell me. How
kinda
is Donald
not. I
Trump
just
better
wanna
for
talk.
children's safety?
You're really bullying him, Parker.
Good. How is Donald
You
Trump
guys
better
are
for
just
children's safety? Are you gonna answer the question?
because he doesn't want HRT to be a thing.
That's wait, is that it? No other reason?
Yeah, that's it. That's my fucking opinion.
So there's no
because
other
I-
reason. So everything
You know
else
what,
I brought up in
got
terms of
30
him being a
30
threat to
fucking seconds
to children.
talk. I got 30 fucking seconds to talk without you muting me. I'll give my genuine fucking opinion. I think that
Sorry, that one was just for fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I was him, I'd be pretty fucking, I'd be pretty pissed off right now.
no, I'm not an asshole who's just gonna scream at you like an uneducated moron. Like I'm not going to do
Oh,
that. Because that's not who I
why
am.
are you trying to diss Dean? What the fuck?
I mean,
kinda
he
on your
screamed
side.
"shut the fuck up" at someone earlier. He
I'm
screamed
kinda like-
"shut the fuck up" at someone earlier.
You understand
He's
that,
the
like,
one who's
I'm
running
like-
the live.
I'm like kind of on your side on this. Like you shouldn't be doing that to you. I just don't care enough to like make him stop. but like I am kind of on your side. Like I don't think Barker should be doing that to you.
I mean, I don't think you realize.
Like I
we've
said,
lost-
I just don't care enough to make him stop. But no, like I do actually disagree with that. I'm not even joking.
I think you realize the entire
trajectory.
trajectory of this conversation is.
I don't have any powers to mute you, and I just thought it was funny because I've seen Parker do it before. So, sorry.
Parker,
And
you're a fucking joke compared to Charlie Kirk. Go fuck yourself.
You're so mad.
Because this is stupid.
Yeah, no,
This
to
is
be fair,
stupid.
no, to be fair,
dumb.
Parker,
We're making zero progress at
You're
all.
totally rage baiting. You're rage baiting.
Good.
this
I
kind of
hope
hell.
so. I hope so. You can't answer my question.
Because we're
dude.
making zero progress.
I
and
asked
this
you a
entire
question.
live
You
was
can't
a
answer
joke.
the question. I asked you one question.
How can you say that we've made zero progress? You've been given so much information.
Okay. All right, let's clear it up. Everybody, we're gonna give him the mic. Take it away, Mr. SB.
Okay, I just gave you my opinion. I gave you your answer. My answer is I do not believe respectfully, and I don't mean to hurt anyone by saying this, but I do not believe trans people are natural. I do not believe it is a natural thing to do and change
What
your
is?
body.
Is it
I
natural
believe-
for you to be on the phone talking to us right now? Is that natural?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Is it natural to be on the phone right now talking to us?
Does it exist? It has nothing to do
Does
with
it
our
exist?
body.
Do
It's a
trans
fucking
people
phone.
exist?
It's a fucking phone.
Exactly.
It has
Is it
nothing to do with
natural?
our
Answer the
body.
question. Is it natural?
No, but I am.
So does that matter at all? Even if it wasn't natural to be trans under your view, does that mean anything?
It's not changing
No,
my
it doesn't
body.
mean
This is
shit.
like
It
the
means
actual
nothing.
Dumbest point I've ever heard.
What do you mean?
I tried to keep this shit peaceful and like keep my cool, but you mute me 15 times, and then you ask if my phone is natural about trans
Yeah.
people.
Wait.
How
No,
does that make
so you're
any
bringing
sense?
up you thinking being trans is not natural as a means to like demean being trans. And I'm saying
I
there
think
are
we
lots
were
of
born
things
how
that
we
you
were
consider. There are lots of things that you consider not natural, right? That you are totally okay with. That you have no issue with at all. So the idea of something being natural doesn't mean that you think it's wrong or right.
I don't think okay, for one, I'm really, really into the gym and I see shit on social media everywhere. And is it a temptation to go take anabolic steroids? Yes. Am I going to go do it? No. because it's not natural. It's wrong. I'm not supposed to be changing my body in that way. And there's a reason that it ages me fucking 10 years in like
Is it
a
natural
few
to get
cycles.
surgery?
No.
No. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. So again, just because something's natural doesn't mean it's wrong. That's all I'm trying to describe to you.
Okay. No, but when there's surgery, there's a medical issue. I'm sorry, when you're trans, there's not. There's not a medical issue.
Well, you're just wrong. Actually.
Who
So
identifies that?
a common like symptom of being trans. Like keep in mind, this isn't this is a symptom, a side effect, a byproduct of being trans. Is gender dysphoria. It can be in some circumstances, and that is absolutely something that has been examined.
Sorry, I was
by
glitching. I just got back.
institutions of medicine and science is like and is an agreed upon issue. Like gender dysphoria is like really fucking bad, dude, and it can cause a whole lot of issues. So, yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's false that being trans doesn't exist in nature, because there are animals that we have seen. There's a specific fish specifically that will, if in an environment where fish, wow, that's a lot of noise, man, does not have the opposite sex to mate with, that fish will transition its sex into the opposite in order to mate. So actually, being trans.
Respectfully, are you a fucking fish?
So what? No. At this particular moment, I wish I was, but yeah. So no, I'm not a fish. But what I'm trying to do is the other side of your appeal to nature fallacy that Parker went at it from one angle and I was going at it from another, essentially.
I can't believe he brought up that critique, because that was a critique to his original position and him saying, oh, this is natural. Oh, this is not natural. Oh, we don't compare ourselves to like what's existing in nature because it's not going to be a determinant of whether it's moral or immoral. Dude, this guy is lost. He has no clue what's going on.
It would be easier to be a fish right now under the Trump administration, because then I wouldn't have to yet again. I've spent my entire life having to fucking like argue for not only my existence but the existence of others. But yeah, if being trans was a choice, as proud of being trans as I am, like I am very fucking proud to be trans, because there's nothing wrong with being trans. But if it was a choice, why the fuck would anybody choose to be trans when it is exhausting?
Also, it's worth pointing out that when we look at trans men who are biological females and then trans women who are biological males, and we compare their neuroanatomy to the same sex and the opposite sex, we see a lot more correlation between the neuroanatomy of a trans man and males than trans man and females. There's a lot of sexual dimorphism in like the puttaments of our brains, for instance. And they're different shapes, different sizes, different neurotic densities, and different amounts of gray matter in different regions, dependent upon your sex. And, when we've looked at the brains of, maybe like a trans woman who's a male, we would expect, this trans woman to have the same brain as any other male because they're male, but they don't. Actually, their brain is closer to that of a female. So, I mean, it sounds like this whole time you've been, propping up like this theme that you think that being trans is unnatural. It's created by humans and social pressures and just wokeism in 2025. But even on the biological level, I mean, we very clearly see alignments between segments of one's biology, particularly their neuroanatomy, and the opposite sex if they're trans, which is interesting. Definitely very interesting, very, very, very interesting. And I feel as if the more that we learn about neuroanatomy and how our brains function and work, the more we'll see differences in the structures of our brains dependent upon our gender identities, etc. It's really interesting and definitely does lay the groundwork, or more so the foundation, for the idea that being trans is based in a biological reality.
I don't know what else to tell you. Again, can you guys hear me?
No.
Like, would you say like differences in like the brain structures of like trans men who are females compared to cis women who are females is unnatural?
Can you hear me?
No.
I can. Can you answer my question?
Hey, fuck off, Parker. I believe that I was born the way I was supposed to be born. I believe God made me, and I believe that I will find who I am supposed to be one day. But I don't.
Can you answer my question, though?
What?
Do you think that like the sexual dimorphism and the differences that we see in the brain structures of trans men who are females and cis women who are females is that difference unnatural?
I believe it definitely could be. I guess more of it's like.
What?
I guess there's
Well,
some.
how could differences in the neuroanatomy of individuals be unnatural? What?
Because there could be born. Okay. There's people born with physical deformities. Yes, somebody's brain could be unnatural. Yes, somebody's brain could be.
Wait. Even like a physical deformity is natural, but are you just now arguing that being trans is natural, just a deformity?
Yes.
So, see, that's why I'm not taking you too seriously. I feel like you're just taking the path of least resistance to try to like prove your bigotry right. Because this whole time you've been arguing that being trans is unnatural, and that's why it's wrong. But once I bring up differences in the neuroanatomy of like the typical trans man compared to that of the typical cis woman in relation to their own sex and of the opposite sex, you then just immediately concede and say that it is natural, but it's a deformity. It just feels like the whole pathway of least resistance to prove my bigotry.
I feel like what I'm respectfully trying to say, and I didn't really want to say it like this, is it's sort of a mental illness.
Can I?
Well, go ahead, Eli. I have a bunch of resources on that. I'll let you speak though. Take it away.
Yeah, and I know you will. I know you're about to pop off. I don't hear this said very often, and it's quick. Saying that it's not, and Dean's going to tell you all about how it's not. But I usually will say, okay, even if
I would love to continue this tomorrow. I've got maybe like 2 more minutes. My phone's on 8%, and I'm about to walk in the gym. That's all I got. I got no charge.
I actually got to go here pretty soon too to go hit the gym as well. So.
Well, okay, I just want to let you know that argument is based in eugenics, and that's what I wanted to speak on because like it's frustrating hearing one being told that we're a mental illness when we're not. Two, that would insinuate that having a mental illness is a problem, and there are tons and tons and tons of people that have different mental illnesses like anxiety, depression, ADHD, like all sorts of mental illnesses, and there's nothing wrong with having a mental illness, and people who have disabilities, whether they're visible or not, are all like super valid, and there's nothing wrong with them. And tons, like there's 8,000 people listening right now. That makes those people feel really fucking small, not just trans people. And so trans people, people with disabilities, you're all valid. I love all of you, even if this guy doesn't. Right?
Okay, well, again, didn't interrupt you, but I never said there's anything wrong with having a mental illness. I just said it is a mental illness.
Well, you've been stigmatizing being trans this whole time, and now we learn it's because you think it's a mental illness. So stigmatization of mental illnesses is exactly what Eli was referring to. Understand your phone's on 2. A couple more things I want to say here. So being trans is not considered a mental illness by any reputable institution of medicine or science. We're looking at the WHO, the APA, and the DSM, the AMA, the ES, the WPATH, the BPS, the RCP, the CPA, the APS, the ESSM, the AAP, the AFP, the ACA, the APHA. These are like 13 massive reputable institutions of medicine or science. None of them consider being trans in of itself a mental illness. What is considered by like for the DSM, for instance, to be a mental illness is going to be like gender dysphoria. But gender dysphoria in of itself is not being trans. It's just like a common symptom of being trans. And the reason why gender dysphoria is considered a mental illness has to do with it causing perpetual and continued mental anguish, right? But there's like a shit ton of things that can cause, perpetuation and continued amount of mental anguish relating to one's affirmation of one's gender. Like for me, an instance, I'm fucking balding at 20. That puts me in a lot of mental anguish, and because of that, I'm on finasteride and minoxidil to help solve that, right? But like nobody takes an issue with that, societally speaking. You're like, base solving male pattern baldness, gonna have a full head of hair until he's old, super masculine, super rad, et cetera, right? And I think that, you know, like you need to recognize that right, being trans is not a mental illness for the reasons that I gave. And then even when we're having conversations about gender dysphoria, right, we shouldn't just automatically like skip to like stigmatizing gender dysphoria. We should say, how can we help individuals alleviate the burden of gender dysphoria and get into the science, get into the medicine? And well, what have a bunch of like non-biased practitioners across this globe came to the conclusion of? The best way to treat gender dysphoria in so many circumstances is going to be HRT, is going to be sex reassignment surgeries. And we have the data to show that it reduces suicidality rates. We have the data to show that it increases average qualities of lives. When we just take a less like non-bigoted approach to things, a pragmatic approach to things, like, and we test the scientific method, like this is the conclusion. The conclusion is that affirming trans individuals' genders is productive not only for their own livelihood, but for society as a whole. And stigmatizing trans individuals' genders is just relating to your own lack of understanding of what it means to be trans or what that experience is like, and you're filling in that gap with prejudice the same way doctors did with gay people in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and the same way white people have done forever with black people. I mean, it's just it's not productive. It has a terrible historical track record. So we should seek better solutions.
Okay, so basically all you just proved is my point of gender affirming care is basically just to make people feel better, not because they're actually a male or actually a female. It's just because it's going to save more people and make them feel better, right?
I'm confused with what you're saying. I think that you should probably first do research on like senses of gender identity and like what it means to be man or what it means to be woman. That's probably like a good first step for you. I feel like a lot of people like truly do confuse what like a trans man means when they say that they're
I'm
a
a
man.
man because I was born
you
a
know,
man.
like they're depicting a sense of gender identity that exists as like a societal as like a function of society, a societal construct, and not like in reference to the term male. And I mean, I feel like there's a validity to a description of gender that is purely social and not rooted within one's biology necessarily. In fact, you even uphold a sense of gender identity in the same sense. You said earlier that you're a Christian and that you're made in God's image. You know, you think that God the Father is a man. God the Father has not and does not have a penis or XY chromosomes, yet he's a man.
I think God the
same
Father is
thing-
God the Father. I don't think God the Father is a man. We just call him God the
he's,
Father.
he's
I
not
think
the man.
that's
So I have a question.
sort
Jesus
of
was a man when he was
filler word.
alive, right?
Say it again?
Jesus was a man when he was alive, right?
Yes.
But Jesus existed prior to incarnation, right?
Yes.
Was Jesus a man prior to incarnation?
No, he's divine prior to incarnation.
Okay, so he went from being a non-man to a man?
No, he went from being divine to being human, just like the rest of us.
Well, I mean, actually, it wasn't going from being divine to human. I was going from being divine to divine plus human. You should probably read your own theology. But I basically just want to come to a common understanding here. Was he man prior to in conception, or did he start off as a non-man and then he became a man?
He started off as divine
So divine, is that a man or not a man?
among us. It doesn't have a gender. It's not
Okay,
man
so
or
it's,
woman.
it's a non-man. It's a non-man can either describe somebody that has a gender that's not a man or somebody that doesn't have a gender. Like non-binary people, they don't have a gender. They're non-men. And that would be true as reference to a category. So he didn't have a gender. He was a non-man.
Do you want to hear the
So he
difference?
went from being non-man to man,
You're
right?
not God. We are not divine, so we don't get to identify as no gender. We get to identify as man or woman because that is how we were
So
born.
only if you're God
It's
can you
genuinely that
can you
simple.
do
It
that.
doesn't need a study. Say it again?
Only if you're God can you do that.
Yes.
So you're basically saying that only the most perfect thing that exists in this world with nothing else, even comparing to it in perfection, can identify as non-binary or trans. I mean, I think that you are now
I never
advocating
said
for a trans or
non-binary or
non-binary
trans. It's-
supremacy.
the
I mean,
concept
it's
of
truly,
gender does not
truly is
apply to
interesting.
him. I never said non-binary or trans.
Yeah, the only perfect entity in existence doesn't uphold a concept of gender that relates to biological reality. Interesting.
Here, can I actually ask him a question too? Like, have you ever heard of Freaky Friday?
No.
Okay, do you know the idea of like consciousness swapping bodies? Can you understand that idea?
Okay, no, I think I know what you're talking
Like
about. but
if
that's
your
great.
brain and consciousness swapped bodies.
I'm actually sorry, Parker. I just want to give you heads up. If you could keep the argument shorter, because I gotta really hop off. I'm like literally like an hour and a half over. I just thought I'd let you know. But continue.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just try to keep it shorter. Don't worry. Would it make sense to still call you a man, right? If it is the case that you and your mom swapped bodies, if you were inside of your mom's body, would it make sense for me to call you a man?
That doesn't apply. That's not going to happen. That doesn't exist. That makes zero sense and has nothing to do with this
So
argument.
he can't engage with the hypothetical. Well, we'll just let Dean go.
Because it's impossible. It's not a thing.
No, it's not. What's the contradiction?
What do you mean?
What's the contradiction with their like their consciousness swapping bodies?
This is genuinely
He's
the
essentially
argument
saying
that we're
Freaky
trying to
Friday
make,
as a
and this is
movie
the
doesn't
best
exist.
argument.
He's
If
saying Freaky Friday as a
Friday-
movie is not possible.
If Freaky Friday is the best argument you can make towards trans people, that's kind of pathetic. Like
It's pathetic. It's pathetic that you can't actually understand that consciousness swapping bodies, right, is actually like a completely
arguing
consistent,
trans
logically
people.
idea. It's
That doesn't
logically
happen.
consistent.
No, consciousness
Wait, I'm not
swapping
saying it. I'm
bodies.
not saying it does happen within reality. I'm saying it's logically possible insofar as I could demonstrate a concept from this. Could demonstrate a concept from this. Dean lost his
Of course. I got my
guest
access to multi-guest banned.
I feel so bad.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
I feel so bad. That's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate, chat. Yeah, we're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. I'll start up TikTok here in a second. Right now, we'll do this. I'll need to say thank you to some people and make sure to catch up real quick. I'm really far behind on the donations, everyone. I'm so sorry to everyone who's donated. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it so much. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Catherine, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jiggy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Medic, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Tim with the $2. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Rachel with the $2. Jiggy again, thank you so much for the $5. Nick, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Emily with the $10. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Feisty with the $10. Emily with the $10. Medic again, thank you so much for the $5. Tim with the $5. Hoppy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $5. Ashley with the $20. Thank you so much, Ashley. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Petrish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Desiree, thank you so much for the $5. And Andrew, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so far behind on the donations. I really appreciate everyone. Jasmine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anna, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. Emily with the $5. Raven with the $2. Naima, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Tip with the $5. Ashley with the $5. And Shirley, thank you for the $20. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm going to start up the live here. Dean Raid joining in. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone joining in from the Dean Raid. How's everyone doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, to tap that screen. Does everyone like the blue background? How does everyone like the blue background? Is it better? Is it better? What do y'all think? It's good to change up the background every once in a while. Good, good. Nice, nice. Nice. I'll switch it around every once in a while. In terms of the lighting, I can change a bunch of different colors. We're going to start getting some people up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You should start a podcast, Parker.
This is technically my podcast, I would say. Technically my podcast. But maybe I'll do something different. But we'll see. Like a different type of show. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
He supports trans people.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I had a question about Charlie Kirk.
We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Only looking for a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Free Gaza.
Free Palestine, absolutely. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Yikes. Fuck Trump.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was doing the dishes. I listened to you when
You're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why is that?
Because my favorite color is orange.
No, what's like the actual reason, or do you not actually support Donald Trump?
No, I don't support Trump. I don't support.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I joined an accident. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
27th of July.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I was raised in
Hello, you cut out. I can't hear you. Okay. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Once we get some debates going, it'll be good. It'll be good. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. All right, getting the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker is me. My fault. It's Ever. What up, bro? Good shit.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Kind of.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I mean, at this point, I'd probably, I don't know, it's hard because I really don't agree with either like economic policy. I think Trump, I think Trump has been really bad so far, so I'd probably vote for Kamala Harris.
Nice. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you?
51.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't. And I just want to let you.
Nice. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please bring back the purple light. This is way too bright. Please, please, please.
I got you. I got you. Maybe for the next stream. I'd have to set it up. I can do a darker light. A darker light, I mean. There is a darker blue. I could set it up for another day. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just want to say I appreciate you.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. If you're mad, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. We're going to need some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
13.
Do you support Donald? Oh, you got to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. Yeah, we just want to debate. We'll get one soon. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Yesterday it took 40 minutes. I hope it doesn't take that long today. I don't think it will take that long today. I doubt it will, to be honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And why is that?
Because he's like an economic man and you have like an economic degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like you should know, like, because you're an economic dude.
Yeah, like what about him?
Like, you should know what he did good for the economy because you studied economics.
Yeah, what did he do good for the economy?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know every statistical number, but I know he's doing a good job because he knows what he's talking about.
Okay. And what tells you that he knows what he's talking about?
Because he's a businessman.
He's a businessman. Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
No.
No. Is there one economic policy that he passed that you like?
I like your face. Do you like my song? Just singing la 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 la.
I don't even know what they just said. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What just happened? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18 this year.
This year? At some point this year, maybe. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him.
Do you currently support the guy?
I don't, but I'm gonna change my vote. I'm gonna change.
Nice. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, bro. He's gonna deport my parents.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. There's no more MAGA left to chat. No more MAGA left. They're gone, chat. They're gone. Absolutely. Gone, chat. They're gone. Absolutely. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Jakey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. All right. What is it? It's been 11 or 12 minutes almost, and we haven't got a debate yet. Yeah, let's go. This is so amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Everyone, if you're on TikTok, keep tapping that screen. It helps get it out to more people. At some point, we'll get enough people in here. We'll actually get a debate. Don't worry. We'll be here soon. MAGA's hiding. Najia, thank you for the $5. Once we get a debate up here, I will. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Your girlfriend pegs you.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
2004, I believe. Or 2003, I don't know.
Doesn't sound very confident in that one. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Kai, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going, Parker? 34.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Hey, have you seen the new Sydney Sweeney jeans commercial yet?
Yeah, I have. And of course, that's the first thing you're obsessed with. Can you tell me why you support Donald Trump?
Hey, it's good to have a hot chick on TV and not these transvestites. I mean, come on.
Get the fuck
The
off
left
my
is
life.
melting.
Get the fuck off my life. What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. What a weirdo. Immediately kicked. Immediately red flag. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Can we actually get a debate, please? Let's actually get a debate, please. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay. When you said you're how old again?
20.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
August 3rd.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I love him.
What about him?
Everything.
Give me a specific.
Fuck you.
You got nothing? You're just mad at me?
Mm-mm.
Why don't you like me? Come on, man.
You come on.
Just why don't you like me? Just tell me.
Why don't you like Trump?
Because he's a bad guy. I mean, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of teenage girls without their consent. There was an 18-year-old that came out and said 4 girls as young as 15 years old that were there where Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. What's that?
What about Biden? What about Biden sniffing all them little girls? What about that?
If you're comparing Donald Trump barging into the changing room of 15-year-olds without their consent to Joe Biden sniffing his grandkid, then I think that's pretty insane. 1, 2, you reached all the way back to Biden instead of referencing Kamala Harris, our last candidate. But that's also called the what about Biden? What about Bidenism? Logical fallacy? You can't do that, man.
You're a fallacy.
Can you give me an actual argument? Like give me a reason why you support like such a horrible candidate for president.
Well, first off, he's kicking all these immigrants back to Mexico, which is great.
Why just Mexico? 1, and 2, like why do you want to kick immigrants out of the country?
If they're illegal.
Okay, why would undocumented immigrants just 1 be Mexican, and 2 specifically, why do you want to kick them out of the country? What's bad with undocumented immigrants having a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
No, I don't see a reason. I don't see a reason for kicking the ones that haven't committed any crimes out yet. I agree with you.
Yeah. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, we shouldn't kick them out. We should give them a pathway to citizenship. That's completely antithetical to Donald Trump's policy. He's disproportionately deporting people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right? He's not giving people due process rights, right? To an even lesser extent. I mean, that's a threat to people's rights, constitutionally protected rights.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you support Trump? He doesn't care about our constitution. He doesn't care about our court system, our democracy. He doesn't care about our immigration processes in a positive light to actually like uphold them to a fast degree.
Well, what's a huge negative thing he's done while being in office so far that's affected us?
Yeah, the big beautiful bill is cutting over 10 million people off their health insurance, millions of people off their food stamps, cutting after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, while disproportionately giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. So it's quite literally reverse Robin Hood, taking money from the poor and giving to the rich. And adding also $3.4 trillion to the debt while he does it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one example, not to mention plenty of others.
Right. Well, alrighty.
Okay. You got nothing else? Why do you support Trump still?
Man, I don't know.
Is it just a vibe?
I think so, yeah.
So why don't you change your mind?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not for gays and stuff, so.
Oh, okay. So what's wrong with being gay?
Well, I'm just uncomfortable around them.
What's uncomfortable about people being gay?
I don't know. I can't. It's just it makes me feel uneasy, I guess.
What uneasy feeling are you getting?
Well, for an example, like you're out to eat, and you got a transgender guy with tits and all that, and it makes you lose your appetite.
How does seeing a trans woman make you lose your appetite? What the hell?
Well, it's not a woman; it's a man.
No, they're a woman.
It's a man that's been converted to a woman. So it's
So
not the
so
same.
so I have a question. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard of the movie Freaky Friday?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, if you swapped, do you have a significant other?
Yeah.
Are they a woman?
Yes.
Okay, if you swapped bodies with your girlfriend, if you were in your girlfriend's body, would it still make sense for me to call you Andrew and a man?
Hold on. Say that one more time.
Yeah, if you and your girlfriend's consciousness swapped bodies, and I was talking to you in your girlfriend's body, would it make sense for me to call you Andrew and to call you a man?
No.
No? Why not? It wouldn't make sense for me to call you a man?
No.
No, not at all. So I should call you a woman, and I should call you by your girlfriend's name.
If I'm in a woman's body, then yes.
You're saying it would be delusional to call you a man.
It wouldn't be changing my name, but I wouldn't be a man no more.
Okay, but it would be delusional to call you a man.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What makes you think that would be delusional?
I mean, think about it. You don't have a manly body. You're not a man.
So you wouldn't be a man.
No.
Okay, so who you are as a man isn't an identity that you have, isn't something socially that you recognize. It's totally just your biology.
I mean, not technically. No.
I have a question. Are you Christian?
Am I what?
Are you Christian?
Yes.
When after you die, would it make sense to call you he got violation for hate speech, hateful behaviors. I was gonna say after he dies, when he goes to heaven, would it make sense to call him a man? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm 54.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And why is that?
Because everything is working out just like he's planned.
Okay.
Slowly but surely, it's happening.
Like what?
Everything with immigration, everything that we voted for, saving money, cutting taxes, getting rid of the riffraff, getting rid of the joke. As in, our government is a joke. You know that.
Dropping the Epstein files. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, come on. We know Trump was involved in that shit, but I'm still a supporter. I mean, shit. Come on, nobody's perfect, dude. Nobody.
Wait.
You can't tell me in history. You can't tell me in history that every president is going to make everybody happy.
Stop. How was he involved?
But dude, he was a friend. I mean, dude, they're pictures together with them. Come on. Obviously, he's been acquainted with the guy. I'm not saying they were friends or anything, but they were acquainted.
Well, actually, Epstein said that they were best buds.
Okay, whatever. Hearsay.
Yeah, it's hearsay, even though Epstein said it.
Hearsay.
And that Trump said
But
that
I'm
he's a
just saying, dude, you
terrific
can't
guy and he
tell
likes
me
beautiful women as much as he
that
does
there's
many of them
one
on the younger
president in
side.
history that's going to make everybody happy, dude. We're never going to be happy with just one president.
Are you trolling?
It's never going to happen.
What do you mean? We're never going to be We're never be happy with one president. I'm referencing things that he clearly. Wait, actually, can you name to me one thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting the guy?
No, I mean, honestly, no.
Trump's
number
one cultist. Trump's number one cultist is on the live right now. He literally said there is not a single thing that he can do that would get him to not support the guy. Trump's number one cultist on the stream. Now, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Come on, think about that.
There are things Obama could do that could get me to not support him. There are things Biden could do that could get me to not support him.
You voted
Hold
on.
up.
Listen about that, boy.
Hold up, Alan. Answer this question. If Donald Trump was on the client list of Jeffrey Epstein, would you still support the guy? For the Epstein Island, if he was on the client list, would you still support him? Unmute your mic, Alan. I know you can't figure it out right away. You got to click the microphone in the bottom right. We're gonna need a hard drive checked on aisle 3. The guy is fucking insane. Who said that? Ruby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cinda, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Cinda. Thank you. By the way, he just left. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
Can you fix the echo? There's a little bit of an echo. Like maybe turn down your audio. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Is that better?
Yes.
Cause he's not woke. He's not in this woke BS, and you know he's kicking these illegals out of the country as needed. He's kind of simping for the Jews, which is not really that good. Yeah. Yeah, Parker. Yeah, Parker.
Okay, one, that's crazy. Don't say that. That's fucking insane for you to refer to people that way. Don't do that. Secondly, don't call people illegals, right? I think that's incredibly dehumanizing. And then thirdly, as it relates to this, like, bro, like the anti-Semitism and the bigotry towards undocumented immigrants is actually like diabolical. You started off the live immediately, as a Trump supporter typically does. Fucking actually insane. Can you define woke?
Woke is, you know, kind of, bowing down to minorities for no reason. You know, kind of even like what you did with me saying Jews, talking about a nationality / religion.
So like, for example, so like you bowing down to, wait, I have a question. Like, are you do you believe in theocracy?
No.
No, you don't? Okay. So, okay. So then here'd be my question.
Parker, I'm not a Trump simp. Like,
I'm not asking you if you're a Trump simp. I was asking if you're a theocrat. Because typically people who are alt-right are theocrats. And I was going to ask you if you wanted to bow down to a specific religious prescription of morality.
No, well, I do think our country should be majority Christian, and our country should always have. Well, if
why
people
why should
no,
our
listen,
country
Parker,
be majority
if people
Christian?
vote, because I believe we were founded as a Christian country.
Nope.
Yes, we were.
And
Parker.
regardless,
our founding fathers
even
were
if we
Christian.
were,
They were Protestant.
Actually, a lot of them were deist, right? And if you want to reference in terms of us being founded, just because we were founded a certain way doesn't mean we should always stay that way. I don't think we should be a quote-unquote Christian country. I think we should be a secular country. And if people want to be Christian within the country, you have the religious freedom to do so.
You do, but I believe our leaders should be religious. In my opinion, should be Christian.
Why? Wait, you are a theocrat. Wait, so you specifically want?
I'm saying I believe if they get voted in, if say for example a Muslim or a Jewish person gets voted in, they got voted in. I believe in democracy. I have no problem with that. I'm saying in my personal opinion, I would only vote for a Christian.
Okay, so you think we should bow down to, right, a minority of people's views that like the government should be controlled by Christian theocracy?
I never said we should be controlled. I'm not woke.
You sound like you're woke, bro. You based on your own definition, you're pretty woke.
So is Christianity woke, Parker?
Sounds like based upon your definition, and it is.
Not really, buddy.
Well,
okay, so I have a question. Let's go back
a majority
on
of people,
immigration.
a majority of people do not hold the position that like a theocracy should run our system. We believe in secularism, like that state or state and religion should be separated.
I don't. You know what? I'm not. You know what? I have my. You know what? I have my ifs, my little quorums with that, but that could be debatable itself. But I don't really want to go into that. There's some pros and cons about that.
You sound like you're pretty woke, dude.
Okay, Parker. Remember your debate with Andrew Wilson and Piers Morgan? Parker, that's woke, buddy.
Chunky, thank you so much for the $2. Why? Because I said it was wrong for him to say that.
Dude, you were about to. You
wait,
like
I have a question.
Do
Do you think it's okay in any circumstance for a white person to say the N-word?
Yes.
Okay, so
There's
that's what.
no problem.
So I'm too woke for saying that it's wrong for white people to say the N-word. That's what he's saying, by the way, chat. What he was saying I was too woke for was telling Andrew Wilson that it's wrong for white people to say the N-word. And Andrew Wilson saying that in some circumstances, specifically in comedy, he thinks that white people saying the N-word is totally okay, which is insane, which is an insane position, disgusting position. And apparently that makes me too woke. What? You're insane, bro. That's not too woke. That's obviously like an insane fucking thing to say, right? You arguing that it's okay for white people to say the N-word is honestly disgusting.
Parker, it's just a word, buddy.
Okay, I have a question, right? Do you think that insults, right, any type of insult that exists, right, would at all be harmful to you or to anyone that you care about? Would you say don't use those particular types of hateful words towards anyone that you care about? Any type of hateful word? Would you be okay with someone saying hateful things to your parents?
Yeah. I mean, I would take offense to it personally, but like,
but it's just a word, right?
But what would I do? They have every right to say it. What am I going to do? Cry and try to cancel them for it?
No, you could say that it's wrong to do that.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's what I was doing. And you called me too woke for saying that it's wrong.
But you're using an example of my family.
Yes.
You know, do I believe if someone says it to a random person? No, obviously you're going to take offense to it if someone says something to your family. You know, that's different.
Wait, but it's just words. You were just saying, oh, it's just words, bro.
But it is just, but if someone says it to your mom or you, like Parker, if
exactly. Wait, so there are certain
Parker,
contexts. Wait, so
a black person could call me a cracker right now. Do you think I would care?
Well, it's because it doesn't have like a history of bigotry that's harmed you because you're white.
Parker, first off, if you're using it in a derogatory way, couldn't you say the same? It's being used as the same way as a white person using the N-word to a black person.
There are different systems that impact people, right? There's no racist system there's no racist system that discriminates against you because you're white. Okay, so someone calling you a cracker is not very harmful at all. All right, I don't consider that harmful even. Like the fact that you'd even bring that up in comparison is actually laughable.
So what's harmful about someone calling a black person the N-word?
Oh, you're asking me what's harmful about that?
Yeah.
The history of racism, specifically how the term has been used to dehumanize black people? I'm going to kick you for the stream for asking that question because it's a disgusting fucking thing that you literally know the answer to yourself. You know about the history of racism. You should at least. You should have fucking learned about that. And the fact that your side would advocate for cutting the Department of Education, right? So that less people know about, things in general is ridiculous. Because already enough people don't know about federally recognized things that should be federally recognized. There needs to be more things that are federally recognized in terms of educational rights. You know what's appalled to you?
44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
I'm getting troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I got another flag, everyone. I actually think I have to hit a restart. I really, we're almost to 6,000 people on the TikTok stream. I so badly do not want to restart this live. You have no clue how badly I do not want to restart this live, but I have to. There's 5.9 thousand people in the live. I would really appreciate if you go over to my YouTube. Or if you just stay here. I'll be back in literally a second. I got to hit a restart. I got 2 flags. I don't want to lose this account. I'm so sorry, everyone. You have no clue how badly I do not want to end this live. I'm so sad. I'll be right back, everyone. Give me 1 second. If you're on TikTok, go over to my YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. Or be back in literally like fucking 1 minute. If you're MAGA and you want to debate me, come right back. And I'll be here to debate. I'll see you in 1 second, everyone. I'm so fucking sad. Chat, oh my god, that's the worst thing ever. Literally, like, this stream's like finally sending out like a good amount. And of course that happens. Of course I get 2 flags. Of course it's like that. It's like it's finally sending out. I've been having issues with it sending out. We had like 6K people. Okay. All right, all right. Hopefully people stay in the live. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. Chunky, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Make sure to like the stream, everyone. It'll help get out to more people here on YouTube and on TikTok. If you're wanting to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Also on YouTube now, I have pinned my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, so you can just click on the link tree there and see my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. I would always recommend to click on it through the link tree instead of just looking it up yourself. I'd always recommend to click on it through the link tree. Alrighty, let's get some debates going.
What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support either side.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's your opinion on Charlie Kirk dating his own?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Smithy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're the GOAT.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
11.
You gotta say your actual age, by the way. If you don't say your actual age, I'll kick you too. Trinity, thank you so much for the 7-month subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
04.
Oh, what month?
June.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Just everything he's planned on doing, I mostly agree with.
Like?
The trade deals that he's made recently with Japan and the EU.
Okay, so the trade deal with the EU is only private, and they also can't specify that they're going to hit that particular number of investment. So it's nothing new. Secondly, in terms of Japan, right? Again, you'd have to be able to provide me stuff that exists in this trade deal that didn't exist historically in trade deals that would mean that this is a beneficial trade deal enough to threaten our allies with tariffs in the very first place. Plus, the imposition of any level of a tariff decreases the level of investment that they are going to do within our country, because it is the case that what's it called, disincentivizes trade if you impose a tariff.
Yeah, from what I understand on the Japan trade deal is they've essentially said they're going to open up their country for our products.
They're going to open up
Like,
our country.
I know Trump's got this big thing with the auto industry, and he's like obsessed with trying to sell American cars. And I agree with the left on one thing: our cars are kind of dog shit. I don't know. I would never drive a Ford. Maybe an Escape.
Okay, what's your point with this? Like, it was already open prior. I'm confused. Are you saying that like we
Japan's very
reduce?
closed off with buying our products. They're going to allow us to sell there now. And we add on an additional 15% tariff, right?
Wait, did they have like a? Did
maintain-
they have
Are
a
we going
limit?
up from 20 to 15?
Did they have a limitation on us selling there?
Yes.
What was the
They don't-
limitation?
They don't allow our goods to be sold in their
First
country,
description,
in
thank
Japan.
you. Can you tell me give me a source for that?
Not off the top of my head,
Would you like to go look up
but
one?
I'm sure I can find it.
I'll give you time to go look up one. In the meantime, while he looks that up, because I can't hear him when he swipes out of the app, when he goes to look it up, I can't hear him until he comes back into the app and he sees me. Make sure to like that stream. Tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, again, like that stream. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let me get the next person up here to help out this guy. If you do want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. Chunky, thank you so much for the member subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Alabama.
What time is it?
7:42.
Oh, for some reason I thought you were British. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly just I like that he sticks to his word. As far as I know he says he doesn't create wars and stuff has started since he's got into office, but I like the way that he's dealt with the wars going on right now, especially with the which I know Iran was in it with Israel, and I liked how he backed Israel up, which I do feel like Israel is starting to take advantage of that. But I like that he stuck to his word, because I know you're going to say I'm reaching for Biden, and I wasn't. I'm not reaching because also Kamala was still in office. But the pull out of Afghanistan, leaving all the stuff over there, I didn't like that. And I don't know what your take is on that, but
so we didn't leave any stuff there, like in a certain sense. So the stuff that was there.
Well, I mean, as far as
can I please clarify?
And everything. Yes, sorry.
So the stuff that was left there that was U.S. stuff was stuff that we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban. Also, like the pullout was set up by Donald Trump, in which he gave 5,000 members of the Taliban back to the Taliban within that deal. Along with the fact that you brought up like us bombing Iran, and that's not good. That brings us into conflict in the Middle East for no reason, because there's no reason we should be involved in that. Tell me why my tax dollars should go to that. If anything, our tax dollars should continue to go defend Ukraine, a defensive conflict, rather than offensive wars on behalf of Israel.
Sorry, can you repeat that? It kind of lagged out on me. Not all of it, just that end part.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, so it was specifically that, like, if you want to be spending money, right, how about you do it in defense of Ukraine rather than doing it in offense in support of, like, Israel's offensive and occupational forces?
Well, I understand that, but on the defense of Iran, they were bombing our ally Israel, and they're also trying to generate nuclear power, and obviously we can't have that because Iran, historically speaking, has been very aggressive over in the Middle East, and it's just safer for everybody if they don't.
According to what measure were they more aggressive than the United States or Israel?
I mean, they're just based off their religion and everything. I mean, they're literally taught if you don't believe what they believe, they have to die. So they'll, like, suicide bombers, and they have to kill you if you don't believe what they believe, and especially
okay.
It seems like they mainly target Christians, but
okay. So it's because of these particular norms that you have in placing on top of Iran. One, in terms of it being based on their religion, you know that also, right? Like Israel is based on religion as well. Like in terms of like its influence over its government, there's huge religious influence over Israel's government. There's huge religious influence over our government, especially from your side.
yes, but they're not out murdering people for their religion. That's the difference. Their defense, if they're not going to attack somebody because they don't believe what they believe.
One, we could say yes, they are. Two, as it relates to this, the defense, the one thing that you need to acknowledge is in terms of the nuclear peace agreement as well, is that we had 24/7 surveillance on the nuclear arsenal of Iran, and Donald Trump pulled us out of that agreement. Why did he do that?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That's one thing I can't see. I'm not like a full mega. I just agree more with him than I do with anyone else that's currently trying to run. There's certain things I will say that I don't agree with. I just agree with him more than most.
Yeah, but like originally what led to this happening is Donald Trump. So it seems like he was the actual cause of this and that the Democrats already had something in place for that. It looks like the Democrats' way is preferable to Trump's way too. Because Trump's literally going to do something that could lead to like ongoing war in the long run and only set them back 3 months.
I don't understand why Trump kind of like dick rides Israel, but the Bible says that you must protect Israel. But like
Oh, look at
Israel
that.
made its own name,
You
right?
see
And
how
like,
he just you see how the other guest just proved my point to
Yeah.
Trey. Like Trey, you see how he did that?
do I think that we test our systems and our missile defense system with the Iron Dome project? Yeah. So I see the benefits there, and I see the benefits of us having ears in the Middle East.
Okay.
So
The thing,
I
what I'm,
honestly
what I
think
think
So to
it's not
clarify,
right.
you support Israel's offensive conflicts in the Middle East, right?
I did not
Because it is
say
the
that.
case that your Bible says to defend Israel.
I did. Are you talking to me or him?
You.
I do not defend the random strikes that Israel struck on Iran and Syria, and I did not, and I never said I defended Donald Trump on his plan to support them in it. I never agreed with that.
Okay, so you don't.
No, but I'm definitely, yeah. I don't know. It's just one of the things you have to take when it comes to presidency. Like, they make decisions, you disagree with them sometimes. I
Okay.
just think someone's in his ear
I
about
don't
it.
think
and it
it's
seems we
right.
don't know.
I do not think it's right for a government to be ran so strongly on religion. But the morality of it is they're not over there murdering people based off their religion. And that,
And I
I mean,
do
that's
understand
that's
That it
that's
was
where I
based
stand
upon a
on it.
notion of religion, and
I copied the link. I
absolutely,
couldn't put it in the chat, though.
and absolutely, that's something ingrained into, especially the right wing in America, in terms of their perspective on the matter. That because it says in the Bible to defend Israel, that or those who bless Israel will be blessed themselves. People specifically think that like there has to be some sort of American Israel expansionism, right? Which I think is ridiculous and insane. And I think that using that sort of religious influence in order to like literally engage in conflict in the Middle East even
It's not
longer than we
ridiculous,
already have
it's
is fucking
insane.
nuts. Oh, there he got violation for hate speech or sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. Trey, you there?
Yeah, sorry.
You were saying?
I kind of forgot where I was at. I'll go let you get to the next person, but
For sure.
appreciate you having me.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Really? What the fuck? That's nuts. Let me say thank you to some people real quick. By the way, I am so far behind again. Serena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Blair with the $10. Thank you, Jennifer with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Blair with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Blair. Leo with the $10. Brooklyn with the $5. Jamie with the $5. John with the $25. Thank you so much. Sydney with the dollar. I appreciate it. Kirsten, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kathy with the $5. Emily, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I actually don't deal with that, so I actually wouldn't know, to be totally honest, Emily. And then Dean just sent me this. Apparently, there is a tsunami advisory for the West Coast, including all of LA County. What the fuck? Chat, can someone tell me what's going on there? I'm Pierre. What's going on? Tsunami advisory. For when is it supposed to be? Tsunami alerts triggered for Hawaii, Alaska after a massive 8.0 quake strikes off Russia. Where is it supposed to be? Oh my gosh. When is it supposed to be? I don't know how far it's supposed to go. Okay, well, I'll figure it out. That's a bit terrifying because I've never dealt with one out here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Well, I guess just
Right, what's your birth year?
like 04,
04? Okay. And what month?
October
And you said you're how old?
20.
Okay. Silent, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Silent. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would probably say, like, well, I just have like whatever's on my girlfriend's playlist. I think I've said it before in the past. I'd have to read off all of the stuff, but
Are you talking to me?
no, I'm talking to the chat. It's
Oh, my
just
bad. I was
whatever's on my
confused.
girlfriend's playlist. Yeah. So why do you support Donald Trump? Oh, you said 21. You're wrong, buddy.
What?
Yeah, I thought I heard 21 as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I don't know. I just like what he's doing with the immigrants.
He said 20. He didn't lie. You know what? If he did say 20, and anyone who said he said 21, I would like want banned. Like, that's so annoying. He said 21 before. Dude, the chat is like, I can't do this, dude. Half the chat.
He said 21.
Dude, I don't.
He
It's
definitely
really-
said 21.
Okay, I know. Listen,
Definitely
myself.
said 21.
Okay.
Well, I guess just
Right, what's your birth year?
like 04.
04? Okay. That's a bit terrifying because I've never dealt with one out here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right. All right. You were saying how old are you?
I'm 20.
And what's your birth year?
05.
And what month?
January.
January 05? You'd be.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
So I felt there was too much, like, that's mainly just the city I live in. I felt like there was way too many immigrants. Like, okay, that's gonna sound racist, but like anywhere that I went, they were everywhere, man. They were everywhere.
What's wrong with immigrants?
Well, it's just like, it makes me feel kind of like why am I in United States if every single place I go, it's just everyone's speaking Spanish, everyone's doing this, doing
I'm sorry.
that.
I'm sorry. Everywhere you go, people are not speaking Spanish. One.
No, they
And
were,
two, why
like,
would that
for
be
a
a bad
bit.
thing?
Well, it's not a bad thing, but I just
Dude,
like,
wait. If everyone's speaking Spanish where you live, that's just where you live, dude. What's wrong with that?
well, yeah, but I mean, that's kind of why I moved away. But
What's wrong with people speaking Spanish? Why'd you move
I
away
don't know,
because
it
people
just-
speak Spanish? Like, what the hell?
no, like they say it in such like they speak it, and I don't understand it, and that's not fair. Like they're allowed to speak a different language. in
What do
my
you mean
country.
it's not fair, dude? Like, dude, for example, my girlfriend is Mexican, right? She speaks Spanish
Okay.
with her parents all the time. I don't understand everything about Spanish, right? So there's some things I don't understand. Is that unfair?
You don't feel like excluded because you don't understand what they're talking about? Like, no?
No, I don't feel excluded.
Like, what I'm trying to say here is like, you think it's fair. Like, if you went to a different country, that's understandable. But as long as
If
you
you
go,
want to understand so badly, how about you learn Spanish? What's wrong with learning Spanish?
because I shouldn't have to. I'm in the United States.
I'm not saying you have to. No one said you have to.
Well, true, but I shouldn't have to, and I shouldn't.
No one
be
said you have
feeling
to.
like I
You don't
to.
have. You don't have to.
Exactly. So that's
then,
the problem.
So then, what are you complaining about?
It's not fair.
What's not fair? Chunky, thank you so much
Like
for
the
$5.
fact that they can come, if I go to a different country and start speaking all these type of languages, like what the hell are they gonna feel?
You can speak English in different countries.
Well, true, but most of those are similar to English, but Spanish is just straight gibberish. I mean,
Spanish is not gibberish. What are you talking about?
I mean, you have to take a class
Why
to
would you say
understand it.
that?
It's
That's like
pretty
really
much-
fucking weird, dude. Why would you say it's straight gibberish?
I'm sorry, that came off wrong. That came off
Okay.
wrong. That's my bad.
So you just don't understand. You're just mad that you don't understand the language. Go learn it then.
Well,
Otherwise,
it's not
stop
just
stop
about
complaining.
that.
What's wrong with
It's
people
not.
speaking Spanish in the country? I think that's ridiculous that you're complaining about that.
Yeah, it's not just about that, but it's also like what he's doing about our taxes and stuff. Like I like
No,
how
don't just like walk over that. Do you think that people should be denaturalized to speak Spanish in this country?
no, I just think that they don't belong here.
Oh, what makes you think they don't belong here?
Well, I mean, they're not from here. Like
What do you mean they're not from here?
they're not from here. They're
Wait,
from a different...
regardless, so what's wrong with people immigrating to the country?
Well, I mean, if they have a passport and they're certified here,
If they're
I mean, that's
legally in the
no problem
country,
with
you
me.
said you don't
Yeah.
want them here. You said you what?
No, if they're legally in the country, I don't mind. But I'm saying the
But they don't
immigrants is
speak
what I was talking
English.
about. The immigrants don't speak English.
Well, I'm giving you specific circumstance where someone doesn't speak English, so they speak Spanish, and they're legally in the country. In that circumstance, are you saying they should be denaturalized?
No, I mean that's out of the top 1% that are fine there. But
So you're totally okay with that?
I mean, yeah.
Why did
To
it
be
take
honest, I
you a
feel like
second
it's-
to say yeah?
Well, I feel like you're kind of like putting this on me in like a way that I'm saying something insane when a lot
You
of
should
people.
easily be able to say that, like, regardless of what language someone speaks, they should be able to be in this country.
I mean, true. It's not just about their language. I mean, it's. I'm gonna pause there, but.
What is it about? Tell me. Dude, I got another flag, bro. I'm so annoyed. You got kicked too. Fucking absolute bigot, dude. I can't do this. The fucking bans, I'm 20 minutes in, and I already have 2 flags, chat. I've already got 2 flags. Everyone, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. We're going to hit another restart. I can't do this. This is so annoying to deal with. I don't know why I keep having to deal with this. It's really getting frustrating to deal with. Please go follow me on YouTube. I don't want to have to keep hitting this restart, but like I don't know what else I can do. I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be right back. Give me a second, everyone. Literally go. I promise. I think you should go over to my YouTube. It's so much better. YouTube is Parker. Get a job. Alrighty. I'm so annoyed. Let's go and see if we can get it going for this one again. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Coral, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I live in Miami and do not speak Spanish, but I've learned enough. It's not hard and definitely not gibberish. Exactly. It is really not. I think that's incredibly fucking rude to say that. Like, that guy was so fucking gross. Alrighty. We're going to start debating people here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Give it a second. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. How many likes are we at here on YouTube, everybody? Let me catch up with the donos. Again, Coral with the $20. I appreciate it. Nino with the $5. Thank you so much. Jiggy, I really appreciate the $5. Silent with the $10. Thank you. And Chunky, I really appreciate the $5. As well as Harley. Thank you for the $2. Jerome with the $5. Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. As well as Osiris, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Osiris. I really appreciate it. You can some W's for Osiris in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Osiris. W's for Osiris in the comment section right now. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. We have 1.3 thousand likes. Try to get to 2,000, everybody. For the 3.6 thousand people on YouTube, make sure to do that. Let's add up another person here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Morgan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Morgan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Morgan in the comment section right now, as well as Libby. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. I grew up in a house of 3 languages and only learned 2 of them. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alpha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Absolutely. It's ridiculous. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up, Haldy?
Yo, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
December.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
I think he's very good with like the immigrants and stuff like that. I think he's gonna make things a lot cheaper, and overall more like I don't completely agree with him morally, but I think he's better than the other options.
Okay. You said he's gonna make things cheaper. How is he gonna make things cheaper?
Well, I feel like it was cheaper last time, and then it went up when Joe Biden was president. So I feel like it'll get cheaper naturally.
Okay,
'Cause
so
that's what he did last
because prices went up under Biden's administration, you blame Biden. Okay, so just because
Yeah.
something happens under administration doesn't mean it's caused by the administration. That's called a correlation causation fallacy. If we want to look at Trump's first administration, he net lost jobs. There was a net increase in unemployment, and there was 14.8% unemployment under his administration at the peak. Do you blame those sets of conditions on Trump?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, you do. You blame Trump for the most unemployment since the Great Depression. You blame Trump for literally
Nah,
causing
man,
there to be
wait.
less jobs.
No, I don't.
Okay, so then, obviously, just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by that administration, right?
Yeah, that's true. But like, yeah, I just think he's better overall, man. I think he's bringing more to the table.
And what is he bringing to the table?
Well, he's definitely cutting down on illegal immigrants, which I don't have a problem with. Like people like that's been here that came legally, but the ones that came illegally, I think, gotta go.
Okay, I have a question. If we were in the universe with Superman, would you deport Superman?
Wait, what?
Yeah, if we were in the universe with Superman, would you deport Superman?
I don't know.
I'm just asking you.
Why would I?
He's in the
why would
country.
I know
He
that?
never got documentation. He never came legally. Would you deport him?
Bro, my man Superman isn't like real though, dude. He's not real.
Yeah, we're asking you a hypothetical, dude.
So you're asking if I would deport Superman?
Yeah.
Nah, cause he cleans up a lot of the crime type stuff.
Okay, so because he reduces the crime rate. Okay, do you know that undocumented immigrants also reduce the crime rate? Because if there's a greater population of undocumented immigrants and they commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, violent crime, drug crime, and property crime, right, is the case that they actually reduce the crime rate. So the same reason why you said you wouldn't deport Superman is the same reason why you shouldn't deport undocumented immigrants, seemingly.
Like it's not more about what they do. I'm sure they contribute, but if you have a country where anyone can come in, doesn't make sense. Like no other country does that.
Okay, but like you understand the point is that like you were saying if there are certain benefits, you're okay with if him come to the country undocumented, without documentation, and you wouldn't deport him.
Ah man, because he's Superman.
I know,
That's
right?
different.
I know, right?
That
Because
dude
he's
can
not a
sa-
harm to the safety and the security of the country, and he's going to
Yeah, but he
benefit the
also, like,
country.
saved
And if
everyone,
he's not
bro.
a harm to the country, and he's going to benefit the country, well, that's also true for undocumented immigrants. Well, then we should allow them to stay, given that they haven't committed violent crime or bad crime.
I feel that. I just feel like we gotta have boundaries, you know.
Yeah, and we do have boundaries when we say that we wouldn't allow people
Do
in
you
the
think?
country
Wait,
if they have
do you
committed
think
violent crimes or bad crimes insofar as they should be deported.
do you think anyone should be allowed in the country?
Don't think anyone? No.
Illegally.
If
You
you've
think
committed
anyone can just walk in?
if you've committed a violent crime or a bad crime, or insofar as that you should be deported, I think in those circumstances, given that you're going to be put in a prison in another country, you should be deported. But
Okay, so-
those are specifically conditions in which they have committed violent crimes or bad crimes insofar as they should be deported.
But why don't they just get in legally? Why don't we just get them all in legally?
Well, if they came to the country undocumented, I would understand because our current process takes too long for people to get into the country legally. Right? It takes 5 to 7 years on average, and oftentimes $10,000 plus.
So, do you think those rules should apply for like every country?
Well, I mean, I agree that this is the best immigration policy. So any country I would be advocating for changing their policy, I would say that this is the policy they should have.
So, like, so I'm assuming you disagree with Trump's morals, correct?
You disagree with Trump's morals?
I
Yeah.
would assume that you do, right?
Yeah, of course.
And
So do you.
think
At least you should.
well, I mean, I'm not. I don't think he's perfect, but some of the Democrats don't have good morals either.
Okay.
Like a lot of them.
What good
actually.
morals does Donald Trump have?
He's Christian. That's a great moral to have.
So is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
And I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just saying all of these politicians have done bad stuff, man. It's not just like
Nope.
like,
Kamala Harris
I don't
was
really
never
think
held
he's
civilly
talking
liable of sexually abusing a woman. Kamala Harris
Yeah, but
never
how come you
bragged
never
about
talk
walking
about
into the
Bill
changing rooms
Clinton?
of girls in Miss USA
How come you never
because,
talk about Bill Clinton?
because Bill Clinton's not the candidate for president.
Yeah, but you never bring up his faults. Like he was a terrible human being. Same with Joe Biden. He showered with his 13-year-old daughter.
One, age wasn't specified. Two, the diary wasn't confirmed in terms of the contents because it was literally stolen and then bought by a right-wing think tank. She said that there were things that were literally lied about in terms of Joe Biden and in terms of people who were close to her. So like their contents have been not verified.
Okay, well, so you think he's all morally bad? You don't think he does anything good morally?
I think that Donald Trump is a morally reprehensible individual, disgusting, and should never be president of the United States. Do you agree? I mean, because he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, bro.
And
So-
do you support
so-
this guy?
I don't support that stuff.
Would you vote for him still?
I mean, out of the options, yes. Out of the options, yes.
So then don't act like you're like thinking that's so morally wrong. I mean, you still are willing to vote for him.
Oh.
And you can't even mention one thing about Kamala Harris that you'd consider so bad as insofar as you wouldn't vote for her.
Well, at the end of the day, she supports some things I don't really mess with, man.
Like what?
Like women or like men being able to go in women's restrooms. Women being able to
So to clarify,
compete in men's
if Donald
sports.
Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of people without their consent, of women without their consent, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
No, I don't mess with that stuff.
Would you say you wouldn't support him or vote for him?
No, because at the end of the day, all of these
Okay,
politicians
well,
have done something bad like that.
Well, so you would still vote for him?
Yes, because
Okay, so you don't care about men going into the changing rooms of women?
okay, yes,
Because you
I
voted,
do.
you do? Okay, so
I
if Donald
don't
Trump did
like
this, you
that
wouldn't
at all.
vote for him, right?
If Donald Trump allowed that to happen, like he made it verbally known that he was okay with that, or if he actually did it.
If Donald Trump bragged about doing this, yes, and he actually did it.
No, I wouldn't. I would still vote for him, but
You'd
I
still
wouldn't- I
vote for
don't-
him?
Yes, because first of all, why do you take everything he says like as fact? Like he just has done everything. His personality has shown that he says things that are out of pocket
Obligation
sometimes.
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting
Bro.
dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Well, do you think? So you think he's a pedophile or something?
Yeah, actually. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, and there was an 18-year-old that came out that said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
Okay, so regardless, do you think that when it comes to our country, we should focus more on morals or what they're actually doing for the country? Because there's tons of people that apparently have good
If Donald
morals, but
Trump
what
was
they
on
do-
the Epstein client list, would you still vote for him?
like that he actually did stuff to people.
Yeah, if he was on the Epstein client
I
list.
don't know. He didn't. No one said he did anything.
Okay,
though.
if Donald Trump was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you support him?
No, I would not. Which he
So
has not been.
look up Trump liable essay AP News. He has absolutely been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating
Well-
E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will amongst a jury of 9 people unanimously.
Well, do you think that?
So do you still support him, given that this information is true?
Do you think for our country's leader?
Do you still
morals
support
are
him,
what-
given that this information is true?
Do I support Donald Trump, his morals, or what he does for the
Do
country?
you
I what he
support?
does for the
Would you
country.
still vote for him, given that this information is true?
Yes, dude. Like I'm not.
So you
okay,
see,
my whole
how
point-
like you're not willing to
Okay.
support it if you don't know it's Donald
Can I-
Trump.
can
But
I
if I
say my
show you
point?
that it's Donald Trump, then you're like, oh, I'm totally okay with it. You're a cult member. You're a
Wait, why did
cultist.
you just mimic me? Why did you just mimic me like that?
What?
Why'd you just mimic me with that high pitched voice?
Oh, I always do that when I mimic people.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. Anyway, I got a question though. So when picking a president, right? Do you want them based off morals more, or based off what they actually are gonna do for the country?
Both.
So you don't pick one over the other. So just because
I think both of them are interrelated.
yeah. So if someone's a nice guy, but they don't do crap for the actual human beings of the country, you're okay with that?
No.
Okay, then. Well, that's my
I don't
point. You
think
can
I
still-
don't think that they're a good moral person if they do nothing for the country.
So do you think that Trump supporters are manipulated, or do you think they're actually all like really bad human beings?
I think a lot of people who are Trump supporters are manipulated and misinformed. But yeah, a lot of Trump supporters are bad people.
And I'm assuming that
You fall more
don't
into the
mess with-
you fall more into the brainwashed portion, which is
Oh,
under
I-
the
I do.
misinformed. But
Yeah. Well, so you don't mess with Roe v. Wade either, right?
I think Roe versus Wade was good.
You don't mess with it being like removed though, or whatever.
Yeah, I
happened.
disagree with it being overturned
Okay, so why is that?
because it led to disastrous impacts. There are women who have been assaulted who have restricted access in this country, women who have died because they have restricted access to abortion in this country, and there are literally people who have had family members where their bodies have been forced against the family's will, right, to be used as incubators by the state, right? And by the time they got to the point where the fetus was viable, they then used them as an incubator and harvested, right, the baby from their dead body. Look up Adriana Smith.
Well, I'm sure there's examples of bad stuff on both sides, not just one, right? 'Cause it seems like
That's
the only
because
thing
of
that-
Donald Trump overturning Roe versus Wade. Because he put people in the Supreme
did
Court
Joe
with the
Biden do
explicit reason of
anything
overturning
bad?
Roe versus Wade. What's up?
Did Joe Biden do anything bad?
Yeah, Joe Biden did bad things. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, so that's my whole point. None of them are perfect. I mean,
Joe
I
Biden
don't
did.
think-
Joe Biden didn't do as much in terms of bad things as much as Trump did.
You think Trump's like the worst? Like,
And why do you have to?
president
Why do
ever?
you have to keep going back to Joe Biden? Why does no one talk about Kamala Harris? You're gonna
Because
talk about someone.
okay, I can talk about anyone else, but if you're bringing up,
If you're going to go back to previous candidates, talk about Kamala Harris.
okay, why is that? Why would I? She wasn't even ever president.
She was the
Why would I
candidate
be-
for president.
Yeah, but she didn't even was close to winning at all.
Yes, she was.
No, she wasn't. She got destroyed.
Okay, well, did Trump get destroyed in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, because
And
there
it
was
was-
there was
and it
a
was
bigger
completely
margin
fair.
of there was
It
a
was
bigger margin of
completely
loss
fair.
in the 2020 election than there was in the 2024.
And it was completely fair. No one cheated. I'm not saying any of that, but I'm just saying.
Donald Trump still
Kamala
says
won.
that to this day. Kamala.
Bro, I'm not his number one glazer, bro. I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah, you are. You're a cult member. You literally said.
How
Wait.
am I a cult member?
Yeah, because I literally showed you that Donald Trump was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. After you said that you wouldn't support someone who was who specifically has done those things, and you still said you supported him after.
Well, like.
So like you're a cult member. You're absolutely a cult member.
Oh, yeah, I'm not.
Because when you didn't know it was related to Donald Trump, you're like, oh, I'm not going to support that. But you do know it was related to Donald Trump. Then you're like, oh, okay, I
No,
support
I
it.
did.
Cult member.
Okay, but you missed my key point. I said that I care more about what they're going to do for the country rather than their moral, whatever the moral thing. 'cause
Okay,
your
okay.
true
If
morals
Donald
show-
Trump was on the client list, would you still vote for him?
Yes. I've said this. You're not going to get me in a gotcha moment.
If
because-
Donald Trump was
oh
on the
my gosh,
Epstein
oh my gosh,
client
I'm not-
list, you'd still vote for him.
Bro, yes, I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris or whoever else is the
Kamala.
option. bro.
Jesus Christ. So if Donald Trump was literally engaging in sex trafficking children, you'd still support him.
Bro, did you vote for Joe Biden? He showered with his daughter, bro.
Okay, so again,
You
right?
voted for Joe Biden. He showered with his daughter.
This is actually disgusting to make a comparison. You're talking about Donald Trump being on the client list, Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking and raping children, and you compared that to an unverified, in terms of the contents, diary that Ashley Biden said people were misrepresenting and lying about in order to make false accusations about Joe Biden and people that she cares about, right? She said that herself. So the contents itself have been not verified because it was stolen and sold to a right-wing think tank. Okay, that's another thing. And then secondly, there's no age written in there, right? And it's often that parents do, right, literally bathe their children, like when they're very young, to make sure that they're okay. Like, you know that parents do that.
13.
Wait, there's no age. There's no age listed in the
Yes, there was.
No,
She
there wasn't.
admitted
That's
to it.
not true. There was no age
That-
listed.
She admitted to it.
There was no age listed. Even in the contents,
come his
there was no.
daughter said?
Even in the contents, there was no age listed. You just made that up. But why are you using this to deflect away from the fact that you said that you would vote for Donald Trump even if he was on the Epstein client list and he raped and sex trafficked children?
Okay, well, you keep saying
You're a
what
cult
ifs.
member.
None of
This
that
is
stuff
why I
has
say that
ever
you're a
happened.
cult member, because you would support
But
Donald
none of
Trump
that stuff
even
ever
if he fucking
happened.
raped children and sex trafficked them.
Okay, well, so
Do you
so
hear
did that
yourself
happen?
right
No, it
now?
didn't.
This guy does
That
not
didn't
hear
even
himself.
happen,
It's
though.
normal in his head. It's disgusting.
No, it's not. You think I would do that to someone? Hell no.
No, you said you would still vote for Donald Trump even if he were on the client list and he raped and sex trafficked children.
Well, he didn't, so I don't gotta worry.
No,
about
but
it.
you would vote for him if that was true, right?
What ifs don't matter, bro.
Oh wait, if
'Cause
that was
it's not-
if
most
that
of your-
if that
bro,
was
earlier you just brought up, bro. You're earlier.
if that was true, would you still vote for him? If that was true, would you still
Earlier-
vote for him?
Yes. But guess what? You literally.
This is literally a cult member. If you would support Donald Trump if he were on the client list of Epstein to go to the island to rape and sex traffic children, you are not only a cultist, but you should be sent to fucking prison. Unironically.
Hey, dude,
I'm not trolling,
that's
dude.
messed up.
If you support pedophiles who rape children, absolutely. That's fucking disgusting, dude. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. What the hell?
Did you
There's
ask-
no way you
did you
actually just
ask-
said that. There's no way you actually just said that. If you want to protect pedophiles and you support
Dude,
pedophiles
okay,
who
whoa,
rape children,
whoa.
yes, you should absolutely not be able to do that shit. Now, I mean, I don't know if I'd put you in fucking prison, but I don't think you should have free speech.
Wait.
I don't think you should have free speech rights. I think that should be totally limited. Like, that's fucking disgusting. The only reason I'm responding to
ask
this
you a question?
is because in society, there are cult members like you that exist that are willing to fucking say such a poor, disgusting
can I
shit.
get some clarification, please?
Yeah, go ahead
Really
and try
quick?
and clarify your disgusting ass.
Okay.
We should totally have a fucking a warrant to go check out your fucking your hard drives. That is
Why are you getting so-
disgusting.
Wait, why are you getting
Check
so
this
mad?
guy. Check this guy's hard drives because you just said you would vote for Trump if he literally were on the client list and raped children with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What? Oh, any normal human would respond the way I'm responding right now. Don't act like I'm the insane one. Stop gaslighting me, you fucking insane person.
I'm not gaslighting.
You are totally gaslighting me.
I just asked for clarification.
Yeah, go ahead, clarify.
So did you mean on the list itself, because it's already been proven that he was somewhat on the like logs or whatever, or did you mean that there's a case saying he raped people? Those are two different things.
I specifically said that he was on the, like, would you support him if he were
Hell
on?
no.
I haven't even said it yet.
I thought you were talking about the logs.
I haven't even said it yet.
I know what you're gonna say. No, I would not support him if he did anything like that, like a court thing. But him being on the logs doesn't mean he did that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm kicking this guy, dude. Holy change, holy backtrack. Holy backtrack. That was diabolical. He doubled down to multiple times and now he's backtracking. Cecilia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Mona, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. It was totally, yeah. Like I will never think back on that crash out and be like, I shouldn't have done that. That was an insane person. Chunky, thank you for the $10. That was ridiculous. That was like full blown cult. That was full blown cult support. Push the hand art. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Sonny. I really appreciate it. What's your birth year?
2000.
Dude, that's MAGA math right there. That's MAGA math. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. For the 3.7 thousand people, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Should get to 500,000 likes. Make sure to subscribe if you're on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. We're on the route to 300,000 subscribers, everyone. We're just got over 200K. I appreciate everyone so fucking much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Mackenzie, think of the dollar. Thank you. I know, it's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 30.
Do you support
30
Donald
years
Trump?
old. That's why I joined because it kind of sounds like I'm not supposed.
It kind of sounds like you don't support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Osiris, thank you for the $50. Thank you for kicking him, lol. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Osiris, thank you so much. Give me some W's for Osiris in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 13.
Do you support Donald Trump? Oh,
Yes.
13?
Yes.
You had to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. That person did not sound 13. Oh, live access suspended. For misinformation? Damn, it's a week, too. Can I submit the appeal? There we go. It submitted the appeal, at least. We'll go to my third account. Dude, this is why people should go to YouTube. This is why YouTube is so much better. I never at all have to worry about getting banned on YouTube like that. Like, that's unbelievable. I know some people do have to worry about monetization, like being taken away on YouTube, but I don't think I say anything that will get my fucking monetization taken away, right? But yeah, that would be really brutal. What's good though, everyone? What's good though on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. What happened? TikTok banned me. TikTok banned me. In the meantime, while everything's loading in, give me literally like 15 seconds. I just need to turn on the AC. Oh shit. What's up, everyone? What's good? Emily, think of the $5. It gets so hot up here. It's just in my room because I have carpet in my room, where I have my setup. It just like it's so hot in here. I'm like sweating. Alrighty, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream for the 4,200 people here. Make sure to do that. Make sure to do that. It's because I'm running my my like all these lights, and it's carpet. What happened? I got banned. I got banned. TikTok took me down for misinfo, apparently. So. A little bit unfortunate. A little bit unfortunate. If you're on YouTube, again, make sure to like that stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. 4.2 thousand is absolutely nuts. So I appreciate everyone so much. I appreciate everyone. We're going to get some debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's
Yeah,
up,
you're
how
right,
old
mate. 18, mate.
What state do you live in?
June 20. I'm actually from the UK.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody, for people who live in the United States. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
59.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why is that?
His policies. By the way, I saw you on the with Jordan Peterson. You actually did pretty good.
Thank you. So, what policy of Trump's do you support?
The trade policies, mostly that goes back to early 2000s when I was against a lot of the trade deals that were in the late 90s. So it's basically that losing American manufacturing overseas. Not that we would lose some. It's just kind of we didn't keep enough, right?
Okay. So here would be a few points I would have here. In terms of trade policy and manufacturing, one, he went against his original trade policy that he established in his first administration through the USMCA, which is a redoing of NAFTA. So apparently his trade policy wasn't good to his own standards because he decided to go against it and impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico after they mitigated tariffs specifically under the USMCA. Secondly, in terms of manufacturing investment, under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a massive increase in manufacturing investment in the United States, accounting for inflation. But under the Trump administration, we saw stagnation, if not a bit of a decrease.
That's true, but you got to give it some time. And as far as like USMCA, I think he just renegotiated a better USMCA was all he was looking for.
But what did we get? We didn't get anything better. I mean, in terms of the amount of people at the border, we got less than what we had under Biden. So what did we get?
Well, it's still in the some of these deals start off kind of slow and then they get once they get into effect and you get everybody in line, they start the benefit right away. It's like planting a tree. It takes a few years for it to produce fruit.
Yeah, I unplugged my mic on accident.
No, that's okay. These things, it's like planting a tree. It takes a few years for the tree to grow before you get fruit. So take a look like the big beautiful bill with the incentive for American cars. That's going to spur American jobs, manufacturing jobs, incentivizing it really.
Oh, okay. So I understand that you're saying that, but real manufacturing didn't increase under Trump's administration. One, two, as it relates to this, what it actually led to was a decrease in real median wages and a decrease in real GDP after several quarters of real GDP growth and real median wage growth under the Biden-Harris.
Well, that's true, but that's all true, but you had the pandemic that put a big hit in the economy. So that would have happened to anybody. So, I mean, we'll see what happens now.
That wouldn't have happened to everybody because, again, Joe Biden changed that. Because of the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
To Joe Biden's credit, he increased tariffs. He didn't take Trump's tariffs off of China. He increased them to his credit, right?
Yeah, those are targeted tariffs. Those are targeted tariffs. He doesn't disagree with targeted tariffs. He disagrees with the universal tariffs that Trump's advocating for.
Yeah, I mean, that's nuance there. But again, if I think Biden understood basically, even though they'll never admit it, right? When your opponent has a good idea, you do it because you see the value in it. You know, where Biden messed up was on the border.
Yeah, what did he do wrong at the border?
Just Trump had that fix, and then he just basically undid it. So then you had massive amounts of unknown people coming in.
So you agree the border was secure at the end of Trump's first administration?
Pretty much. Nothing's perfect.
Okay, so then did you know that there were actually higher levels of border crossings on a daily average at the end of Trump's first administration compared to the end of Biden's administration? So given that that's true, you clearly would say that there was a more secure border at the end of Biden's administration comparative to the end of Trump's, meaning that there was a secure border at the end of Biden's that Trump inherited.
I think you're cherry picking. I think if you look at the numbers overall, you're pretty good. By the way, I saw you debate before, and I told my wife, if any dude could take on Jordan, I love Jordan Peterson, it was you, and actually you did pretty good. So anyway, I think you're cherry picking the numbers. I think you're really good at debating because you know facts and figures.
Can I explain to you why there's a reason for why I'm doing that, though? There's a reason for why I'm specifically picking the end of the administration. because it's when Biden put in his policy already, and it's when Trump put in his policy already. And it is the case that at that point, there was lower levels under the Biden-Harris administration, yet people think for some reason that it was open at the end of Biden's administration, but it wasn't open at the end of Trump's administration. So it would logically entail that the end of Trump's administration it was open, or at the end of Biden's administration it was secure, meaning that Trump already inherited a secure economy or secure border. So it's like then Trump didn't cause a secure border. So it's just like it's a really important point to bring up because it goes antithetical to essentially everything Trump supporters say about the border.
So if you look at the height of border crossings, they were pretty high. And where are they at now with Trump in office?
I agree they're lower, but I actually think it's bad.
Why is that?
Because I actually think immigration is a great thing. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration is going to lead to an increase in GDP by $8.9 trillion by 2034.
I actually agree with you, but I just want, you're actually right. And I agree. Immigration's good, but I'd rather have a lot of these people come in that we verify who they are. If America's birth rate's going to dip below the growth rate, then immigration's going to save us, right? So I just want it legal. And we can open the door. We can let more, it doesn't have to be the million a year. We can let more than that come in. But why not vet them, right? So then we don't have all these problems once they're here. You know, give them a piece of paper, let them come in legal.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Anyone who's in the country who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. If you want to open the borders up in terms of allowing more people to come in, right, but still restricting in terms of situations where people have criminal backgrounds, where they've committed violent crimes or bad crimes, I'm totally in agreement with that. And actually, that's the same position I hold. And I think that Trump is doing something antithetical to that. He's undermining due process rights to a greater extent. He's deporting people to a greater extent in terms of proportions who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I mean, Democrats at least had a prioritization where they would deport people to a greater extent who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. So, like, I mean,
Yeah,
I
agree.
think there should be a better process. And I think you agree with me. And I think that neither side necessarily gets us to that point that we're both advocating for. But I think that Democrats get us closer to that point.
Well, I mean, I don't know about Democrats getting us closer but I mean, I agree with everything you previously said. I just disagree that Democrats get us closer. By the way, Trump did go too hard and he's getting pushback. I'm in agriculture and he's getting an earful from agriculture right now. So I think he got the message, but yeah, he did overstep on a few things. So yeah, Matt, you know, which goes against this whole thing that MAGA is a cult, even though there might be a small percentage of MAGA that are cultish. Most of us aren't, because he really got a strong message that he's grabbing people he shouldn't grab. Right? We're all for the criminals, but
I don't think he got that.
Yeah.
I don't
Anyway,
think he got that message. I would love to see where he got that message. Like in terms of what policy.
I could tell you this is all anecdotal. I could tell you there are some farms where these employees were just ripped out of the field off the farm, and I mean that was a few months ago, like a month or two ago, and it stopped now. We're not seeing that anymore. It's all anecdotal. It's just farmer talking to farmer, right?
Nina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Nina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I again think that immigration is an incredibly important thing, and I think you were making a good point in terms of the birth rate declining, means that like immigration is the only way to save us in terms of population growth, and it's actually a necessity and an important thing. Now, Republicans aren't being antithetical to that is incredibly bad. The reason why I say that Democrats are closer to what we are specifically advocating for is because they prioritize deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and they want to make the immigration system go faster. Right, and safer. They're not advocating to not vet people.
Yeah,
they want to vet more people, and I argue that my system and what you advocated for vets more people because people who are in the country undocumented who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes have an actual incentive to go through the vetting process because they'll be able to stay in the country.
And the vetting process needs to be streamlined. When you hear from people that came here legally, it just takes too damn long to do it. It would be better to streamline that process. So then it would be actually cheaper than to deal with a lot of people trying to become legal they cross. But another thing too, though, about the economy is maybe if our economy made it to where Americans could afford to have kids, we would get our birth rate back up.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm advocating
So
for
that
too.
that
That's why we
requires
want to.
American jobs.
So then we want to expand the child tax credit, like Kamala Harris was advocating for, increase people's access to housing affordability by giving them a tax credit to buy their first house. I mean, like those things are Kamala Harris policies.
You know, I guess on the supply side, I think government interference, although for short term, it's a good big.
You are cutting out a lot. I can't really.
And
hear
I
you at all.
think we should. Yeah, I think government sometimes wants to help out with that, and it's okay for short term, but long term government interference hurts the process. I think the housing shortage, we need to let the market work, but we need to streamline things that slow the process of building houses down. I'm from California, and we got CEQA, and CEQA needs to be reformed. There's too many things that slow down building new houses, which increase the costs. And maybe we need to take a look at
It's not just
corporations
it's
like
not just
Blackwater
regulations. Oh,
buying up all the houses.
Okay, so then that's not free market. If you want to limit them from buying and those investing companies and stuff like that to just jacking up the prices, well, then you need to impose regulations. So actually, you are advocating for more regulations.
Well, look, I'm a Republican, and remember who bought in trust bust.
You keep cutting out, bro.
You can get to a part where that I'm for regulations. Yeah, I don't know why I'm going out, but how about now?
It's a little bit better now.
Well, I'm just saying, as a Republican, I supported the trust buster that broke up all the monopolies, Roosevelt. So some regulation's good, right? We don't want unfettered markets with no regulation. We want logical regulation, right? We don't want overburdened regulation, but we don't want none at all. Regulation's good when it's done properly.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then you just would need to be specific with what regulations you're advocating for. Can you name one policy for housing affordability that Donald Trump was advocating for or helping out families?
No, I can't. No, I can't.
So then, like, how are you going to say that he'd be beneficial for that or better than the Democrats would be?
Well, I'm from the state of California where we're dominated by Democrats, and Democrats have the power to reduce regulation here in my state, but they're not doing it.
Okay. You said, wait, so repeat that one more time. Sorry, I was texting my girlfriend.
I live in California where we're dominated by Democrats. They have a supermajority in the governorship, and housing prices are here. We got crazy regulation, and Democrat policy here isn't doing anything to alleviate that the problem here.
Yeah, that's because so many people want to live here, man. But so it's not just it's not just restrictions on building. It's also that there's just so many fucking people that want to live here. So there's multiple different various things that we could point to. And yeah, sure, there are some policies that haven't been effective, but that doesn't mean all policies aren't effective specifically for doing that. Also, the free market hasn't been very effective at decreasing the prices either.
Well, there's disruptions in the free market, but you have to say our population.
Name somewhere that the free market works so well that housing is so great.
There is none right now. Probably in the past, right?
And
so
I think that we have better standards for housing now. If you're going to compare to like such times in the past. Amy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of different factors, so it's not just one. But I mean, right now, there seems to be a shortage of houses everywhere. We probably let too many people in the United States, and the housing market didn't keep up.
No, it's not that. It's because of the fact that we just need to incentivize the building of houses in places where people want to live, which is exactly what the tax credit does that Kamala Harris is advocating for.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
well,
you're cutting out,
I
man.
mean,
I'm gonna go to
they
the next
lost. So what
person.
she's
I do appreciate you, man. I'm gonna go on to the next person. There's just a lot of lag. Let's go to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and we will bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm the 13-year-old, but
I'm gonna be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules everyone 18 plus. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, I just want to say, anyone who's in the guest box right now who's not here to debate, who specifically has been up before, if you're not here to debate, I'm gonna start blocking people. Please stop joining the guest box. I specifically say over and over again, do not join the guest box if you do not. I mean, if you don't meet the set of criteria that I'm asking for. So please stop joining in. I am just asking for people to join in only if they do support Donald Trump. Like if they could go back in time, they would vote for him over Kamala Harris. Let's go on to the next person here. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm eating a pork chop, Parker.
Thanks for telling me. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I support Trump because he's one of the best presidents so far in terms of everything.
And what makes you think that?
He just knows how to run a country. There hasn't been any issue with him that I disagree with. There's not one thing I found yet.
You
that I
haven't
disagree
found
with.
one thing that you disagree with. Okay. He said he would date a
so
10-year-old girl in 10 years. Do you disagree with that?
He said in 10 years, so she's 20. 10 plus 10 is 20. So I don't disagree with that one.
Okay, so would
She's
you
20.
be okay with going up to a 5-year-old and saying that you're going to be dating her in 15 years?
5. In 15 years, that's 20, right? No, I'm actually serious because you're not saying in the moment because 5 that would
So
be
is that not grooming behavior? Is that not sexualizing children?
no, that's a PDF. If he said I would date you right now, that would
I
make
can't
him-
hear you. You're covering your microphone.
If he said I would date her right now, I wouldn't support him because that would make him a PDF.
Okay. So, but
But
he
in
said
10
he
years-
said he would date her in 10 years. Yeah.
She's grown then. You can't.
Okay, so you don't think that's grooming?
That's not grooming. Grooming is when you continue to talk to them. Come here, girl. I'm gonna be and like grooming them into until that age.
So
Just
if you had a 10-year-old daughter and a 50-year-old man went up to her and said he's going to be dating her in 10 years, you'd be totally okay with that?
because he wouldn't do it. He's just talking. Like if he's grooming her, I would beat him up.
I'm just asking, like, would you be totally okay with a 50-year-old man doing that to your daughter?
It's all talk, so I wouldn't really. Unless he actually groomed her, then I would.
You'd have no issue?
Unless he groomed her, then I would report him to the police.
So you can't actually respond to that? You would just be like, oh, that's normal.
Because there's people like that in the world. I'm not gonna actually attack him. You're trying to make me look bad, but he's not doing anything.
Okay,
know what I mean?
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Oh, that's another thing. That's another reason why I voted for him because of that civil thing. They try to attack him no matter what. They try to find anything on him, and they took him to court for some millions. She wanted millions.
What was her name?
E. Jean Carroll. I hate that
Okay,
lady.
can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
The book when she wrote it in the book. When
What-
she wrote it in her book.
What book?
She's the author. The book that she wrote.
That's
she wrote
that's
that-
not something submitted as evidence. I'm asking what evidence.
I didn't believe anything she said, so I didn't care about the evidence.
What piece of evidence in the case do you dispute?
There's not one I agree with.
You say you can't say. You can't mention
I
anything in the
believe
case.
him over her.
What year did it happen?
19 something.
Okay, what store?
It was a store. It was like a. I actually knew this one because I was reading in the case. It was some kind of. I'm actually not joking, Parker. I knew it. I
So
was
not
looking
only
up.
do you not know any evidence in the case, anything that was evidence in the case, you don't know
Well,
what
see,
year
I
it
know.
was. You don't know what store it happened in, Bergdorf Goodman, right? It also happened in 1996. So you don't know anything about the case, and yet you know enough
Yes.
to say that you hate E. Jean Carroll? No, you're a grape apologist.
Yes.
You're a disgusting piece of shit. And actually, fuck you, because you're gonna sit here on a fucking live in front of thousands of people, and you're gonna sit here and say you hate a grape victim when you know nothing about the fucking case.
How was he a victim? That's civil, man. You can't be
Again,
saying
you're
stuff like
covering
that.
your mic. I can't hear you, man.
I said, how are you gonna make an accusation like that once it's civil? What you just said is an accusation.
It's not just an
that's very-
accusation. An entire unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people determined that Trump did this. You don't
If that's
believe
a jury,
anything.
though, that's a jury. What do you mean? Where's your proof that he actually did it?
The jury, the fucking civil case itself.
So you're saying there's no innocent people in jail right now? Is that what your point is? Because the jury's not always right. You can't use that as an example.
Really? Because in most circumstances, the jury is accurate. You could say in
There's
some
innocent people
circumstances
right
that
now.
people are innocent, but in most circumstances, it's accurate. So here, let me ask you this question. Basic question. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them be your kid's gym teacher?
The gym teacher, I wouldn't. He actually didn't know, I would not.
If
he actually
no,
did, I wouldn't.
if same standard of evidence is what's applicable to Donald Trump.
No. Criminal. I would only make a petition if it was criminal. I would get him out of
So
his,
do you believe that the criminal case against Donald Trump for the 34 felonies?
the 34 felonies wasn't something that I wouldn't vote for him as a president. It's fake felonies.
So,
If it was actual,
so now, okay. So to clarify, he thinks they're fake felonies. So he doesn't accept the criminal case, but he says that he would accept E. Jean Carroll's case if it were criminal.
Yes.
You liar! You lying piece of shit! You
No.
said you would accept the case if it were criminal, but you don't
No.
accept the criminal
You didn't hear
cases,
me.
and you think that they're fake
Let me
felonies.
hear what I said. Let me explain what I said. I said I would accept it if it was a sexual one. I would take that gym teacher out.
You're
Like,
covering.
this
You
is
can't,
not
you're
a
still you're
serious-
still covering your mic. Secondly, again, you wouldn't accept it if it were criminal because you don't
It's not
accept
a
the criminal
sexual-
case against Donald Trump. You said it were fake felonies.
It's not a sexual felony. If it was,
does,
I would be
it
like, you know
doesn't
what?
matter, right?
No, yes, it does, because those felonies are not.
Wait.
supposed to
What's
stop you.
what's the difference in standard of evidence in terms of a criminal case if it's sexual versus not being sexual?
If it was sexual, if it was criminal, she would take him to criminal court.
There is no
She had
distinction. It's
proof.
the same standard of evidence. It's beyond a reasonable doubt for both of them, dude.
If she was a real victim,
Chunky,
she would
thank
want
you for
him
the
locked.
$5. Thank you.
She would want him locked up. She wouldn't want 85 million if she was a real
Wait,
victim.
So again, she does want him locked up, but it is the case that it's past the statute of limitations for New York, right? The reason why she got millions and millions of dollars is because Donald Trump fucking defamed her. So how about you tell
No,
Donald
you-
Trump to keep his fucking orange mouth shut?
He had
Silent, thank you so much for the
2010.
$10. Thank you, Silent.
He had 08, 09, 2010, 11, 12, all that time to attack the president. But she chose until he ran because she was scared.
It was well after he ran because it is the case that she responded to him defaming her, right? And he defamed her after he ran. Secondly, it is the case that she had family that was alive prior that she didn't want to have to deal with the knowledge that she was assaulted. Okay?
Oh, come on, man. You actually believe that, Parker?
Yes, I do
You're
believe
not
that.
being honest.
Yeah,
You're not being honest. So
I
anybody can come-
absolutely believe that.
So right now, if someone was walking down the road, they came to you and said, "Parker, they said me, Mario did something." Would you believe them? You can't just believe someone just because they say something. If someone came to me, and said-
if a woman that knew you in the past, right, said that
Yeah.
she was sexually assaulted by you, yeah, I'd probably believe her.
you would believe her.
Yeah.
Okay, so if someone come to me right now after this live and said Parker did this, I would say shut up. Parker never did that. I don't trust anything you say. You're a liar. Parker would never hurt anybody. I would defend you because I have no proof.
Yeah, but
I
there would
never let
never
it
there
cross
would
that.
there would never be a circumstance where again someone would do that because it hasn't happened when it relates to me. Right? Again, when it relates to this situation, I'm saying given that there is a credible victim, absolutely I believe a credible victim.
No, because there's people that hate you, and then they might say something about you. I would never trust them.
I
I'm equal.
understand there are people that hate me and would say things, right? But it is
Yeah.
the case that we're referencing a credible victim, right? E. Jean Carroll is a credible victim. And an allegation from
Her
a
ni-
credible victim is something that I would absolutely accept. Now, there are people that have come up on my live that are disingenuous that will just claim things like that on the live because it is the case that they want to respond to me like this because they think that it's somehow a debunk of my argument. Well, they're not credible because they've demonstrated that on the live.
Yeah, that's my point.
E.
That's what
Jean
I'm saying,
Carroll
like-
is absolutely credible and has demonstrated that credibility for decades. Marie, thank you
How
so
is
much
she
for the
credible?
$20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The reason you
I
guys
really appreciate it.
believed
Thank
her-
you. I get you. Thank you
reason
so
you
much,
guys
though,
believed
Marie. I
her-
really appreciate it. Thank you.
the reason why you guys believe her is because you guys hate MAGA and all of us, and you guys don't want us to win the
No,
presidency.
the reason
You
why I
guys
believe her is because she's a credible victim.
What makes her credible? Just because she attacked the president?
Yeah, consistent story throughout multiple decades. She indicated to people around her that she had verified trauma. She has addressed as DNA on it that she specifically said that she would put on the line of Donald Trump giving up his DNA that would have proved that he was at the scene of the crime. He decided not to give up his DNA within that set of time period. The only reason he would do that is if he was fucking guilty. Right? Otherwise, you would get if you specifically were never if you never met her, you would give up your DNA because there's no way that they have your DNA and it would prove that you weren't at the scene of the crime.
I would never give up my DNA. I said that's another red flag.
Yeah, because one, because you're an idiot, and two, because it is the case that you'd probably be guilty. Because you're a grape apologist. You're on the lie being a grape apologist. You don't believe credible victims. She went through the context of a civil court, right? Unanimous decision amongst a jury, and you're sitting here fucking denying it. It's disgusting. It's such a red flag. Honestly, if you deny this is actually such a red flag. Like seriously,
you guys are the red flag. You guys are attacking the president and saying that he did something to that lady. Her name is not even E. Jean Carroll. Look at her name. You can just tell that she was lying.
What about her name? What about her name indicates that she's lying? What the fuck?
It's not even a serious name. That's my point.
What? What does her name? What do you mean she doesn't have a quote unquote serious name? What type of insane dumb shit is that? That's just rage bait, dude. Give me an actual fucking response. There's no way you just said that on the live stream.
No, I'm actually serious. I'm telling you that the lady was not found as credible in the past.
Wait. What indicated that she's not credible?
Because the way that she attacked the president and the timing and everything, it would equal that she was trying to stop him from the presidency.
So because she came out after he ran for president, that somehow makes her not credible?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
He didn't want him to get votes.
So any woman that came out after he became president, you said isn't credible. Here, listen to this. If someone was assaulted by Donald Trump, right, and it is the case that they didn't come out prior because of several different concerns they had, and then they heard that he was running for president of the United States and would realize the level of power that their rapist would have in that particular position, would that be an incentive for the person that was assaulted to come out with their story?
Yes, because of the timing. That's the main issue.
Okay, so I just want to let you know. So again, you don't think that it is the case that just because someone came out after the fact that Donald Trump started running, that would somehow mean that they're not a credible victim?
Yes, because why would they wait? They're just waiting because they're scared.
Many victims, it takes them decades to come out. It's actually typical for victims to take decades to come out. The fact that you're saying this is a reason to dispute the fact that this occurred tells me you know nothing about the set of conditions for when great victims decide to come out.
Parker, I know deep down you agree because
no, I don't. I do not. Wait, I do not agree with you. Do not fucking portray me as if I agree with you. Everything I say on this live is absolutely 100% totally fucking what I believe. Respond to what I say for actually what I believe, and not for some made up fucking version of me created in your head to make yourself feel better about your horrible and disgusting views. No, I do not hold those views. The views I'm telling you on my live right now are the views I have as a person. And I'm saying them on live right now because I care so fucking much about these views and these perspectives that I want other people to realize this about people like Donald Trump, because he's harming this country. He's harming great victims. He's harming people who are assaulted, not just people now. He's harming people in the future who are going to be assaulted in the future, in the condition and the culture that they're going to live in, and whether or not they're fucking believed. And there are people I know in my life that are going to be affected by this. And there are people you know in your life that will be affected by this. Have some compassion, have some empathy, have some understanding that when people are credible victims, you should absolutely fucking believe them. Because especially if you were in that scenario, you'd hope fucking people believed you.
They wouldn't believe me because I'm a man, though. You can't use that example.
And that shouldn't be... Wait. One, that shouldn't be the case. People should believe men who are victims. Right? And the fact that people don't believe men that are victims is also a byproduct of a patriarchal society that disenfranchises men alongside disenfranchising women. And grape culture not only harms women, but it also harms men. So actually what you're describing right now is an element of grape culture that is an aspect of the patriarchy that disenfranchises men as well.
Yeah, exactly. They don't believe us, so why are you attacking me?
So you should be believed. I'm telling you, if you're a credible victim, you should be believed.
But they don't, though. They laugh. If I came out right now, they would laugh at me.
No, you shouldn't be laughed at. I wouldn't laugh at you. I wouldn't laugh at you.
You would believe me?
I would believe you, yes.
Okay, but this, like, your way of thinking, what you just said about believing anybody, it's very dangerous because someday something could happen.
Again, you believe credible victims.
I would not believe them over you, though. I would protect you, Parker. I would not believe a woman that comes and attacks.
And honestly, I'm gonna be totally fucking honest with you. That is a horrible way of thinking. Because this is
So I shouldn't defend you.
so listen to this. I know 100% that would never happen with me, so it would make sense to defend me because that would never happen with me, right? But it is the case that if you apply that same reasoning to other men within society, that inevitably you're going to be protecting rapists, you're going to be protecting men that are in positions that have done horrible and disgusting things, because most people who are accusing individuals, especially in those positions, who are credible victims, are telling the truth. If we talk about people who give charges for particularly like grape, who charge other individuals with grape, right? That in that specific condition, the likelihood of it being false is 2 to 10%. So 90 to 90 to 98% likelihood of it being accurate. And that's just from a charge, let alone the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable amongst a unanimous decision from a jury. So we're not even just talking about an allegation. We're not even just talking about an assertion. There are 26 different women have specifically done that in terms of sexual misconduct with Donald Trump. We're talking about the fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable.
See, that's another thing that I don't agree with. You just said 26. So once one person comes out of the hole, oh my God, yes, 30 years ago, I was walking down the road and Trump grabbed me. Like 20 more people come out of the woodworks. Why can't they come out at the time it happened?
Wait, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know. You don't know anything about this. This did happen. People have been coming out since the 80s. People have been coming out people have been coming out well before Donald Trump was in that particular position. And just because they didn't does not mean that they were not assaulted. There are a lot of people, because of fear and because of a society where people are not believed, they don't come out. You said it right here, right now. You've said it on this live. You said you wouldn't even talk about it because people wouldn't believe you. You showed exactly how the very culture that you're advocating for right now and perpetuating leads to victims not coming out right away. So you're surprised that people don't come out, but you already admitted on this live that you fucking understand it.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
I didn't admit it. I said that they don't believe men, not all victims.
Again, and again, you're saying that you wouldn't show the information or tell people about it because they wouldn't believe you. You showed the very aspect of grape culture that is the very reason why women did not come out right away when it relates to being victims of Donald Trump or victims of Epstein, for example. There are victims of Epstein that didn't come out right away. Do you believe the victims of Epstein?
Epstein, yes. Epstein was incredible.
Okay. So then again, he does believe people if they came out after a period of time. He just doesn't believe people when the person who's the perpetrator of the crime is fucking Donald Trump in orange.
Not all. I said the Epstein files. I believe that. I didn't say they came out after. I believe.
Donald Trump's on the Epstein files multiple times.
No. There's no proof of that. Come on, man.
No. He was briefed months ago that he was on the Epstein files multiple times.
That was a liberal did that. It wasn't a real
No, that was not a liberal that did that. He was briefed multiple times, right? That he is on the list multiple times.
That list, what he wanted the list to be released, but until
he's on the Epstein, he's on the Epstein files. He was briefed. He was on the Epstein files. He's claiming he never had the quote unquote privilege of being on Epstein's island. Wait, do you think it's a privilege? Wait. Oh, do you think it's a privilege to go to an island where they child sex traffic children?
You do know that the island had grown adults. The main part.
Yeah,
of it
Epstein
was
also raped adults. Yes. Epstein also trafficked adults. Yes.
I'm saying adults were having fun over there. They were just drinking.
Having fun doing what? Having fun doing what?
Like, I'm talking about consent.
Having fun doing what?
Drinking, having fun, partying.
On Epstein, doing what on Epstein's island?
They were having fun on there, but not all the time. It wasn't like that. There were some bad parts.
Okay, so I have a question. If you knew that Donald Trump partied on Epstein's island, would you still vote for him?
If he partied on Epstein's island, I would not, because there's a risk that there was kids on there, so I cannot support him. But there's no proof that he was on the island.
Okay, so you said that because there's a risk. If he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, is there a risk that he did it?
There's not a risk because it's civil.
Not a risk. Not a risk. Not a risk. Why was it civil rather than criminal?
Because I think the statute of limitation.
And what are statute limitations?
It's a time period where if it expires, you can't
try the case anymore. So then why are you acting like she didn't want to apply criminal charges?
Because she had, before the statute of limitations, she had time, and she was being dumb.
And
she didn't
again, The reason why she originally brought this case is because Donald Trump defamed her. If Donald Trump never defamed her, she would have never brought this case. That's one thing. Secondly, as it relates to this, in order to be able to prove defamation, she had to prove sexual abuse, which she did prove sexual abuse. Thirdly, as it relates to this, just because a victim doesn't come out right away does not mean that this did not happen to them. You specifically saying because it is the case that that they didn't come out right away, it means it didn't happen to them, is actually incredibly disgusting. And I'm telling you right now that you shouldn't believe that, because in a lot of scenarios, actually most scenarios, victims don't come out right away. I know people where this is true. Okay, so you're saying that
But
they
there
didn't get
was
assaulted is ridiculous to me.
there was no DNA though.
There was
On
DNA
E.G.
on
Carroll.
there was DNA on a dress, right? And it was unidentified male DNA. And Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. And Donald Trump decided not to give up his DNA.
Because they were gonna take the DNA and plant it. They were gonna
Oh,
put it
now you're
as
saying
the-
no. The dress already had unidentified male DNA on it. How
No,
are they
but-
going to plant it on the dress if it is the case that there was already the DNA on the dress? Right? They can't plant DNA that already exists. Like, that makes no sense. Jenny, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's right now in the comment section for Jenny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Hannah said the U.S. Tsunami Warning Center just switched the West Coast from West Coast from a watch to an advisory on the map.
They're
Okay,
specifically
and then
saying like Hawaii needs to be aware.
that's okay. That's definitely scary. That's definitely scary. I hope that you know everyone is okay. That's really scary. Yeah, you were saying then, Mario. You were saying.
Oh yeah, I was saying the DNA evidence. The main reason why I didn't want Trump to submit his DNA is because they were gonna say, "Oh, it was a match." They were gonna do whatever it took to get him under the bus. Like,
Okay, you keep covering your mic. Do everything they could to get him under the bus. They can't. We would have. By the way, if they specifically got his DNA in the context of a civil court to be able to test it, there would be a chain of custody for the DNA, where we'd be able to identify where the DNA was at all points in time. Plus, we could compare it to the DNA that was already tested to be unidentified male DNA already. So we'd make comparisons to the records that already existed. So there would be a complete public or available record for them to have access to about anything that would happen in relation to the DNA. So the fact that you're saying that they would just use it in order to plant stuff is just ridiculous, and shows me that you just have a cult-like mentality that no matter what happens, you're just going to think of an explanation as to how Donald Trump could have been like fake newsed into that scenario and hoaxed into that scenario. Kim, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much,
and
Kim.
another reason. And
Wait,
another
hold
reason
on,
why-
Mario. Can I say something real quick? Hey, so you understand like how the things that you're saying and doing is extremely harmful? Like not just in the sense of you specifically saying that, oh, you have a certain political belief, but the fact that you're sitting here and refuting actual evidence, refuting actual facts about a woman that went through a traumatic event. And then you talk about the fact that Donald Trump has 26 credible accusations of essay, right? I mean, the thing is that when you actually protect great culture, you perpetuate great culture. And for you to sit here and say, "Oh, well, I don't agree with the fact that it was a civil case. Oh, I don't agree with the fact that the evidence wasn't good enough for me." Like you can have your personal beliefs about like politics or whatever, but you sitting here and perpetuating great culture is harmful. The reason why women don't come out and tell people, hey, that this happened to me is because of people like you. Like you're the reason. Like you.
I'm the last person to ever defend a rapist, man. I'm against that.
That's literally what
That's
you're
what
doing
you're
right now.
doing on the live right now. He's the last
No, I'm not-
person to defend a rapist, as he's literally doing so on the very live that we're on right now. I can't believe it, dude.
And then one part that Parker didn't bring up is Donald Trump back in the day that Eugene is accusing him. She wasn't even his type. If you look at the people he used to
Oh, you
Hold on,
disgusting
hold on.
piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean he's not? You literally saying the same fucking bullshit that Trump said. He said, oh, she's quote unquote not his type, therefore he wouldn't have sexually abused her. He mistook her with his ex-wife, you fucking idiot. He mistook her for
Yeah.
his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. Secondly, it is the case to say that you wouldn't sexually abuse someone because they're quote-unquote not your type is a fucking disgusting thing to say in of itself. And thirdly,
Yeah.
she is literally blonde, just like his daughter, and that is his type, so.
And also, I do want to call out, you understand that like sexual abuse is not always about sexual attraction, right? It's a power dynamic. It's the ability to assert yourself onto someone. And the thing about Donald Trump and powerful men, like Mario, how old are you?
I'm 26.
26, cool. So I'm 38, and I remember a time where the actual misogynist culture of America was prevalent, right? It was acceptable for people in the workspace to do things like grab the behinds of like their secretaries. They would grope women, they would talk to women any type of way. It was not only acceptable, but it was encouraged. And so when you talk about someone who is 70 plus, almost 80 years old, who grew up in not only a culture of misogyny, but a place of privilege, a place of wealth, a place of power, when he had the ability to do and have anything that he wanted, and then you actually have someone in front of him that he wanted, like it's a whole thing. That's why, there's plenty of people coming out with, the Me Too movement, right? That was a whole thing. But then you take a look at people like Jeffrey Epstein, you take a look at people like P. Diddy, you take a look at people like Harvey Weinstein. Like there's a long history of people with power abusing that power and exerting their power over victims, not just women, but victims. It's an actual thing. And so understanding that this age of enlightenment where women are more so respected, where women are more so spoken up for, where women actually, don't have to put up with these things, this is new.
Okay, by the way, Mario, in order for us to be able to hear you, you have to come back into the app in order for us to be able to hear you, just letting you know. As well as, Bird, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I do. I see what Santana's saying. I do agree with him about the culture back in the day, the misogyny and all that. And I'm 100% against that. I actually do support people that come out. But the thing is that a lot of people nowadays, they hate on men, so we can't just believe them just because they said it.
Well, it's not that, what's funny though? It's not that people just hate on men. It's that a lot of men have gotten away with doing whatever they wanted for so long. And honestly, the thing about people with privilege, equality to people with privilege feels like oppression. And so men, we have privilege that women don't have, and we've had that for a long time because of the patriarchal system. And now that women are demanding equality, certain men feel like they're being oppressed. And that's all this is. Also, again, we can't hear you if you're out of that.
And Sarah as well. Thank you for the
I agree with
$25. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the main point. That's the main point that I was trying to make. Like, we can't just the women that attack us. We can't really. We need proof. That's what they try to do on the president.
That's not what I
And
said, though, friend.
No, but you said that we should.
Hold on. I want to say this. Sarah, thank you for the $25. They said that my sister was a victim. She's been missing for over 20 years. Alyssa Turney, 17, missing from Phoenix, Arizona. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, I was basically trying to say that we shouldn't take people's word without any credible evidence, because that's how many people can get locked up. We can't do that.
But so on like, what are you building your actual premise off of as far as like false claims?
How do you determine that there's credible evidence? Yeah.
If we have witnesses, DNA,
male DNA, unidentified on a dress that Donald Trump decided not to give up in the multiple years and allotted that he had to give up, that he could have proven that he wasn't at the scene of the crime.
He shouldn't give it up because he had a lot of power at the time, and it still does.
What?
So we shouldn't give it up because
he should give it up because it would prove under his view that he wasn't at the scene of the crime, right?
But then she could have said that it was they did do it consensual or something. So I really don't know. Like, either way, it could go either way.
Oh wait, he
could
said
say-
then they never met.
I'm saying I'm saying it's a hypothetical.
Wait,
It's for
if
DNA.
if they never met, how would they have the DNA on the dress?
No, I'm saying hypothetical.
Yeah, I'm asking you the question. How would they have the DNA on the dress if they never met?
If it's on there,
How would the DNA be on that? How would they? Okay, by the way, if someone you've never met in your life that was in a state you've never been in, right? Or was in an area you've never been in, you've never met them before, right? Would you give up your DNA in that scenario? Absolutely, because you never have met them. There's no way they have your DNA.
Never give up your DNA, Parker. That's a red flag because they're gonna
But-
use. They're gonna.
Wait,
destroy
this guy's ridiculous. This is
No,
like,
But hold on, listen to this though. Like, but hold on, think about it. Donald Trump pays his legal counsel millions of dollars. Like, if it's advantageous for him to do, then they would actually advocate for him to do it. If they thought that there was a chance to overturn any type of possible charges or to prove him innocent, they would have him do it. That's the point. And so I hear you saying, never give up your DNA. But again, Parker has already mentioned the chain of custody. And also, we understand that Donald Trump, whether we like it or not, is one of the most powerful, wealthy, and famous men on the face of the planet. He's not going to get a quote unquote raw deal. Like, if you're gonna actually, accuse a former president at the time of the United States of America, like, you can't just half-ass it. That the reason why Donald Trump has 34 felonies and nothing happened is because he was and is the president. You don't just actually get, a conviction or a ruling against someone with that type of power and wealth without substantial evidence.
They thought that it would stop him from winning, but it didn't because no one believed it. It was the fakest 34 felonies anyone ever saw.
Yeah, that's not
he's-
true.
Again, he's just proving that he wouldn't accept it even if it were in a criminal case. So again, what standard of evidence would you be willing to accept?
I would accept concrete evidence where you
That
know what
being?
here it is. This is the proof that Trump did this, and I'll be like, you know what?
That
Get
had
him out of
that.
office.
The jury indicated that. A unanimous decision from a
The
jury.
jury, I can't believe jury though. Like we need actual evidence.
You don't.
of-
Yeah, the jury determines it based upon evidence.
But
You
jury
didn't-
are
and by the
biased.
way, do you need evidence to dispute it?
No, we shouldn't trust it. We don't need evidence to dispute it. We can't trust it without evidence.
Okay, no, but if it is the case that there's a jury determination, it's most likely accurate. Do you agree?
No, jury. Because a lot of times jury is. There's a lot of innocent people. in jail.
Are juries most likely accurate?
I would say 50 to 60%.
Obviously, juries are more than 50 to 60% accurate. Are you being serious?
You do know that I got picked for jury duty. They just picked anybody. It's not. It's not reliable.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that 40% of jury determinations are inaccurate?
They go by what they see. They weren't there in the moment. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm asking. Do you think that jury determinations are 40% likely to be inaccurate?
I wouldn't say that. I would say
Okay.
maybe 20, 25.
2025. So you're saying that there was an 75, 80% likelihood of this being accurate. So you'd have best reason to believe it to be true, correct?
I only trust it if it's close to 90, like 90 up.
Okay,
But,
so
like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I hate when people throw out numbers without like any type of basis. I mean, 90%. Like, what are you even talking about? But like, this is the thing, Mario. I really want you to lock in on this for me for a second. The United States of America does not like women. Period. Right. And even more than that, the fact that Donald Trump, one of the richest, wealthiest, and white man, was actually held civilly liable for his actions towards a woman, not because she actually accused him, but because of him attacking her and slandering him. Her. He literally attacked her, and to prove her case of slander, she had to prove that he raped her. And she won. And not only did she win, with Donald Trump being back in office as president of the United States of America, He appealed the case, and his appeal was denied. So at the very least, while Donald Trump is in the highest position in the United States of America, they still said, no, you did it. You don't think that, like, there's something there?
There might be something there. I'm not saying 100%.
He's covering his mic. Still can't hear him.
I'm not saying 100%. Can you hear me?
No.
I'm not saying 100% that there's nothing wrong, that he didn't do it. But there's a small chance that he did.
Okay, I'm gonna kick him, dude. He already said 75 to 80% likelihood of jury being accurate, which apparently under his view is a small chance.
Yeah. It's wild, Parker. I mean, like, again, we can debate politics, we can debate policy, we can debate,
dude, Parker, we shouldn't just believe.
We shouldn't debate, we shouldn't support grape culture. That's just the point that I wanted to make.
Literally, point blank, period. That was an example of grape culture to the highest degree. Seriously.
Yeah. Can I say 3 thank yous?
Absolutely.
And then take off. Shirley, thank you for the 10. You're amazing. Who was? I can't see. I can't see who this is because of how I'm looking at it. But someone sent a $8 donation, Canadian. So thank you. And then also Jordan, thank you for the 5. You're a genius. Parker, I'm gonna get out of here and keep listening. I'll be in the chat. I just wanted to come up for a second, so I appreciate you.
Appreciate you as always.
Also, don't let them make you crash out. You got to keep the account, guys. Tap the screen.
Yeah, true.
Send your daily heart me. Do all the wonderful things. Protect this account and protect Parker.
I was gonna be chill today, but like I've had some unhinged people. Yeah.
The reason why I came up is because I saw how like it was needling you, and I was like, all right, let me hop in for a second.
I appreciate you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Thank you. W's for Santana in the comment section right now. Shin, think of the $10 for Hawaii to get to safer ground now. Absolutely. Seriously. Nina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Amy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Cheryl with the $10. I really appreciate it. Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Keegan, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the pound. Thank you. Joni, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. I think I've caught up with everything. Iron, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Amanda, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amanda. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It'll help get out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. We're almost there. I think we're there, like, practically right now. Let me check real quick. I think we're practically to 2,000 right now. Oh, we just hit 2,000. Let's try to get to 3,000 now, everyone. 3,000. We have almost 4,000 people in the stream. We should be able to do it. We got this. We got this. And if you're on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. It really, really helps out everyone. Because TikTok's been taking me down so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
52.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hey, yes and no.
Like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, I didn't vote for either this last time. To be honest, I went independent. I voted for him the first time.
Like, if you could go back in time right now with the information that you have right now about how it's gone, would you vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Probably neither. Still.
Okay. I would recommend to watch the lives. Nina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Zania, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure to look back. Was it on YouTube?
I love you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
23rd of July, 2007.
Okay. Yeah. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Parker, I just want your big fat cock inside me. Oh my god.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17 years old.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. 18 plus. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, thank you for all you do on Busky.
What'd you say? Sorry, I didn't hear. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Amanda, thank you so much for the $1. Did you miss my last message? I'll make sure to look back. I'm so sorry. I think I did. I did not see that. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do see that. Thank you so much. That's so sick. That's so sick. I did miss that. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Mostly for me, it's his border policy. That's the main thing for me.
Okay. Which border policy?
Specifically, the way he's handling the illegal immigration and then the tighter border itself, making the border more secure. You said earlier when I was watching, according to what you have seen, you saw statistics that say that under Joe Biden that crossings were on the lower side, but from what I've read, Trump has had the lower crossings, and so I'm just interested on specifically, I guess, where we're getting our sources from and why they're contradictory.
Customs and Border Protection. I'm referencing the daily border crossings at the end of the Biden-Harris administration as compared to the Trump administration at the very end.
Okay, so the daily at the end of the okay, I got you. So
does it
the
make
one I was
sense?
looking at was total crossings over the course of those years.
Yes, and I agree that there was more overall crossings under the Biden administration comparative to the Trump administration. I have various factors to explain that don't relate to the Biden-Harris administration causing that, but that doesn't change the reality that at the very end of the administration, this was true. And the reason why I specifically bring up the end of the administration is because people say, I'll make the point for you. Do you believe? How do you determine that there's a secure border?
This is anecdotal for me, but I would say also I'll give you policy or whatever. But for me, anecdotally, I worked the border for 12 months, and so I saw firsthand like what it looks like on an unsecured border because I was there during its unsecured period between 20 and 21, like right at the change of the presidency.
20 and 21.
Yeah,
So-
right
so
at the change.
I just want to let you know,
between Trump and
in
Biden.
2020, Trump was president.
Yeah, I'm saying I was there from 20 to 20, like through 21,
Oh,
and
okay.
so I saw like the change over time, type of stuff. So, but for me, a secure border would be defined as a border that does allow legal crossings, 100%. I'm not anti-immigration at all, and also secures it from illegal and predatory crossings. If that makes sense.
Okay, so to clarify, if there was a greater level of crossings in which had people who are undocumented, you're saying that's evidence of the border being less secure.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
You're saying more people who are undocumented coming to the country means the border is less secure.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so to clarify, at the end of Biden's administration, there were less border crossings at the end of Trump's administration, his first administration. At the end of Trump's first administration, did he have a secure border?
I would say no, because I was there, so I can see it on that it was not as secure as I would have liked it to be, but we were trying to secure it.
So it wasn't secure?
No, definitely not. No, there just wasn't enough manpower to complete the task. It's just the fact of the matter.
So why couldn't Trump, if it was his policy that led to this, cause there to be a secure border by the end of his administration and his first
It just
term?
needed time. It just needed time.
More than his first term?
Yes, 100%. Yes. It's a very big undertaking, especially like so. The reason, I'll give Joe Biden a little bit of credit, even though I don't think that he did a very good job of securing the border. But I will say that he did up the.
Hold up, just
he did
1 second, real quick. Just 1 second, real quick.
Yeah.
Just 1 second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? The person who just joined in. How old are you? Hello? Okay. They said I have no girlfriend in the comment section. There's like, Parker has no muscles and no girlfriend. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, so I will say, like, while President Biden didn't do a whole lot in terms of actually making a great effort to secure the border, I don't totally put that on him. And I will say, because I do find it annoying that Donald Trump was trying to build the border wall, and then President Biden he rolled it right back. I found that quite humorous in a way. But so with President Trump, he had 4 years, which you can say is a lot of time, but it's very difficult to incentivize people to work the border. Quite frankly, it's a very difficult task. It's very strenuous, and it needs a lot more budgeting. And I think Donald Trump was making the right choices. He was trying to give it more budget. He was trying to secure it with the wall. He was creating jobs by for like construction workers to raise up the wall and everything. He was trying really hard. Maybe not really hard. Okay, granted, he could have done better, but I think he certainly tried a lot harder than during the Biden. I think he did better than the government did during Biden's administration. And when I refer to Trump or Biden, I
Yeah, but
refer
like
to
in
their
what way?
entire-
Like what policy of his do you like? And Zinnia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Well,
Absolutely.
like I can't really go into more than what I've already said. Like he was trying to fund it more. He was trying to fund because of the Border Patrol specifically. So
Then
there
why
was
did he
when I
undermine the
was there-
bipartisan border bill that was conservative leaning?
Explain. I'm not familiar.
He called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill, which was acknowledged by Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, and
What-
many other
what-
Republicans. James Langford, who helped co-author the bill, was a Trump-endorsed Republican.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that because I'm not familiar with the bill and I'm not familiar like what it entailed. So
It would increase the
um,
amount of people who are working at the border in terms of border agents, increase the amount of immigration judges to make the asylum process go faster. It would have helped us build more wall. I actually disagree with a lot of the aspects of the bill because it was incredibly conservative leaning, but
Right.
it was a conservative win, and Donald Trump undermined the bill, which kind of contradicts his main message that he just wanted to get fixed for the border because that was an
Mhm.
incredibly good bill from his perspective.
Right, but what else did that? So the thing about bills that a lot of people, especially in debates, may undermine or leverage to their advantage. I'm not accusing you of doing such a thing, but I just don't know. So what else was in the bill that might have caused Donald Trump to not want to pass that bill? That's my question.
He didn't want to pass the bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good. He said it was because of the foreign assistance aspect of the bill, but they separated the foreign assistance aspect of the bill from the border bill. There's a solo standalone border bill, and they undermined that one and didn't vote for it. But they passed the foreign assistance by itself. So
Right.
it was
I'll
clearly
have
not
to-
about the foreign assistance, and it was about the bipartisan border bill. And it was specifically to
Right.
undermine that so that the Democrats did not get a win on the border because Donald Trump didn't want to, not be able to, he didn't want to be able to not talk about the immigration and border. He wanted to be able to run on it as an issue.
I could see that. I'm not gonna cede on that because I don't really know the extent of the bill. I'd have to go read the entirety of the bill to see, and read the situation because I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. But when I was on the border, like I said, toward the end of the Trump administration and into the Biden administration, I could see the government as a whole, right, going in a direction that I thought was the right way, such as bring up the wall, increase it. I saw a massive increase in recruitment for the Customs and Border Patrol on the southern border. I will say the northern border, the Canadian border, at that time was being downsized because of the severity of the southern border. And in fact, in order to get in the Customs and Border Patrol, the northern border is considered like a unicorn sort of cush assignment because in order to do it, there was a time period. I don't know if it still is, but in order to get assigned to the northern border, you had to serve on the southern border in some capacity for I think it was 2 years when I was there. Could be different now. I couldn't attest to that anymore. But just what I anecdotally could say at the time. So with Donald Trump and the border, again, I mean, the bill that you mentioned, I can't talk much on that, but in modern day, right? So Donald Trump has this is going to be a controversial one, but I'm really not pro defensive action. I'm pro offensive action in terms of state defense, and I believe that Donald Trump's missions, I guess you could say, his talks with Mexico to include potential military incursions into cartels, which to clarify right now has been going on. The CIA and DEA has been doing these things for like the last 15 years, but Donald Trump was specifically mentioning sending in actual military contingencies to counteract cartel activity, specifically drug and sex trafficking activities and assassination activities. So for me, it's a very important topic, because while I was on the border for that little over 12 months, there was a gentleman. His name was Michael Krentz. And
Okay. Can we talk about like a reason why you support Donald Trump's policy, maybe?
I think I've said just about covered like the whole border. Have I not been clear enough?
Yeah, I understand that. Like you want the better conditions for the border. Like here, maybe I'll ask you specific questions. Would you support, or can you give me a reason why you'd want to deport people who are in the country who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes if they're undocumented?
Yes. So I sympathize very heavily, because I just had a brother-in-law who got deported. It's very painful. And so I can see both sides on this matter. I feel, because my brother-in-law, he wasn't, he's not a bad gentleman. And, I have wonderful nephews and nieces from him and my sister's marriage. And so I very greatly appreciate him. But at the end of the day, when I had to sit down and like kind of think, I had to reassess when that happened. I had to kind of sit down and reassess, like, okay, how do I really feel about this? And I kind of had I guess a realization, not really a realization, but I've dug into it more. And so the reason I would support deportation of any illegal immigrant is because of the matter of fact that it's an illegal crossing. And I get it. You have asylum seekers and et cetera, but
Wait, you don't think that every violation of a crime should lead to a punishment, correct? Wait, so under your perspective, you think that they should have been deported?
Yes, like at the end of the day, I do believe that. Yes.
So given that like they weren't deported yet, would you tell on them?
No, never. Absolutely not.
Why not?
No. Because I'm simply a person. So, for example, all right, I base this off of Christian tenets. In the Bible, the Lord has recommended to us that you kind of keep your nose out of other people's business, unless it's being causing other people harm.
Wait, didn't the Bible say to like treat foreign people who are foreign born the same as people who are native to your country?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
native born to your country. So then,
Yes, it does.
So then, if that's true, well, then wouldn't you say that like people who are in the country and documented shouldn't be deported?
No, because the Bible, if we're going to go off my Christian tenets here, which is what I do base a lot of things on, because obviously, how do you not?
I don't use the Bible, but like I'm just saying.
No, I understand that. I'm saying like for me individually, you understand. So, going off on, I lost my train of thought. Give me one moment. So we're talking about if you have to treat foreign-born as the same as you. Okay, right. So the Bible also says that a crime will receive, what is done in the dark will be brought to the light. So kind of saying that, like, not that it's an evil thing to do it, but going off of that, it's like every crime or every wrongdoing will be just like have justice brought to it, theoretically, right? And so even though the act of crossing the border is not violent, it is still, it's still criminal. And it does say, like, I didn't treat my brother-in-law any differently. So while he was here, I didn't, whenever they offered those bounties or whatever, I never even thought about doing something like that, because he's my brother-in-law. And even if it's not my
So
brother-in-law.
what's the reason why they? Okay, so I'll ask you this question: if someone jaywalks, right, should they be punished for it, even if it wasn't a risk to anyone's safety?
I don't I wouldn't say. I would say that if a peace officer decides to dish out that punishment, they are justified in doing so, but they don't have to.
No, should they?
I don't know how to. I really couldn't answer that because that's
If
because
you
now we're going
if you
into.
could determine whether or not they get the ticket, would you give them a ticket?
Me personally, I might not know.
No. So just because someone commits a crime does not mean that they should be punished for that crime. It depends on whether or not, it's a threat to people's safety, things like that. It's harmful to our society, things like that.
So the
And
right
you
answer.
can't mention to anything that's a threat to our safety or harmful to our society, right, for someone to come here undocumented, given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, given that they meet the set of criteria. So if we give them a pathway to citizenship and they do go through the vetting process, right, without having to leave the country, because it is the case that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime and they have an incentive to do so, well, then why should they be deported? Why should they have to leave? I think they should be able to stay.
So what I'm trying to iterate here is the idea of, while I may not personally believe that he should, I do not find qualms with the government as an entity who have these laws in place saying, okay, you did it, so now you must. If that makes sense.
What do you mean?
So I'm saying, like, me personally, even though if I was, in charge of this judicial situation and somebody jaywalked in front of me, maybe I wouldn't give them a ticket. All right. But if the government, which has these laws in place, decides that they do want to do that, then who am I to say that they shouldn't?
A person who has a critically thinking brain, right? Like,
right.
You have to think about like the harms that they could have to our society, to other people in general. Because
As
like
a-
you're imposing, when you impose a punishment on someone, that's bad if they didn't do anything wrong, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Imposing a punishment on someone is bad if they didn't do anything wrong, correct?
If they didn't do anything wrong, but in this situation, they did objectively.
In this
commit a crime.
situation, they didn't do something wrong though. Like again, our system right now, it takes 5 to 7 years on average for people to get to the legal process. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they didn't do something so wrong, I think they should be removed from the country. That's ridiculous, right? The current process is ridiculous, and it takes too long for people to get in the country, and I really empathize with the idea that people come here undocumented. And for anyone who's already in the country undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't think they should be deported. I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship. I don't think they should have to leave the country.
I respect that. I can respect that a lot, and I would, if the government said we're not going to deport them, then I, as a citizen, would be okay with that. I personally think that if they do it, I think that it's maybe, I will say in my personal opinion, I think maybe it can be a bit too much, especially people who didn't commit crimes. But I'm not going to sit here and take away the government's authority. And another reason why, so even though maybe you haven't considered this, and I think a lot of people probably haven't when it comes to illegal immigration in general, it has a effect on the economy that is very rarely mentioned. So illegal immigrants, what happens a lot of the time, they come into the country and they'll work for really cheap labor. They'll take a lot less pay than your average American would, right? I mean, that's just kind of a known thing, right? So what they end up doing is they receive income, usually untaxed income, right? Because they're illegal.
They
Not
pay
always,
$100 billion in taxes. They'd pay more
Yeah,
taxes
I'm
if
familiar.
they'd pay more in taxes if they were given a pathway to citizenship.
Right. And we could circle back to that. I don't want to lose my train of thought here, though. So one thing that does happen for the majority of the immigrants, I could be mistaken here, but I'm quite certain that the majority of them receive a lot of untaxed income, and then that income goes straight back to their families and relatives in their home country.
So
that
give
money
them a
is
pathway
leaving
to
the United
citizenship.
States.
Give them a pathway to citizenship.
I agree. We should 100%.
Okay, so then what's the issue?
I was just saying you start talking about how if I would
The issue
support
is
deportation-
that Donald Trump wants to deport them, which is putting them in a condition where they can't tell authorities about who they are or go through the vetting process because they get deported.
I think that either situation, what do you call it? Answer is acceptable in my eyes. I would prefer that were given like nonviolent citizens or nonviolent non-citizens
were given a pathway to citizenship. I have always been of the mind that our access to citizenship is a little too restrictive. I think it needs to be restrictive, but it's too restrictive, and I think it definitely should be. They should be given an easier access. But I do, going back to like the whole, what do I support about Trump's deportation? I just simply support the idea that if you're an illegal immigrant, regardless, the government has the right and authority to excommunicate you.
Okay, would you support the government deporting Superman?
I don't know, man. I don't know how to answer
Like,
that.
he's in the country undocumented. Would you support
I'm
Superman being deported? And what country would you support him being deported to?
Well, if we're talking about the Superman from like Krypton, I think we should get rid of him.
Krypton.
Yeah, we should get rid of him. Not to another country. We should exterminate him because he's an alien.
You'd exterminate Superman?
He's got laser beam eyes, man. How do you trust that?
Dude, that's diabolical, bro. You just advocated to slaughter Superman. Is crazy. A baby?
A baby?
You want to slaughter baby Kal-El?
Do we know that he's going to grow up to be a guy with super laser eyes and super strength?
No, you know he's going to be Superman, but he's going to be good.
I'm too scared of something like that. If it was me, I'd get rid of him, man. That's just me though. I'm pro humanity. Fuck yeah, kind of thing.
You are Lex Luthor.
I guess I might be, huh?
He's literally Lex Luthor, chat. Please.
I don't even know enough about DC, to be honest. I don't even know. Lex Luthor's the guy in the robot or whatever.
You got to watch the new movie, bro.
I feel that. But, trying to stay on topic. And another thing, I guess, policy of Trump's.
Dude, what kind of Christian would kill Superman? What about Jesus? If Jesus were in the country undocumented?
If Jesus was in the country undocumented, I don't know, because Jesus went to a lot of places undocumented.
I don't know. What do you mean he wouldn't go places undocumented? You think?
No,
Jesus...
he went a lot of places undocumented.
So, if Jesus were in the country...
and then he became documented. After he started saying that I'm the Son of God and everything.
If Jesus came to the country undocumented, would you deport him?
Where? All right, let's go back to Trump because I don't know how to answer
answer the question.
Would I deport Jesus, man? I don't think I could. No, because you're asking me would I deport my God? You know what I mean? Like he's the person that I see is like
obviously you wouldn't deport him. So just because they have come to the country undocumented doesn't mean you would deport them, especially if they weren't a threat to the country in terms of safety, if they weren't a harm to us in terms of our society. So I think that undocumented immigrants, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, are not a threat to our society, or not a threat or a harm to us. They're actually a benefit. So, I mean, everything that you'd point to as to reason as to why you'd allow for Jesus to stay in the country are also applicable to undocumented immigrants.
Except one's my literal creator, So obviously, I'm gonna have preference to that.
I know, but like you said, anyone who came to the country undocumented, you'd think that they should be deported. But now you're saying that if you've come to the country undocumented, under certain conditions, you shouldn't be deported. And I'm just saying, why don't you
extend My bad, I didn't see the future of the Jesus hypothetical. My bad.
No, true though. Like I'm serious. Like I mean, it is like a literal hypothetical that could happen because he was someone that would go places undocumented. You can't say he wouldn't violate laws. I mean, he literally did violate the law. That's why he got crucified.
If he showed up, it was like, yeah, by the way, I'm the Jesus. It's like, okay, you're allowed to stay here because you're the Jesus. This is your earth. Like, how do I tell you no?
Well, I mean, like I don't believe Jesus is God, so. But like
I respect that, but you're asking me,
I understand. That's exactly why I asked you though, is because.
So this is kind of a silly argument.
It's not a silly argument. It's because I know that, like, again, given that someone's a good person, you'd let them in the country even if they're undocumented. Because you don't believe that violating the law in that type of way is so bad insofar as that you wouldn't let someone in the country. Does it make sense? Like, you wouldn't think that's a reason to deport everyone. So there's some conditions you would say that people shouldn't be deported.
Just to clarify real quick, I think that the government has the authority. I would prefer they don't if they're nonviolent. I just believe the government has the authority to do it.
Okay, so to clarify, if the government deported Jesus, would you support it?
No.
So then you just contradicted your prior reasoning.
Yeah, but it's different because you're asking me about who I believe is my little. Anyway,
I understand, but then I'm saying is that there's some conditions, if we're true, you wouldn't punish undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, because we as human beings are going to have preferences to things that we think are our creator. I mean, you know what I mean?
What about if it was Mary?
I don't see Mary as a religious figure. She's the mother of Jesus. She's the mother of Jesus.
Would you deport the mother of Jesus?
I think I would, man.
Ah! No way!
Let me.
He would deport the mother of Jesus. That's diabolical.
I support the authority of the government to do so.
Okay, so if the government deported the mother of Jesus, you'd support it?
I would prefer they didn't.
What if she was pregnant? So like technically you would be deporting
Trump now,
technically
man?
you would be deporting Jesus.
Are we talking about Trump or is this a Christian debate or a
Like if she were pregnant, would
Is this
you
a Christian
would you
debate
would you
or
deport
a
her?
Trump debate?
I promise you I'm asking you something relevant.
This doesn't feel relevant.
Oh, you're so scared now to answer this question. I can see you're nervous.
Oh no. I'm just having a good time, man. But no, okay. So real quick, I just want to address this. So somebody in the chat,
Medic,
said,
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Come on, respond.
Somebody in the chat said that I consider Trump my savior. I want to clarify something.
If Mary was pregnant with Jesus, in that circumstance, would you deport Mary, or would you support the deportation of Mary?
I will support the government's authority to do so.
So you would support the government deporting Mary, the mother of Jesus, pregnant with baby Jesus?
Because I believe in the legality of law. Yes.
The legality of law. What?
Like the enforceability of a law. Yes. Even if I think.
Yeah, but you didn't believe it when it was in reference to Jesus when he was like apparently older, but like when he's in the womb, then you don't care about him. You would deport Jesus if he were in the womb. So wait, are you saying that he wasn't a person while in the womb?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so then why would you say that you would deport him if he were in the womb?
If we're talking about like if this is the Mary, we know for a fact that it's
Now look
Jesus
at him
and
backpedaling.
Yeah, because it's a silly debate, man. It's a funny.
It's not a
debate,
silly
and
debate. It's interesting because it does demonstrate something very effective here. Like,
What does it
this
demonstrate?
argument is super effective, dude.
So what? To what?
It demonstrates that there are some conditions where you wouldn't deport undocumented immigrants.
And as I've said, me personally, I would prefer they didn't. I do believe in the application or process to allow them to come in legally and to make it easier for them to do so, because why shouldn't they? But when it comes to, I think I'm getting a little bit frustrated repeating myself. I just believe that in the government's authority to enforce their laws. That's it.
I understand, but I think that's like a ridiculous position there, right?
I mean, I can respect that you think that's
Wait.
ridiculous,
So
but that's just
and hold up. So then I'll ask you this question: Would you say that if you were referencing the laws that Nazi officials had in reference to Jewish people, like would you lie to Nazi officials to protect your Jewish friends in your attic?
Would I lie to Nazi officials?
Yeah. Would you
to
violate
protect
the law?
your friends?
Yeah.
You know what? That's a difficult question for me to answer, because I would presume to take a position where I would be able to undermine those who went through that struggle. You know what I mean? I don't want to like say, oh, me with my beautiful and fragrant mind. Hold on, my dog's real crazy. You good, bro?
I was gonna ask you something. Something
What's up?
I should do. It's like.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I would not presume to take the stance that I could be able to make that decision, because the people who went through that, who actually experienced that traumatic event in history, If I were to choose one or the other side, I'm basically saying that whoever the other side is, their experience is
So then
invalid.
here's the question: would you protect your Jewish friends by lying?
I try really hard not to lie. So you're asking me a different
I
question.
understand, but given that you were forced into a condition, either lie or they end up dying, what would you do?
Man, Parker, I don't know, man. I can't. Like I
You
said, I
don't
can't presume.
know?
I don't.
Dude, what
because
is
I
this,
can't
Jordan
presume.
Peterson? I'm sorry. Obviously, you lie to save your Jewish friend's life.
I wouldn't presume to know the situation. You know what I'm, or to because the people who live through that, like, how can I say that I would choose better than anyone else?
Would
in that
you
situation?
would you support the Nazis enforcing the law?
Would I support? Probably not.
Probably.
Probably not because they're
Why
they were
only
fascists. They were
pro-
they
why
were
only
executing millions of
probably?
people.
Okay, and also, so again, you don't say that you support enforcing the law in all scenarios. It's depending on whether or not it is a good law.
I'm referring. So we're talking about my government, the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm confused. Though.
Yeah.
What,
who are not gassing and exterminating millions and millions of people.
Wait. There were okay throughout history there were laws about runaway enslaved people.
Yes.
Right. So like, would you break the law in that circumstance in order to protect someone who was an enslaved person?
You saying like if they fled to my house?
Yeah, they fled. They're running away, and they fled, and you know where they are.
I would like to believe that I would, but I wasn't alive back then. Parker.
I'm asking you, given what you know today. Oh my God. I'm asking you, given who you are as a person today. What do you mean you don't know?
I think I would because they're.
Dude, I think I would. It's a yes, you would. Oh my God, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you want to see the link tree, you can also check it out at pinned comment on the YouTube. For people who are on the YouTube stream, make sure to like that stream. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to get to 500,000 likes. Here on YouTube right now, let me see how many likes we're currently at. Let's check. We're at 2.2 thousand. We're on the way to 3K. Let's do it. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Alrighty. Alright. Let's try the next person. By the way, we got the main account back, but we're going to stay on this account for tonight. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you hear me? 38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why so?
I mostly voted against the left because I feel like they're anti-white.
So how is Kamala Harris anti-white?
Well, I'm focusing more on policy and things like DEI and how the left was constantly saying like, well, let's stick with DEI. I don't feel like I owe this world anything because I'm white. And that's basically what DEI implies.
No, and the world doesn't owe you anything because you're white. So DEIA is about diversity, equity, and inclusion to help out everyone. So I understand from your perspective because you've been elevated by society for no reason, because you've been privileged by society for no reason, because society doesn't owe you anything. It is a case that we support DEIA to include more diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility for everyone, not just to support people who are white men.
So people are afraid to say they're against it. DEI is when you hire less white men and promote less white men. That's what it is.
So because white men for no reason have been historically put into places of power for no reason, they are overrepresented within plenty of fields. For example, within the context of Congress, right, 70% of people within Congress are like literally white men.
It's a predominantly white country.
So wait, but 70% of the country are not white men. So I just want to let you know, in terms of that, right,
Actually,
that is
do you know
clearly
Asian
that's
Americans?
clearly unrepresentative of America, right? Secondly, DEIA also includes things that are not related to race. It also relates to like
People are you're
addressing
bringing up people running for
inequities in the
office. I'm
context
talking
of
about people
misogyny,
holding
in the
jobs.
context of ableism, in the context of
All right, now you're
homophobia.
just throwing out buzzwords, Parker.
These
I don't
aren't
owe this world
buzzwords.
anything because I'm white. Okay, that
And
the
the world doesn't
DEI.
and the world
You're
doesn't owe
talking
you
about
anything, and
people
you're not
running for
entitled.
office.
You're not entitled. You have this
People can run
entitlement.
for office if they're black. You're not disbarred from running for office if you're
Wait,
not white.
what anti-white
That's the
policy
people choosing to
actually,
elect these
Michael, I'm
people.
going to ask you this. What anti-white policy in specific does Kamala Harris just support? Like, what DEI policy that you're saying is anti-white does Kamala Harris support in specific that you disagree with insofar as that you voted for someone as horrible as Donald Trump?
I'm talking about DEI. And DEI implies not hiring white people because they think we owe this world. And actually, do you know that Asian Americans are earning more than white Americans? Asian men and Asian women are the top 2 earners in the United States. White men are actually number 3. DEI has no reason to exist. And America is not a racist country. If you have people coming here by the millions every year that are not white, they're coming here because they know they can be successful here. The left promotes this idea that we're this racist country who are like oppressing black and brown people when that's not the case. There are plenty of black and brown people who prosper in the United States without DEI. They don't need it.
Okay, so there's a few things. DEI does not include not adding white people onto our system, like into like positions of power.
Yes, it
That's
does.
not
That's
not at all
exactly
what it
what it
is.
does.
DEI is not saying that. Well, secondly, you didn't at all answer the question. You didn't give me a
What's your
specific.
question?
You didn't give me a specific policy that Kamala Harris supports that is anti-white that you disagree with,
DEI.
insofar as that you're willing to support such a candidate as Donald Trump. You didn't answer the
DEI,
specific.
I just
You didn't
said
answer the
DEI.
specific DEI policy. You didn't answer anything. Also, America absolutely is a racist country. We literally have a racist as our president, and it is absolutely oppressing brown and black people in
Then
this
why
country.
are so many
Right?
black
Systemic
and brown
racism is
people
real, and the
fighting
fact
to
that you
live here every
dispute it is just literally represented the fact that you've done no research, right, on any of the oppression that exists in this country, and you're not
Why
willing to
are
acknowledge that.
Parker, why are millions of black and brown people
You want to answer
trying
my
to
original
migrate?
question? Do you want to answer my original question? Name
I
a
did
single
already.
name a single DEI policy that Kamala Harris supported that's anti-white insofar
I
as that
said
you
the
do not
left
support her.
overall. You keep pivoting to Kamala Harris
Wait,
because
Kamala
she
Harris.
basically said
No, the last candidate. That was
entire
that. It was the. I'm okay. So the
time.
point.
Joe Biden picked her because she was a black woman.
Well, let me restate the question because apparently you're not good at answering questions very specifically. The reason why I'm asking this question is because essentially the way I'm asking the question, why do you support Donald Trump, is if you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, right? And under your perspective, you would have to argue why Kamala Harris is so bad insofar as that you wouldn't want to support her. So give the specific DEI policy that's anti-white that Kamala Harris supports that you disagree with. Be very specific.
It's the left I don't support, Parker. They're anti-white.
Okay, so again, I'll ask a question one more time. Name a single DEI policy that is anti-white that Kamala Harris supports
DEI is
that you
anti-white.
disagree with.
It's where DEI is anti.
So, for example, right, promoting access to accessibility to be able to get into buildings for people who are disabled or in wheelchairs. You're telling me that's anti-white? Because that's DEIA. You're telling me that's anti-white? What? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility also includes desegregation. He's also arguing desegregation was anti-white because desegregation was diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. I hope you know that. Phoenix, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. You want to unmute your mic, bro?
Okay, I don't know. Is it you that keeps muting me? I'm not accusing you of it. I don't know why my mic just keeps getting muted.
No, you're just muting yourself, apparently.
How am I muting myself? I'm looking right at my... Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If America was a racist country, I want you to answer my question. Why are so many black and brown people fighting to live here every year by the millions?
Do you want to...
I'm talking about immigrants.
Because
if it is a racist country, this is why I don't like the left. You paint this...
America as an imperial entity affects the global stage as well. So people are disenfranchised and marginalized on a global stage because of America as well. So oftentimes people are coming to America to flee the oppression of America and of itself, right? Like globally, because imperialism is global. And also, you're just still not answering the question. He still can't answer the specific DEI policy that's anti-white that Kamala Harris supports. That is the reason why he doesn't support her. I would love to hear an answer to that question if you can.
I have pretty much answered any question you've asked me. Your questions are pretty much meaningless. I said DEI is an anti-white policy, blatantly. And then you kind of just pivot to, well, what about Kamala Harris and what she thinks of DEI?
Are all DEI policies anti-white?
That's exactly what it's built to do. It is built to hire.
Okay, desegregation is a DEI policy. Therefore, under your view, desegregation is anti-white. Unmute your mic and tell me you think that. You fucking absolutely insane, batshit crazy person. There's no way you're listening to what I'm saying. What? That is the most unhinged perspective ever. To say that it's anti-white to support DEI policy. Not only does DEI extend outside of the context of race, but even if it didn't, it would still be a stupid take. It would still be a stupid take.
Why do you keep muting my microphone?
I'm not. You're muting yourself.
I'm not muting you. I mean, I'm not muting myself, dude.
Yeah, you did. Respond to what I
And I'm
said.
trying to have a respectful conversation with you. I haven't called you any names.
Well, clearly
I haven't
you're
done
not.
any-
Well, you're not listening to me or responding to what I have to say.
No,
so
I
clearly,
am listening to you. And,
No,
and you
well,
didn't
you're
have
clearly
an
not.
answer.
Well, then are you not intellectually capable enough to respond to what I'm saying?
White people are the only people told that they need to like make space for everybody else. There's no like you don't go to China and you hear China.
Dude, holy shit! Complain harder. Complain harder. You don't deal with problems because you're a white person. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to act like a victim because you're a white dude. You fucking are so disingenuous. Jesus Christ. Cry a fucking river. Cry a fucking river. You're a white man in America. Shut the fuck up. Answer my question or get the fuck off my live stream. I'm sick of this bullshit of you just whining on the live because you're sick of fucking literally people acknowledging that you live in a system and you're privileged because you're a white man. Right? Because you don't have to be discriminated against because you're a white man in this country. Right? In those specific ways. Not to say as a white person that you can't experience say class inequities. Right? People who are white men, experience class inequities. That's the very basis of intersectionality that takes into account struggles through the context of different intersections. Okay? You want to be a victim so bad that you have to act like that you're being discriminated against or treated unfairly as a white man in America. Shut the fuck up. Stop complaining. Cry a fucking river. Go get some Kleenexes and literally respond to the argument I provided or get the fuck off my live stream. It's ridiculous.
Why do you keep muting my mic, man? That is so weird. Anyways, I've answered all of your questions.
No, you haven't. I'll repeat the question one more time. Name the specific DEI policy that Kamala Harris supports that's anti-white. Name the specific one. Specific DEI policy. Don't just say DEI. Say the specific DEI policy that is anti-white, that Kamala Harris supports, that is such a reason as to why you don't support her. Unmute your fucking mic in the bottom right, click the button, the microphone, and tell me the answer. It is actually diabolical that I have to have this conversation right now. Give him a second, everyone. He has to wait until I can invite him because he can't figure out how to unmute his mic. So just give him a second to wait 7 seconds. Did you hear my question? Unmute your mic. I sent you the invite, Michael. Okay, now he can't figure out how to unmute his mic. This is diabolical. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. It'll help get out to more people. For the 4,000 people almost that you're on TikTok, do tap that screenshot to get to 500,000 likes. And I would recommend to go over to the YouTube. I deal with so many bands here on TikTok, so I'd recommend to go subscribe to the YouTube. We have 204,000 subscribers on YouTube. We just hit 200K. Nikki, thank you so much for the $15. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you've had a great day so far. W Nikki in the comment section. Akwel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Bands, thank you for the dollar. Michaela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.25. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wesley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Truly though. Thank you so much. Romy, thank you so much for the $20. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. He can't figure out how to unmute his microphone. That's unbelievable.
You're definitely muting me, Parker.
Yes, I am muting you. Did you hear my question, or do I have to ask it again?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question that I've already answered 4 times.
You didn't. Name the specific DEI policy that Kamala Harris...
DEI itself. Don't mute my microphone. I don't understand why you keep doing that to me. That's weird.
Dude, you know...
I know how to push the unmute button. You mute it as soon as I start talking.
Can you tell me what specific means?
Can you tell me a specific race of people who are asked to do the things white people are asked to do because they're successful? There's no other race of people asked to do this stuff. And we're always being asked to share our spaces. Like Europe,
everyone else. I'm sorry.
You have to
for example, indigenous Americans that in the United States have to deal with the fact that white people live here in America in the spaces that were owned by them historically speaking. What do you mean share? Where white people are the only people on the planet that have to quote unquote share their spaces. Shut the fuck up, dude. Answer my specific question. I'm asking you a very specific question. I asked you what specific DEI policy does Kamala Harris support that's anti-white insofar as you don't support her. You can't just respond with DEI because that's not a specific DEI policy, okay? You answer that way one more time, I'll kick you from the live because you are not smart enough to have this conversation. Literally, you're not smart enough.
I'm smart enough. You haven't answered anything that I've said. If America is such a racist country, why are millions of black...
You can't do it. I will ask you one last time. If you choose to not answer my question, this time I'm going to kick you from the stream. It's not a difficult question to answer. Name the specific DEI policy, not just DEI, name the specific DEI policy that Kamala Harris supports that is anti-white insofar as that you don't support her. Tell me. Answer the question. Answer the fucking question. Answer the question. Unmute your mic and answer the question. There's no way he can't answer this question. Unmute yourself, Michael.
Wait, so Parker, it is a way that he can't answer it in.
Oh, you cut out, Santana.
I was just saying there is no way that he can answer the question. It's kind of an unfair question because the answer is there is none. Right?
Exactly. And he was arguing that Kamala Harris supports anti-white policy because she supports DEI. So he was arguing that all of DEI is anti-white, which then is arguing that desegregation was anti-white under his perspective, right? Because it is the case that that was considered DEI policy. Also, things that don't even relate to race, like specifically, right, providing access to being able to get into buildings, right, for people who are in wheelchairs, right, that's DEIA policy. He also thinks that's anti-white, and he can't answer this specific question. Again, we're gonna ask him one more time. Name the specific. Then name the specific.
Saying you're not. That is so spineless, dude.
Then name.
Stop muting my
dude,
microphone.
I was trolling you. I was trolling you. Name the specific DEI policy that Kamala Harris...
DEI is a policy, and you keep repeating this question because you can't argue against the other.
I got a question for you, Michael.
Go ahead, Santana.
Michael, cool. Hey, what's the functionality of DEIA?
To hire and promote less white people, specifically white men. I don't know how white women weaseled into DEI, by the way. I don't think they should qualify for it.
Sure. So,
but
I can understand by
DEI
your
is, and that's what DEI does.
Sure, I can understand by hold on, bud. I can understand by your perspective why you would think that, but so that's not what DEIA is. First and foremost, it's not a hiring practice, right?
It certainly is a hiring practice. That's exactly what it is, Santana.
No, it's not. It's an actual implementation of diversity throughout multiple facets within business. It's not just about hiring.
Diversity means less white men.
No, that doesn't. It doesn't. It actually
It's exactly what it means.
Listen, I know you feel threatened in this moment, but I promise you It's not
No,
what it
I
is.
don't feel threatened. I'm
You
tired
do.
of
That's
the
why.
of
That's why
of
you're
the white hate
steamrolling right
from the
now.
left.
You wonder why Parker keeps muting you, bud. Like I'm
He is
sitting here
muting
just
me and saying he's not like a
okay.
coward.
That's fine, but like if you're showing like very little emotional control right now, like let's you
No,
and I actually have a
oh, trust me,
conversation.
I have a lot of emotional control right now.
Okay, so how about
And
this?
I'm tired of the white hate and being
Sure,
told
Michael.
that
Michael, how
Asian
about this?
Americans are
Michael, how
outperforming
about
white
this?
Americans.
When I'm speaking,
There's no
you don't
need for
speak,
DEI.
and when Michael, when
Go
I'm
ahead,
speaking,
Santana.
you don't speak, and when
Yes,
you're
sir. Go
speaking,
ahead.
I don't speak. Okay,
Go
cool.
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So the premise of DEIA, which is a practice to implement throughout multiple facets of business, is not only one that is needed, but is one that has a proven track record of success. There's been multiple studies that have been completed, including studies completed by Forbes that show that companies that actually integrate DEIA into their practices have a healthier, happier, and more successful company. So having that actual diversity in multiple facets is really important.
Hiring people because they're not white is not going to make your company more successful. It's just a racist hiring practice.
What is
And
race?
it's not needed.
What
White
is
people are
race?
not the most successful demographic in this country.
Michael,
It's such a joke.
Michael, what is race?
People we define it in our culture as the color of a person's skin. I know you want to sit back and say no, that's not what it is, but I'm a white person. You see a white person, you know they're white. You see a black person, you know they're black.
Yeah, that's not it, but cool. We'll keep it going. What is racism?
It's the belief that one race is superior to another.
No, that's not it.
That's the textbook definition of it, Santana, and it always has been. You guys want to rewrite what that definition is? It's always been that definition.
Sure. Hey, Michael, are definitions descriptive or prescriptive?
Definitions are in dictionaries, and that's always been the definition of
Michael.
racism has always been the belief that one race is
Listen
superior
to me for a
another.
second.
I know you guys want to
Listen,
change
Michael,
that. I know you guys say racist things like you can't be racist towards white people, which is an absolute joke.
Michael,
It's
slow
not
down
true.
for a second, bud. Listen.
I am. I'm letting you talk.
Are definitions, is it descriptive or prescriptive?
Descriptive.
Okay. So if you understand that a definition inside of a dictionary can only tell you what that word is supposed to represent in that moment of time, it doesn't actually
That's how
tell
I-
you the functionality
Yes, sir.
of the
That's how I
actual
define
word.
words,
Yeah,
dictionaries.
but knowing the definition does not mean you
Professors with
understand.
long hair, ponytails, and purple hair don't define words. Dictionaries do.
You understanding what the definition of a word is does not mean that you understand what the functionality of said word is. Again, so race is a social construct that is based on
It is not.
phenotype. Yeah, it is. It's based on
That's your
phenotypical
opinion.
characteristics.
That's an
no,
opinion.
no, it's not. Who created race?
Who created race?
Yes.
People who looked at other people and said they have different skin color and said, okay, we're gonna label these people because they don't look like the other one.
Yeah,
Common sense.
that's actually kind of right. But who specifically? There's a person.
Who?
There's
I
an
don't know.
actual
This
person.
is so irrelevant to what we're talking
No, it's
about.
very relevant. Okay, I'll just tell you.
White people don't owe this
Sure.
world anything because of their
Michael,
skin.
just hold on for a second. Let me just run through it with you. So Gomez de Zurara is the person that actually created race. He actually created race to justify racism. Racism is a social construct that upholds the patriarchal system. It's a tool used
Your
for
opinion.
oppression. No, it's not. It's actual functionality. It was a tool that was created to justify chattel slavery and to actually say that these people that look different, it's justifiable to enslave them because they are different. That is race and racism. They go hand in hand. And the reason why racism is still prevalent today is because racism is systematic. You can look at different measures of racism, whether you talk about in the education
DEI
system.
is a systematic racist policy.
How?
It literally is a policy where you go out of your way to hire and promote less white people.
You keep
specifically
saying the
less
same thing
white
over
men.
and over, and you're
Because that's
wrong
the
over and
definition of
over.
it.
It's not.
That's not what
It's
the
not,
definition.
bud.
No one uses that definition but you.
Exactly.
Everybody knows that DEI means
DEIA
hire less white men, promote less white men in the workplace.
DEIA is a
Hey,
merit-based
you add the
system.
A there so people won't say, "Oh, well, I'm against hiring people with."
No, because it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and that
Accessibility.
oftentimes A is left out and like not
Yes.
talked about, and it's important to talk about it because
Yes.
like it's like an important aspect of it.
The two, well, three, the top three beneficiaries of DEIA is one, white women, two, veterans, and three, people with disabilities. So
If we're gonna
your
do, yeah,
premise
I agree.
behind
White
your
women should
premise
be
behind
excluded.
that it's something against white people, you only feel that way because you are the beneficiary of the patriarchal system and you feel like someone's taking something away from you because you don't have complete control anymore. You said earlier, why is it that white people are the only ones that are asked to make space? Well, it's simple. It's because white people have colonized most of the globe. Literally colonize most of the globe, and so they uphold the patriarchal system throughout the entire world, and quite often we have to say, hey, can we have a little bit of our space back? That's why.
Literally the smallest little bit, and he's like, no, that's harming me.
All
Zombie, thank you for the
races
$5. Thank you.
colonized, all ethnic groups colonized at some
That's
point.
not true.
Stop saying it's
That-
just white people
that's
that
absolutely
did that.
not true.
That absolutely is true.
That's
Black people
absolutely not true.
colonize black people in Africa. Indians colonize other Indians in the United States.
Yeah, but we're
That is absolutely not true.
But we're also saying that the colonization that we're referencing here, and also like the slavery, and also plenty of other things that are happening in the country, right, and have happened in the country, are a direct byproduct of certain things like racism, as they are specifically used as a manner to dehumanize people to be able to quote unquote justify the treatment to bigots. That's exactly what it is, right? So that's exactly what we're talking about. These are incredibly important elements to acknowledge in terms of how racism impacts how people historically have been treated and how those historical impacts have led to those different types of treatments to still happen and to exist today. Delivery, think of the galaxy. Like seriously, think about it. Critically analyze it for 1 second if you can. I know it's hard for you.
Every race did some form of colonizing. You people are anti-white. That's why you focus on white people when they do it.
Wait. Do you think
I don't owe.
Do you think I'm anti-white? Let's have him answer this question. Unmute yourself and tell me, am I anti-white? Livy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Ridiculous. Sharice, think of the $5. I want him to unmute himself and answer the question if he thinks I'm anti-white. So diabolical, dude. Can you unmute your mic, bruv? He's gonna be so mad. Stop muting me, dude. I'm not muting me. Muting you. You're muting yourself, dude.
Also, Michael, I mean, if you're going to stay on mute and, you're going to take some time, while you're doing so, go look up the Berlin Conference for me and let me know what that is.
You're 100% muting me, Parker, and that's kind of
No, I'm
cowardly.
not. I never muted you.
Yeah, I want all your followers to know it's you.
I did mute you once. Kai, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. I'm seriously not muting this guy. Why does he keep muting himself? It's crazy. Like seriously, like chat, like chat. If you agree that I'm not muting him, type 3 in the comment section. If I'm not muting him, type 3 in the comment section. This guy's being ridiculous, dude.
You should definitely stop doing that to themselves.
Yeah, he should really stop muting himself. Can you just unmute yourself, dude, and like tell us?
Kate, thank you for the 5.
Yeah, seriously, everyone is acknowledging that you're muting yourself, and it's not me muting you. So I don't know why you keep trying to run down this false and fake narrative that I'm muting you. That's ridiculous.
You stop being anti-muting, Michael.
Yeah, Glenn, thank you so much for
You're
the
being
$20.
harmful to mutes.
Thank you, Glenn. I really appreciate it. Literally saying this, you're being anti-Parker right now. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
I guess when you're losing the argument, you mute people.
I didn't mute you. I'm not muting you.
That's the only thing I can come up with. Because
when you lose the argument, you mute yourself.
I'm muting myself. Okay,
Yeah.
Parker. It's
Yeah,
pretty
you are.
obvious you're muting me. Why would I mute
it's pretty
myself?
obvious you're muting yourself, dude.
Like a self-own. Hey, Michael, what's the
Supporting
Berlin
the left
Conference?
as a white guy is
Michael,
spineless. They clearly don't like you. You listening to this Santana guy constantly say, "Oh,
Michael.
white people did this, white people did that." This is stuff all races and ethnic groups did. He obviously
what's
has
the
a negative
Berlin
opinion
Conference,
about white
Michael?
people. Santana, I've lost respect for you.
Michael,
This guy's
what's the
muting me,
Berlin
and you're
Conference?
not calling him out for it.
Dude, you're muting
You're
yourself.
just, you're
What's
just like,
the
oh,
Berlin
look, Mike's
Conference?
muting himself. I'm obviously not muting myself,
Yes,
buddy.
you are. Yes,
and
you are.
I was
Holy
being
shit,
respectful.
Cry harder, Michael. What the hell?
Yeah, look, he just muted himself again, dude. It's ridiculous, dude. This guy's so ridiculous. Look at him muting himself again, dude. Again, man.
Beth, thank you for the 10.
MAGA meltdown.
For someone that is portraying like a perpetual victim, like when you come off mute,
No, I'm not
instead of
saying I'm a
actually-
victim. You're never
instead
gonna
of
hold us
actually
down.
instead
trust
of
me.
actually having a conversation,
You
you
guys
continue to
can
cry.
do all the DEI you want. You're never
Michael,
gonna hold us down.
Michael, answer
But
the
you're-
question.
You can try to.
Michael,
Santana,
what is the
stop
Berlin
deviating off
Conference? Michael, what is the Berlin Conference?
He muted himself again, dude. He doesn't want to answer this
Yeah.
question.
He doesn't. He does. And for the people who don't know, and also W's in the chat for Chris, thank you for the 10. You're awesome. The Berlin Conference is where 14 different European countries came together in 1884 and made a decision as far as how they were going to split up Africa, literally without any type of input from Africa. So all of these different countries went into Africa and claimed certain parts of the country for themselves. Literally decided together, hey, we're all gonna colonize this entire country. So when I say that it's about the history of colonization, and that's the reason why we have to say, hey, can we have a little bit of space? Literally, they do things like that, and there's a history of that.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $33.33 for he literally does not stop muting himself. I know, right? Chris, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Maybe he'll unmute himself now.
Africans are brutally violent to each other to this day. That's the worst
not true.
continent to go to is Africa.
That's
they are
not
mutilating each other in that country.
Have you ever been to Africa?
He's not constructive. Never once has he been to Africa in his life.
Oh my God, it's wild. It's wild.
He actually, I think I tried to get him to answer that one question, and he just kept saying DEI. I was asking for the specific DEI policy. I'm like, do you know what specific means?
Yeah. So I'll just say this. I mean, I think there's I just did this on late nights when we were talking about colonizing intersectionality. And you see that, right? And you like nailed it. Like you completely smoked them on the point where they want to marginalize certain people want to marginalize themselves so much and actually take away from those people that are being marginalized and place themselves in a position of being a victim where you literally have privilege, and it doesn't work that way.
Exactly. Like it really pisses me off when white men do that. And he's like, oh, everyone's so anti-white. Like, bro, he couldn't mention a single anti-white policy that Kamala Harris supported. He just could only say DEI. Like, it's the most insane worldview that they have no reason for. They have no justification. And they just want to try to be bigoted so bad. And they just sound like an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, again, I said it earlier, when you actually, someone with privilege, when they're faced with having to actually give equality or equity, then it feels like oppression to them. Like it's wild. And it's funny, as soon as I hopped off, I had someone in my DM saying, why are you talking about, or why are you supporting women and not supporting men because of misandry? I was like, because it's not a real thing, bro. It was like, no, it is a real thing. Men are oppressed. All right, cool story.
Literally, like the extent of what quote unquote, I just got a thing to remove him. The quote unquote misandry is that people just don't like men.
Yeah.
Like, and the extent of what misogyny is it literally leads to women being murdered, women being killed, losing their rights. I mean, the idea that you can compare the two is ridiculous. And the same thing with like them being like, oh, everyone's so anti-white because it is the case that we're having policies that are meant to not give advantages to white people, like to white men. Like, and by the way, like things that he would consider DEI, like he probably thinks affirmative action is DEI, disproportionately helped white women. So it's like,
Well, no. You heard him say, I don't know how white women weasel their way in. Like he admitted that, so he knows. But
Gabby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Gabby. I really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. What month?
April.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do support Donald Trump. I'm just here to invite you to go to my store. I have a Trump store in Michigan. You should check it out. It's pretty cool. Tuesday to Saturday, open from noon to 5.
Hold up. Can you tell me why you support Donald Trump?
No, I'm just here for that. I don't want to debate. Have a good one.
That was really
wait,
cringe.
do you really have a Trump store?
Yeah, I do have a Trump store. You should check it out. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
No, like, okay, so how's business?
I mean, it's going. It's all right.
I can tell that it's
it
not.
slows down during the, when we have the elections, it's better. But
Well, so it's been cooked recently, huh? I'm guessing, like, especially
No,
recently.
not really. I mean,
since
we're-
like no one supports Trump anymore, like because he's been lying about the
yeah,
Epstein files.
definitely a lot of people support Trump. I mean, we're
Really,
selling.
like the approval rates are like at like basically the same point they were right after January 6th.
I mean, I don't need to argue with you. I'm making money. So
Did you know he has the lowest
people
approval
support
rating?
Trump.
Did you know he's
and I'm selling shit. So
he's the lowest approval rating of any president in American history? The only person that has a comparable one is Richard Nixon. At this point in the presidency, lowest approval rating of any president, other than Richard Nixon.
Sure. Yeah. Who did the surveys?
That was from an independent Gallup. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Also, did you say in Livonia? Where's your store located?
Michigan, Livonia.
Livonia?
Yeah.
Mm.
Close to Detroit.
I know for a fact that you're not selling shit there. Not if you're close to Detroit.
What do you mean? Of course it is. Like
There's
15
no
minutes.
way, bro.
Bro.
Stop it.
Just look it up. Look it up. I got the address. Yeah, I mean.
Really. I have a question. What time is it?
I mean, right now?
Yeah.
11.
Okay.
Hey, when are you
11.
gonna
11:28. What do you mean?
I
what
was
time is
just
it?
saying. I was just saying if you were in Michigan.
when are you gonna come out with the Trump's on the list hat? Because I would definitely buy one of those.
I mean, did you see my profile? I got a lot of stuff in there.
How about you do anti-Trump merch? Can you do anti-Trump merch?
I don't do anti-Trump merch.
No,
My
you
store
should
is
start-
a Trump store, man.
It should be an anti-Trump store.
It should. You would make way more money.
Yeah, you actually would. I'm not trolling. You'd probably make way more
You
money.
actually really would.
Bro, I bet I wouldn't. I mean,
All right,
I
but
wou- I
why do you
wouldn't-
support
I-
Trump
I
besides?
wouldn't sell my-
Yeah, and I'm just
why
gonna
do
kick
you
him anyway.
Oh, I was about to say besides the grift.
Yeah, he's literally grifting. He
Yeah.
definitely does not support Trump. He's just doing it for money. There's no
He
way.
just needs. Yeah. Can I say thank you to a couple of people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris, thank you for the thing you said. Thank you for your patience and educating and entertaining at the same time. Absolutely, you're awesome. Mary, thank you for the 20. I'm not gonna say that, but you are absolutely right. Thank you. Kai, thank you for the 5. Happy to met you through Parker and Dean. Keep up the great work. Much love. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think it's pronounced Yashua. Thank you for the 15. Hey Santana, I'm a Trump supporter, so although we don't agree on most things, I'm still a big fan of you and Parker. Keep it up. I look forward to these lives every evening. That is wild. That's always wild when I get like those type of messages and support from like Trump supporters.
I'm like, hopefully I can convince them at some point.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Matt, thank you so much for the $5. Chris, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jolish, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Let's do it.
Really
Hit
appreciate
a
it. Gabby,
blinker,
thank you
bro.
for the $10. Thank you. I got you. Once we get a person up here. Emados, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.68. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, indeed.
Why so?
Look at what we're doing. The policies are amazing. Look, the tariffs. He just signed the biggest trade deal in history. America's making so much money. In June, we had a $27 billion surplus. It is amazing. No more DEI initiatives. It is amazing.
Be a troll.
That's why I support Donald Trump.
I think they're trolling too. There's no way.
No way.
There's no way. I don't believe it. Also, like that surplus point, like there's like no Trump supporters bringing that up anymore. Like I think they realized that was stupid for them to say.
Also, then put this in your bag just in case they do. Like we've had multiple months of surplus. Like this isn't new. Like we're not talking about the entire national debt. Like we've had multiple months of surplus. We had one a couple of months ago. We had one in 2022. We had a few in 2017. So like the monthly surplus, we've had those.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to click on the box.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yehoshua, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's go into the next person here. We're probably gonna be on the live for another hour and 25 minutes, everyone. Jolish, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Hello.
Seriously. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
18th of June 2006.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So I'm a bit ambiguous, to be honest. I've been living in the US for about.
What state are you in?
California.
What time is it?
11:33.
In California? Damn.
It was the date. It was the date.
Diabolical.
Joel, thank you for the 7. Coffee on me. Absolutely. Listen, I'll take it. I make my own coffee, but I would definitely take it. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get Parker up to 1 million likes. Let's do it. Tap the screen.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 35.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, man.
Why so?
Dude, I mean, you guys keep talking about the Epstein files and everything like that. Like, I want a full investigation. I'm not in some cult or whatever where I'm just gonna blindly follow somebody. But if we have a full investigation and it goes into, he was doing some pedophile, disgusting things like that, then 100% he should be out of office. But do I support his policies? 100%. I agree with what he's doing right now.
Okay, can I ask you a question? If he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you still vote for him?
Is this about that one case or whatever? I don't know much about it, but I heard it was like they couldn't call him a rapist, but they could. Some people still do, but it was civilly liable. Like I don't understand it.
Like in the condition in
Why
which he
don't you
was
tell me about it?
In the condition in which he was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, in that certain condition, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
I mean, if it was true, I mean, if it's rape, 100% I wouldn't support him. I support his policies, but I would not support the man.
So is that an answer as no?
I wouldn't say it's no. I'd have to know more about the case itself.
What about the case would you have to know about? Because he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will.
I'd have to look into exactly what the details of the case were, what the jury pool looked like. What the
Nine jurors unanimously determined that he did it.
Right. In what state? New York?
Yep.
Right. So I mean, honestly, before I can make I don't want to say not educated guess, whatever a word would be, before I can make a statement regarding that, I'd want to look into it more. But on face value, when you talk about forcefully entering a woman's V, like disgusting. 100%, I would not support that, but I would need to look into it more before I can give a better
Okay.
answer.
If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally enter the country?
No, absolutely not.
Why can you answer no so quickly when I ask you about legally entering the country, but when I ask you specifically about your support for Donald Trump, for some reason you can't answer quickly?
Because I would need to look into the case when it comes to Trump. But as far as, so we have these other people that are coming into the country illegally. I'd want to know more about that. I mean, Donald
I'm
Trump's already
referencing
said
people going through the legal process. I said, would you let someone legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of
Legally?
sexually abusing a woman? Yeah, legally. And you,
It would.
and you said no.
It would. Okay, so legally entering the country, and they're civilly liable for
Sexual abuse of a woman.
Sexual abuse. There would need to be some kind of an investigation, and if it came to the
The
courts, or whatever,
investigation led to the courts determining that there's a civil liability for sexual abuse.
Right.
Because
right.
there's past
Civil
statute of
liability,
limitations for criminal cases.
Right. Okay. So civilly liable. They're going through if the court system let them in, I don't think that I wouldn't be for it, but I would still want to look into the individual case. We can't look at hypotheticals, but I'd want to look into the individual case. One thing I do support is, people, not being just sent out of the country that came in here illegally. I think everybody deserves their due process. So I think every
So you
individual
disagree with
case
his
deserves
position there, but like again, I feel like that's still like not a response. Like why in one scenario are you so likely to respond immediately, but in the other scenario you need to look into it more?
Right. I would say I need to look into it more. So I've heard about, in fact, I listened to you and Dean. I think you guys are smart. I still believe in the policies and everything of Trump. And I listen to you guys, but I would need, and I've heard you guys bring this up before, I would need to look more into it, which I will, and I'll ask to talk to you about it again in the near future. But yeah, I would need to look into it more, into the case itself, have a better educated answer.
If he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
If he said what?
He would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. If you went up to a 10-year-old girl and he said he was going to be dating her in 10 years, would you still support him?
Oh, dude. Did he actually say that?
I'm just asking in the condition that that's true. Would you support him?
Stop. If you're asking me that right now, did he actually say that, and what's the source? Because that's disgusting.
in the condition of him saying that, would you support him?
Oh man, look at you, dude. If he truly, you know what? No, I wouldn't. But I support I support the policies. But I'd like to see. No, I wouldn't support if I saw that. Somebody saying a guy. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, that was.
He's getting the beautiful bean footage for you.
Yeah,
oh God.
listen.
Okay.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Woo. Oh, that's a fucking tough one, man. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I mean, you could. I mean, I guess some people would say it's a quip of you're like, oh, like locker room talk. That's a 10-year-old. Okay, so if that truly was a 10-year-old, that's disgusting.
Yeah, like so. Would you still vote for him?
With his policies or whatever against Kamala.
I would love to know what policies you keep talking about.
What policies?
Wait, but before he answers that, would you, given that knowledge, still vote for him?
I mean, I would have to. I mean, I would want to say no, but at the same time, it's like when you have Kamala and Donald Trump together, I think that we would be in a worse position under Kamala than we would under Trump. But that's disgusting. I wish things like that would come out, during, like at least be more mainstream, so that I could hear things.
So given this understanding, would you support Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, given this knowledge about Donald Trump?
No, I just said I'd still support Donald Trump.
Okay, so then what are these magical policies?
So the magical policies, I mean, getting people out that, I mean, absolutely flooded the border and came in here illegally, and our tax dollars are going to, house these people in different, sanctuary cities and stuff like that. When we have veterans on the street, 100%. I would say, I agree with that policy. Do I agree with the morals and what you're saying of the person in office? To be honest, dude,
Patrick,
no.
Patrick,
Yeah, what's
I'm
up?
sorry.
Oh, God.
No, go ahead, Parker.
So I just wanted to grab these 2 points real quick. The Congressional Budget Office indicated by 2034, $8.9 trillion added to the GDP by the immigration surge under the Biden-Harris administration. So you're going to see more taxes paid, specifically if it is the case that you allow more people into the country, along with the fact that undocumented immigrants, right, they don't make the houses more expensive. If anything, they would be making houses less expensive because it is the case that they don't provide as much demand because they get paid lower than minimum wage, along with the fact that they also are adding to the increase in construction for supply for goods and services. But yeah, go ahead, Santana.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm not gonna go as far as saying you don't support veterans, but I will go as far as saying Donald Trump doesn't support veterans, right? I mean, well, because you talk about like, oh, you know, the policies and him, you know, he could save money and actually help homeless or unhoused veterans. Like, literally, they're taking the money and they are putting it back into the pockets of the ultra wealthy. That's what the BBB is all about. And they're also cutting benefits that overwhelmingly help veterans, including SNAP benefits, including Medicaid. Like, they're literally harming veterans. And also, Donald Trump is called veterans suckers and losers. I mean, like, he refused to go to the
He refused that, though, right? I mean, he refutes that he ever said that. And somebody that said that he had
General Milley.
was
General
okay.
Milley, like one of the highly decorated generals,
right,
is the one that's quoting him on that.
He did quote him on that after he was fired, though, correct?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna believe the actual decorated war veteran
But
over the habitual liar.
There's believing, and then there's getting, you know, factual evidence. And so
that's fine.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, there's literally been like Donald Trump has actively harmed, well, not harmed, but actively went against soldiers, including calling soldiers who had traumatic brain damage a headache because he didn't actually want to, you know, push back on Putin and the attack that had occurred that affected our soldiers.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, at face value, from what I'm hearing from you, I mean, that is gross. I mean, it sounds, I would have to look at more into that, but yeah, dude.
But the point that I'm just trying to make is like, it sounds good. I have a problem with Republicans who always say, oh, we could be using this money at home to help take care of our veterans. And they always say that, but yet they never actually take the money to help the veterans. And that's the problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that the policies that were, you know, in effect previously in all these different states where we're giving money and help to all these illegal immigrants, you know, that's taking away money that could potentially be given to veterans and American citizens. But, you know, as far as the actual policies of helping out those veterans and everything, it's not, you know, coming to fruition if we're giving all these millions of dollars to illegal immigrants. Come into this country legally. That's what I say. Like, I mean, come in legally. I don't care who you are, race, creed, gender identity. I don't care. Come in here. We'll love you. Y'all should, but come in the legal process.
Yeah, well, and if the legal process was actually improved, right? If Donald Trump really cared about the legal process, then he would actually do things to improve the legal process and actually look to pass border legislation instead of actually just, you know, putting more money into the pockets of, you know, ICE specifically through
right
bonuses.
Now we need to get all the illegals out, though. Don't you agree? I mean, right now.
Undocumented, but no, we don't.
Why not?
Well, because one, any person that's willing to travel hundreds or thousands of miles to actually try to seek a better life, then we should actually welcome them with open arms. I mean, like, literally, the country was supposedly founded on the premise of welcoming everyone in. Well, hell, the country was founded by immigrants. Like, literally, the Constitution was written by immigrants.
So
do you think those do you think those immigrants would write something that would exclude immigrants?
But anybody, you just said anybody that travels hundreds and or thousands of miles to come to this country, anybody.
We should welcome them with open arms. Yes, if they're willing to actually make that trek. I'm not saying we should I didn't say we should just let any and everyone in. I have my own opinion, but what I'm saying is we should welcome them. Donald Trump is not welcoming them. Donald Trump is not only proactively trying to harm anyone who's trying to get here, even the people that are quote unquote doing things the legal way. He's turning more. Donald Trump specifically came back into office with an approach to reduce legal immigration, not immigration.
Legal immigration. What did he try
Yes.
to reduce? And then also, I do want to ask you, what do you think could be improved with our border policy? But go on about the, how he's trying to reduce legal immigration.
Yeah, so he specifically wanted to, and it was on his platform, he wanted to reduce legal immigration. But one way that he's actually doing so is by instituting multiple fees that were not in place prior for asylum. Like, not only are there exorbitant fees now around asylum seeking, but also there's like a yearly asylum seeking fee. He's literally trying to price people out of being able to get into the country that are fleeing for their life.
Dude, at face value, hearing that, I don't know if I agree with that, because, charging people to be able to live here legally, I think is wrong. So I need to look more into that. But from what you're saying, without me having the policy or whatever in front of me, it doesn't sound good. But I mean, we have to deal with the issue that the Biden administration put in front of us for the last 4 years. We had everybody coming in record numbers, unvetted. And
Yeah. So
question.
here's my question: if you
I'm
want
sorry,
people to be vetted, would you want to give them a pathway to citizenship, given that they're in the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime?
if they already came into the country illegally, didn't they already commit a crime?
Not a bad crime.
Not a bad crime. What's a bad crime? I mean, isn't crime
like
crime?
like a crime that's
You're
so
saying
bad
violent crime.
a crime that's so bad insofar as that someone should be deported, because just coming
So-
like, for example, if someone jaywalks and it's not unsafe, right? Did they commit a bad crime?
So you're talking about what's bad crime and good crime. I mean, crime is crime.
I
but there
literally
is-
just
I do
described it
agree-
to you. There's no way you're this dense. I just described
no,
it to you,
I'm
and you purposefully don't listen to what I say.
All right, here, say it again. I apologize. I'm not dense. Let me hear it.
Yes, so I'm saying specifically a crime that you consider so bad insofar as you wouldn't allow them into the country. Is it a bad crime?
Is it okay? The fact that you were coming over into the country illegally is a crime in itself. When you have that, something.
Dude, it's like he doesn't hear the question I asked him.
No, I do hear you, man.
Then answer it.
Answer. Okay. You're talking about what is a bad and what is a good crime. I mean, I don't think a crime is crime. Laugh, dude. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm having a good discussion with you, and I'm actually
We're not
trying to
having a
gain-
good discussion. If you think we're having a
We're
good
not?
discussion right now, then you are delusional. You are not answering a specific question I'm asking you. It's a basic question, and you can't answer it. We're not having a good question or good conversation.
Damn, dude. Okay. That's crazy. Your demeanor is wild, man, because I just wanted to talk and hear what you
go
wanted
ahead,
to
go
say.
ahead and
You haven't
gaslight
said
me, dude.
anything.
You're so fucking amazing.
I'm not
Thank you so much.
gaslighting you.
You absolutely are. You're the one who caused that. You're not answering the specific question. I described
The
to you
fact-
exactly why, and then you say I'm the problem.
No, I'm saying that you're going in the defensive mode of, hey, like, you're not answering this. I'm saying that crime is crime. And I'm trying to have an
you.
open dialogue with you.
Yeah, is it a bad crime?
Is it a bad crime? Dude, what is a bad crime? A crime is crime. If they're already coming over and breaking the laws to begin with, give me a break, man.
Is it? How about this? Is the crime?
I want to give people. I would love to go ahead and change our border policies and get stuff to help people get an easier pathway to citizenship. But I would like people to be vetted.
Is the crime morally wrong to commit?
Is the crime morally wrong to commit? Coming over into the country illegally. It's okay. You're coming over to a country that has something set in place and you are breaking their laws and then expecting to get benefits and everything from this country. I do think that's morally wrong. I think that you
Okay.
should respect the country that you're trying to immigrate to, man.
Sure, he thinks it's morally wrong. Is it morally wrong to jaywalk, given that it's not totally safe to do so and there's no cars and it's not a threat to anyone's safety?
Morally wrong. So I guess you got to define what are correct and what are right morals. I mean, is it illegal? Is it a crime? Yes. Is it flipping stupid? Yeah, of course it is. Jaywalking. Go ahead. Touch your forehead. Oh, God.
I think the point that Parker's trying to get to is,
Yeah.
do you think that all laws are just? Yes or no?
No, actually, you know what, Santana, and I like you, man. You're very calm-headed.
Well,
No,
I mean,
I
that's
don't.
because people have
I don't.
been wild tonight and they're pushing Parker, and I've only been here for a few minutes. That's it.
I feel it, dude. You probably got some crazy cult heads, and I see people in the comments saying he's part of the cult. I'm really not. You know I have conservative values, and I'm on the right, and so we're not going to agree on everything. But I'm not in some fucking cult because I'm not going to follow this man if he truly is in the Epstein files or in truly disgusting things. Well, we got to see them, right?
Well, no, like he's already been briefed that he was in those files, and also he, like today, openly admitted that he has a direct link between one of the victims. He literally, one of the victims worked for him, and he got mad at Epstein because Epstein actually stole her, quote unquote, stole her, and took her away from his spa to work for him directly, and she was one of the victims that was trafficked to Epstein Island. So, yeah,
Sickening.
there's a lot.
Sickening. And let me read more about that. I wish it wasn't just like fucking Fox and CNN, and you got so far right and so far left.
Well, you don't have to use any of those. I don't.
Right.
You can use Reuters, you can use AP News, you can use Politico, you can use Ground News, you can use NPR. Like there's plenty, Al Jazeera, BBC. But I say all that to say, and Parker's point earlier was like, I think you have a misconception as far as like the law and what is quote unquote just or not just. I mean, like crossing the border is a misdemeanor. How much do you think you have to pay in a fine if you are caught crossing the border illegally?
Shit, I wouldn't. I mean,
Take
you
a
want
wild
me to
guess.
guess? A guess of a fine. What? $500?
The maximum is half of that. $250 is the maximum fine.
Okay.
It's a misdemeanor. It's you can get a larger fine for shooting off fireworks than you can for crossing the border. And if Donald Trump actually wanted to address the quote unquote border, sorry, that was me. The crisis at the border, he would put forth some type of legislation, which he has not done at all.
Yeah. All right, Parker. Well, you looking a little agitated there, buddy.
I'm not agitated. I just I think it's incredibly disrespectful for you to try to act like it was me that was the problem when it was literally you not answering a specific question. Like you acted like I was out like unjust for the way that I was responding in response to like the way that you were clearly not answering the question. Like it was very basic. Like you answered it in one scenario, but then asked specifically to define, oh, how do we define morals in this certain scenario? Like it's just really ridiculous. Like you obviously knew what I was asking. I clarified multiple times what the question was, and you just specifically decide not to answer it because you know it's going to make you look bad. It's ridiculous. I really dislike that people that are incredibly dishonest and disingenuous and try to act like I'm the one that's responding unjustly when they just are just gaslighting me and they're acting like they're not the ones that are just like clearly not answering a specific question.
See, I thought that I gave you a perfectly great answer. I was saying crime is crime, and then I was asking you to define what is moral. It was a very vague question that you were asking me. It doesn't just warrant a very.
It wasn't a vague question. I asked you if the crime was morally wrong. I asked you if the crime was morally wrong to commit.
Right. But the whole thing is your demeanor and attitude, man. Like I've talked with Dean a few times, and I just got done telling you when I first came on here. I was like, hey, I listen to you guys. I think you guys are smart. I'm hearing things on both sides. Aren't you trying to like flip people and like be like, hey, check out this stuff? Like you guys have already told me a few things, but the way that you get people to actually listen to your views is by being a nice person, and I feel like I have been genuine enough to be able to talk to you and have open dialogue and listen to what you have to say. Santana's been very nice. And, if I got a question and I give you an answer that you don't like, why mock me? Why be condescending and like start laughing?
You are unable to see that the way that you treat people and how it affects them. You're unable to see it. I described it to you. I described it to you multiple times. You are unable to see what you were doing in the scenario. It's impossible for you to realize that. I was way too nice to you. I was way too nice. You deserve to be fucking like someone to be mad at you, to be totally honest, because you're genuinely being obtuse.
Obtuse.
Yes, you absolutely are. I'm being serious.
All right.
And
All right.
and like self-righteous. It's ridiculous. Like I actually like I'm
How
genuinely.
am I being self-righteous? I'm listening to you and hearing your arguments.
You're not.
And
You're
even
not. You're not.
agreeing
I
with
asked
I'm
you.
not. I'm not because I've actually agreed with a few of the things that you've said and been like, "Hey, man, actually, that is disgusting." I'll have to
Then
look
why have
into
I
it."
still not an answer to the question?
What do you mean? I did answer it.
Is it wrong to Is it wrong specifically? Is it a morally wrong crime to commit if you jaywalk without it being an effect on someone's safety or security or anyone's safety
Is
and
it
security?
morally? It's a crime. Is it morally wrong? No. In the sense of walking across the street, no, it's not morally wrong. But is it a crime? Yes. And then that also goes to your attitude, your behavior of what you're doing and following laws and respecting the country that you're in.
So you see how now you've just answered the question and prior you were not answering the question? Do you see
How did I
how
not
the
answer
way
the
that you
question?
just responded was totally and radically different than the way you've responded for, how many times I asked it prior? Like you
Okay,
finally
so
gave me a
before
response.
we
So
didn't have
the
a lot
reason
of-
why I was
before we
asking you
didn't
that
have a lot of
question,
dialogue and
the reason
conversation.
why the reason why I was asking you that question was because I was trying to establish that in some circumstances, breaking the law isn't morally wrong. You have to describe specifically why it would be wrong in the certain scenario. So then I would ask you, someone who came to the country who's undocumented, who's not committed a violent crime or bad crime, why is it morally wrong for them to have come to the country undocumented? What did they do that was morally wrong?
Because I think there's a moral difference between illegally invading a country or coming over into a country than it is with just jaywalking across the street. I think that there is a difference.
What do you mean by invading?
Invading, coming in here and illegally without being vetted, we don't know who you are. We have people that can potentially be terrorists, could potentially have bad motives, and coming over here to cause harm to you, me, and our family and friends. But if we don't have a vetting process, and I did agree that we need to change our border policies, have people get an easier way to citizenship, anybody who wants to come over here. But you need to have everybody vetted. You have to. If you have open borders, you cause chaos.
Yes. So here, let me address this real quick. So you say that you have potentially terrorists. Did you know that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens? If you need more vetting, you want to give people who are already in the country who are undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, because it will incentivize people who are already in the country undocumented to actually identify themselves to authorities, because otherwise they won't identify themselves to authorities, and there'll be less people vetted in the country. So actually respond in terms of the bases of those positions. And also, it's obviously not illegally invading. And secondly, like you're going across a certain area, you're walking across a certain area, right, with that is currently considered illegal under the law. Under both jaywalking and coming to the country undocumented, that's the same action. You'd have to describe how in one scenario it somehow victimizes the country, but in the other scenario it doesn't, insofar as that in one scenario they should be punished, but in the other scenario they shouldn't.
Well, one scenario, you're a citizen walking across the street and you're getting arrested. One scenario, you're not a citizen coming into the country illegally and you're getting removed. And it's pretty basic, dude.
So again, you're saying whether or not they're a citizen. That's the distinction. So if someone,
Correct.
okay, so
Based on
to clarify,
the crime,
so to clarify, if someone who was undocumented, right, jaywalked, would it be wrong that they jaywalked if it was not a threat to someone's safety or security?
If somebody undocumented jaywalked, it would be the same as somebody that is a citizen jaywalking.
Exactly. So whether or not they're a citizen is irrelevant. So like you kind of just made my point.
Yeah. I agree. It's
Push the fireworks. Thank you so much.
regardless of your citizenship or not. If you jaywalk, yeah, it's the same fucking thing. I agree. So what does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
What does that have to do with what?
The price of tea in China. It's just the same.
I've
never heard that. Sorry, I apologize for saying that. What does that have to do with anything? The difference between an illegal immigrant jaywalking and a citizen jaywalking.
Yeah. So
What point are
you brought up the distinction in them being like a citizen or not a citizen as an explanation as to why there's a distinction in the way that you would treat people in the two scenarios, to say that you would care in one scenario to say that there should be punishment versus not in the other scenario. Because we were comparing what's it called? Not trespassing. Jaywalking to come to the country undocumented. You're going across a certain area that's designated by law to be illegal to do so.
Right. You're going to address the crime of what's going on. Okay, jaywalking, whatever. You get a fine. You arrest somebody or whatever. You look into their legal status as a citizen, and you see that they're not. Okay, you got to deport them. So that's completely two different things.
Okay, it seems like you're not understanding. What's morally wrong about coming to the country undocumented if you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
How do we know who's coming in undocumented hasn't committed a violent crime if they haven't been vetted?
Well, again, we would give them a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, which would incentivize anyone who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime to go through the vetting process, because they wouldn't have to leave the country, and they know that they meet the set of criteria that would allow for them to stay, meaning it would be easier for law enforcement to identify anyone in the country who has committed a violent crime or a bad crime, because it is the case that they wouldn't be going through the process or identifying themselves to authorities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, Parker. But at the end of the day, I just think we need to vet people coming in. Hey, change the border policies.
Wait,
Vet people that are coming in.
I got a follow-up question for you based off of that statement. If you think that we need to vet people that are coming in, how do you feel about Donald Trump bringing violent offenders back into the U.S.?
What violent? Oh, sorry, my Dexcom's going off. I have type 1 diabetes. I don't know if you guys heard that. Boom, boom, boom. But what'd you say? Violent offenders back in the U.S.?
Mm-hmm. Like someone who has unalived multiple people.
Okay. Like who? Like, has he done that?
Yeah, he has. The guy's name is Duhad Hadan Ortiz. He was someone that was in jail in Venezuela. He was in jail for taking the life of 3 different people in Spain. And from that point, Donald Trump brought him back to the U.S. as part of a prisoner swap. So he's literally bringing people who are unaliving people back into the country.
Okay, so, I mean, is he being brought to justice at all? I mean, when they're bringing him in, or is it just, hey, come back in, whatever, you unalive people, it doesn't matter?
Yeah, no, they're bringing him back in. Again, it was a prisoner swap. Now, as far as any additional time, I'm not seeing what they've said on that yet, but he was on a private plane with a flag and all of the other people, and they were praising Trump. So yeah, I don't know. He pardoned January 6ers. He might pardon this guy as well. There's no follow up as far as what is the next steps, but he's literally someone that took the life of 3 different people in Spain.
What's the guy's name? I want to look him up. I mean,
it's Hadin. It's spelled H-A-I-N-D. Ortiz.
Ortiz. Okay, I'm just writing it down. All right, yeah, I'll check it out, man.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yep, thanks, man. Bye.
All right. Mike, how old are you?
I'm in my 30s, bro.
And do you support Donald Trump?
For the most part, compared to the other option.
Like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd vote for neither, honestly, but I wouldn't vote for her.
Okay. Well, then why are you saying in the comment section that I'm grifting?
Well, think about it. If Kamala had won, do you think TikTok would still be going on? How would you be making all this money that you're making?
TikTok would probably still be here, and I have YouTube.
That's an assumption. Biden left it for the next administration.
I have YouTube.
You should be thanking Trump.
I have YouTube.
It was
and
Trump's
no,
fault.
I'm not going to thank Trump. I have YouTube. You know that, like,
and also when it comes to
hold up. You know half the streams on YouTube, right?
And I've spoken to you before. You're the guy who doesn't even know the Constitution. But as far as with the immigration issue, so when you're in the line on the grocery store, should everybody skip you on the line? When you're going to the cashier, everybody skip.
I'm confused.
Skip Parker
confused.
on the line when you're at the grocery store. If you see Parker out there in the public and he's going grocery shopping, let's say at a Whole Foods, right? Skip him on the line.
Undocumented immigrants coming to the country are not going into the line in the very first place.
They're skipping the line of the legal immigrants that are.
But they're not going into the line. Therefore, they're not skipping it.
There's no need to mute, Parker. No need to mute.
Well, you're making a point that's obviously wrong, and I was just demonstrating I was wrong. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, so undocumented immigrants are not skipping the line as far as immigrants who are trying to do it the right way and go through a process?
No, because they're not going into the line.
Yeah, exactly. They're skipping the line.
No, okay, so then they're not. If they're not affecting the wait times, then.
No, they are because
no, they're not. They're not. If they're not affecting the wait times if they never go into the line.
They're skipping the line.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah,
how lines
which
work.
means that they're not affecting the line time.
No, they are.
How are they affecting the line time if they're never in the line?
The lime time? What do you mean by that?
How
The
long the
line
line
time.
takes?
What do you mean by that?
How long the line takes? I know, dude. Jesus Christ, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, bye.
How are they actually affecting the amount of time? Amandus, thank you for the $6.66. You are amazing. Randy, thank you for the 5. Sending you and Parker something. My anti-Trump store. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, we don't want anything from. Oh, wait, no. They said they have an anti-Trump store and they're gonna send us something.
I don't know.
I thought this was the guy from the Trump store, which is real. He has a bunch of Trump junk, and they're still selling Joe Biden stuff.
That's so cringe. Nina, thank you so much for the $2. Nick, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Hyped. I appreciate the $2. Marisa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Joelish, thank you so much for the $10. Ariana, thank you so much for the $2. Joelish for the 10. Gabby, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Talia, again, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you. As well as Glenn with the $20. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you supporting the grift, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the grift. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2009. Or 2006. I don't know why I said 2009. I'm for real. I don't know why I said 2009. I'm sorry.
That's just rough, man. I'm sorry. That's just rough. I'm sorry. You just got unlucky, I guess. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like this stream, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. We're almost there. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. We're almost there, everybody. If you want to support Santana, all right, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. I cannot speak. My brain is like literally not functioning properly right now. I think it's just like it's a late into the live, and it's like
Also, the guests have been horrible. They've been so bad. Like, what are they? They're just unhinged today.
Yeah, no, I think it's actually like the unhinged guess. I don't think it's the elevation. I want to say it's not the
No.
elevation.
It's not. It's not. Like they've
Push them
been.
again.
You know what? Today they've been a basket full of a basket of deplorables. Damn it! Now you're passing it on to me, Parker.
You know, it might be the people we're talking to. That could explain it. Joseph, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I think my thing is I think it's time we stop pretending that Justin Herbert is a top 5 quarterback in this league because he's not.
Jesus
I
Christ,
co-sign
dude.
that message. I agree.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support Santana, I, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Also, I'm going to put it in the pinned comment on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I just wanted to say Justin Herbert is definitely a top 5 quarterback. His weapons have been lacking the last few years. Quentin Johnson hasn't been able to catch a ball. Now he's got Trey Harris.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Now he's got Omarion Hampton, who is going to be.
He's just a horrible Charger fan.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 60.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, because, I don't know if you ever thought of this, Parker. How would a chair be shaped if our knees bent the other way, dumbass?
What'd you say?
What?
Yeah.
What did he say? I don't know what he said. What did he say?
He said how would your knees bend? How would your knees bend if a chair was shaped the other way?
I said,
dumbass?
how would a chair be shaped if our knees bent the other way, dumbass?
If our knees were
What?
bent the
You're a
other
Harry Sissy
way?
lover. Pivot boy. Yeah, you're a pivot boy. For Harry and Chris and Dean.
What are you talking about, Paul?
Yeah. Okay. Can you give me like a policy of? Wait, actually, do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
You could be through Act Blue.
I could be. Okay. Do you think I'm a grifter?
Yeah, that's you.
All right, it's time to get swifty, everyone. Why am I a grifter?
Well, look at your content.
What about it?
You like baby unaliving.
Because wait, so I'm a grifter because I'm pro-choice.
No, you're pro-kill.
So because I'm pro-choice, that means that I'm a grifter? That's
Well,
your
what-
view?
what-
Everyone, if you like being a grifter, type 3 in the comment section. We love grifting. We love being pro-choice. Let's go. Let's go. W grifting in the comment
Pro-choice
section.
In context to what? In
What's up?
Context to what there?
Well, what are you talking about? We're all pro-choice. We love being pro-choice. That's great. W grifting. You said it's grifting to be pro-choice, so like we love grifting. We love being pro-choice.
Huh?
We love being pro-choice.
What?
We love grifting. Yeah.
What's that? Say that again.
We love grifting.
You're
We
cutting
love being
out.
pro-choice.
Change channels.
What's up?
Parky.
What?
Parky.
What did he call me?
Parky.
Santanis.
What?
What are you talking about, Paul Paul?
Jolish, thank you for
Yeah,
the
Parky
$5.
boy.
Thank you so much from Act Blue. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the $5.
Libby,
Did a
thank you
real
so much for the
job. How about
$10.
that?
Thank you so much. Oh, you don't think I have a real job? That's the one. Okay, what's a real job? Tate, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much from Soros. Thank you for your favorite grifter.
What's your trade? What's your skill? What's your skill? Mark?
Debating idiots like you on
What's
the
your
live
skill?
stream. Emily, thank you for the $5 for grift me harder.
Debating.
Yes, debating.
You have the debate skills of a dipshit.
Okay, well,
because what you do is you deflect.
well, it
is
doesn't.
what you
It doesn't
do.
matter. There's 8,000 people listening to me. It doesn't matter how good my debate skills
No
are.
one
There's
fucking
8,000 people
cares.
listening. What? I'm confused.
Woo-hoo.
Shin, thank you so much for the $5. So
Yeah,
listen.
yeah,
So listen. It's
you
a
are
real
confused.
job. Hey, dude. Listen.
Yes,
listen.
you are confused.
Listen. It's a
We can
real
see
job.
that 'cause you're a
It's a
little
real
boy.
job. You want to tell me?
You're a
I'll tell you.
little
I'll tell you why it's a
boy.
real job. It's a real
You're a
job.
little boy.
It's a real job
You're a
because
little boy.
I do labor and I
Little
make
boy
money
still
from it.
Hey,
shitting
Paul
yellow.
Paul, slow down.
You're a little boy still shitting yellow. You're a little boy still shitting yellow. This is fun.
What?
I don't even know what that means. So
You're
Gabby, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Thank you. So again, a real job is something that you engage in labor for a wage, right? That means that this is a job because I make money off of engaging in labor. Matt, thank you for the $5 from Taylor Swift. And also, he thinks I don't have a
Taylor
real
Swift,
job,
my
but then I also am possibly getting paid by Act Blue.
Well, didn't Harry? Didn't you all meet up in Las Vegas?
Karen, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really
Didn't
appreciate
you
it.
all
Thank
meet
you.
up in Las Vegas?
That doesn't
Didn't
mean
you
that
all
I'm
meet up
paid
in
by
Las
the
Vegas?
DNC.
Act Blue.
So wait, is it Act Blue, the DNC, or Taylor Swift? Which one?
Yeah,
Paul
which
Paul?
one? Which one?
Well, you tell me.
Combination.
You're the one who has to tell
It's
me.
all of them. That's the answer.
No,
Yeah, you know what? I grift from everything. I get paid by the DNC. I get paid by Soros. I get paid by everyone. I get paid by Act Blue. Everything. I'm paid by every single democratic entity that exists on the planet. Okay.
Oh,
John, thank you for the $2 for I'm a proud grifter. Thank you so much. Taylor Swift sends me checks every single day, and they're trillions and trillions of dollars. I might say. I have my net worth is actually it's actually greater than Trump's. I tell you, it's greater than Trump's. Grifter Parker #1. Let's go.
Horrible. Horrible. See what you're
Grifter
doing?
Parker
If it wasn't
#1.
for
Let's
Trump, you would
go.
not have a platform.
What's up?
You would not have a platform if it was not for Donald Trump.
Yes, I would.
You would not have a.
Yes, I would.
No, you would not.
I just want to. I just
No,
wait.
you
Wait.
would
I just want to let you know.
No, you would not.
I want to let you know. My TikTok videos don't even send out right now. Like the algorithm doesn't even send out my videos. My videos only send out on YouTube and Instagram, which wouldn't be taken down anyway. I have a YouTube presence. I have an Instagram presence. Right now on my YouTube, there's 3.5 thousand people in the stream. I'm just letting you know. And the 4.5 thousand people that are watching on TikTok, a hell of a lot of people would come over if TikTok didn't exist in the very first place. Libby, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Libby, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you're in the TikTok chat right now, and if it is the case that TikTok got banned, would you go to any of my other social medias to watch my live stream? If you would, type 3 in the comment section. Like, well, look at this. You're a joke, dude. Watch this. You're just mad. You're mad, bro. Stay mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all.
I'm
Parky.
actually shocked that he was able to unmute.
You love.
I
I'm
invited
actually
him.
shocked. Oh, okay.
Doing the shit.
Oh man.
This is fun.
Fakes, thank you so much for the
I love
$5.
you
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you. Chrissy, thank you so much for appreciating the $3. Mike, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you. Dania, thank you so much for the $5. Karen with the $2. Jolish, thank you for the $5.
Man, they're
From
wasting their
George
fucking
Soros,
money.
thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
God damn, they're wasting their fucking money
Why is it a waste of money?
on little soy boy.
Oh, what's a soy boy?
Why would it not be a waste of money?
Because it is the case that
Why would
they're
it
sending
not
me money
be a
that they
waste?
want to support me, given they like my content. Amethyst, thank you so much for the
Support you
$1. I
for
really
what?
appreciate it. Stacy, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
Support you
Anna,
for
thank you for the
what,
$2. Thank you.
Parky?
To do what I love on the internet.
Support you for what, Parky?
To do what I love. To advocate for what I believe in.
Okay, great. But you are a little Harry Sisson.
What? I'm not even friends
Dean
with Harry anymore.
Withers.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Dean is one of my Dean is one of my good friends. Yes.
Are
Yeah,
you
Dean's
jealous
an
that
idiot.
are you jealous that other people have friends and you don't? It's okay. Is
Oh,
that
I
why
got a
you're
lot of
hanging out up
friends.
here?
I've got a lot of friends, dumbass.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that angry MAGA
Yeah.
grandpa.
Oh, look, King
I don't
Tut.
think so, Pawpaw.
Well, we know what King Tut was, don't we?
He was a pharaoh.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $2. Thank
His
you.
little boy. His little boy.
Hey, okay,
His
wait.
little boy.
Wait, hold up. Can you tell me what a real job is?
Little boy.
What's a real job?
Little boy.
What's a real
Little
job?
boy.
What's a real job?
You know how to change brakes on a car?
Grandpa, what's a real job?
Do you know how to manually reboot your computer?
Absolutely, yes. I work on computers, as a matter of fact, dumbass.
Stop it, Pawpaw.
Bro, can you please can you like
Okay.
please seriously like give me what's a real job? Are you just jealous that like I can do what I love?
No, I'm not jealous at all. I don't.
So then
fucking
can you
care.
tell me what's a real job then?
Oh yeah, yeah. Have you ever done manual labor?
No, never once. Jolish, thank you for the $10. I never
Yeah,
once have done
imagine
manual
that.
labor.
Yeah, your hands are like little soft baby.
Yeah, do you like my hands?
tissue
What do my
paper.
hands look like?
Pussy.
You like my hands?
Yeah, you got hands. That's fucking great. Yeah, I like anybody. I love anybody that has hands. Yeah,
You like
can-
them? You
yeah,
like no,
okay.
but do you like my hands? Do you like them? Do you think they're soft hands?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so like what's
You
wrong
can
with
come out
that?
to my farm and work for a while.
No, I don't
You can
want
come
to.
out to my farm
I'm
and work
good.
For a while.
I'm good.
Yeah, you don't want to because yeah, I know.
Yeah,
You want to come out to farm and work for a while?
No. Dude, my dad grew up on
Why
a
not?
farm. My dad grew up on a farm. I would rather not. He would rather not
Well,
too.
he really did you a big
is
disservice.
Wait. I just really know. Yeah, my dad grew up on a farm, and he would do farm work all the time, and he definitely thinks I have a real job for sure.
Did you? Did you?
No, I didn't grow up on
Did
a
you?
farm. No. Because
Did
he
you?
would rather not work at the farm. He decided to leave the farm.
Okay. So you want to come out and work on the farm?
No. Stop trying to get me to work for your
Why not?
farm. Jessica, thank you for the $10.
Why
Thank you.
not?
Renee, thank you for the $5.
I'll
Thank
pay
you.
you.
I don't want to work at your
I'll pay you.
farm. No.
Why not?
Because I don't need a job.
What's your job?
This is my job.
Oh, that okay. So
Rumble, thank you
your
so much for the
job
$5.
is
Thank
to-
you. Yeah.
This is great. I love it.
My
Parker.
job
This
is talking
fun.
to you right now. You're doing it for free too.
Hey, MAGA
and
Pawpaw.
I don't mind. I don't mind, dude.
MAGA Pawpaw.
And this
Hey.
dude called me Pawpaw.
Yeah, hey, MAGA Pawpaw. You do know that your
Oh, here we
following
go.
list
I got a
is wait.
warning from you guys.
You do know that your following list is public, right?
Yes, yeah, I got a warning from y'all.
You didn't get a warning from us. That's not from us, MAGA Pawpaw.
Yep, Trump 2024 forever.
Hey,
Make
why are
it.
you
2020? Why do you say
girls?
Trump 2020? Wait, can you answer this question? Can you name one Trump policy that
well-
wait. Name one Trump policy he influenced to get passed that you like, that you think was good.
Border control,
No, name the specific policy.
border safety. And
Name
see,
the-
this is what
He
you
can't do it. He
Parker.
can't do it. Name the
Is you do it
specific
just
policy.
Like you do it just like everyone else. Okay, what policy did he initiate that you don't like?
Yeah, for example, I disagree with his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, his big, beautiful bill. I disagree with so many of the policies that he tried to pass, right? We can point to the fact that he tried to overturn Roe versus Wade.
What
He did
policies?
overturn Roe versus
What
Wade.
number? What number? What number of policy? What number of policy?
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the big, beautiful bill. Both of those are big disagreements I have. I'll give you specific provisions I disagree with. For
Okay,
example,
so what's your disagreement?
Yeah, for example, I disagree with Donald Trump cutting Medicaid from over 10 million people, right, along with millions of people from food stamps, decreasing after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, and giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately. The Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, is what indicated that.
What persons are being cut off of these programs?
What do you mean?
What persons, what entities are being cut off these programs?
Entities? People. American
Okay, people in
citizens.
context to what?
American citizens in need.
So illegals are American citizens?
Undocumented immigrants are not losing Medicaid because they didn't have Medicaid.
No. So if I go rob a bank, am I doing an undocumented withdrawal?
What are you talking
What
about?
is this guy saying? Wacky,
on,
thank you for the
Maga
$5. Thank you. What is going on? Were you at January 6th?
Yeah. See, this little bitch down here.
Wait.
Is being
Whoa.
very
What?
very condescending.
Crazy. Me?
Yeah, he's a little bitch.
Me? Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't talking about any women. You're talking about me. It's okay, MAGA Paw Paw. Listen, I know you getting a little bit upset. It's okay. I've been called worse.
I'm fine, dude.
Yeah, I've been called worse.
Does
Yeah,
he want?
'cause
Does he
you are
want to?
worse.
Does he want to answer my?
Yeah.
He can't answer my
He's
question,
triggered.
can he? He's so triggered.
Aw. He's triggered. It's
Wait,
okay,
wait,
man.
where were you on January
You
6th?
two are triggered.
Hey, dude,
That's why you're doing this, because you two are triggered.
where were you on January 6th? Answer the question. Unmute yourself. Where were you on January 6th? Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Where was I? Where was I on January 6th?
Yeah.
Paw Paw, are you slurring? Paw Paw, have you been hitting a ripple?
Yeah. How many beers?
Now.
Put the booze down, Paw Paw.
8,920.
I believe it.
I believe it too. Where were you on January 6th?
I was home on my farm. Where were you?
I was on live. I'm just kidding.
I was watching you.
You were? It was
Yeah, you
2021.
don't know, and I don't know, but I was at home.
It was really early when I was starting live. I doubt I was on live at the point it happened, but
Yeah, and
but-
you were a little kid. You
So-
still are.
Do you like my grift? How do you like my grift?
I like it. I do.
You do?
It's great.
You think it's fun?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it is a good time, dude.
Yeah. So like so what do you so can you define to me what a real job is? Oh, he got kicked. He still never defined that. It took him so long he couldn't do it.
No.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? He said hard
22.
labor. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, and honestly, I think this year is the year that the Broncos finally beat the Chiefs and take the AFC West back, man.
No.
I hope so.
Yeah, no, it's
I hope
definitely
so.
happening.
You
I
wait,
hope
Chad.
so.
Chad. Do you guys see how quick Parker did not kick this guy?
Yeah, no,
get him
no,
out of here,
yeah,
Parker.
no,
get
no,
him out of here.
No, that
Justin
he's,
Herbert's
he's
get him out of here too.
Mahomes is
Dude,
regressing, bro.
he's
Like,
speaking
this
facts
is
right
the
now.
year.
He's speaking facts right now.
Whatever.
He's speaking facts
Bo
right now.
Nix,
So, like,
is the future.
yeah, let's go. Like, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh no, I just wanted to come up here to talk about how great the
You
Denver
know,
Broncos are.
I knew you didn't support Donald Trump. I could tell. You're so base.
No, kick him too. Diabolical.
Appreciate the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Not me letting him spread the propaganda.
Exactly.
By the way, I used to spread so much Broncos propaganda, like, oh, we're gonna win this year, we're gonna be so great, and then we were just dog shit. It would happen all the time, dude. Oh my
Listen,
god.
I feel like, you know, I'm gonna go out on my shield. This year's our year, the Panthers. Like, our wide receiver core, we got something. We got something.
I'll have to keep up because it's about like the season's about to start. So
It is. They're in training camp.
Katrina, thank you so much for the $1. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 for the headache meds after this guest. Thank you, and for the $10 again. Mike with the $6. Daniel, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. Kara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 for get a damn job, Parker. Shaking my head. Much love. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 from the RNC. Jeez. Renee, thank you so much for the $5.
RNC?
Wait, did you see the South Park is gonna make a meme of Charlie Kirk? Did you see that?
I meant to send that to you earlier.
That was really funny. I was praying that they would put me as a caricature on it. That would be so funny, dude.
That would be hilarious.
Can you imagine seeing Parker get a job on South Park?
Oh my god.
That would be
W's in
the
the chat.
funniest joke ever, actually.
W's in the chat for Joel. Joel, thank you for the 10. Go Panthers, keep pounding. I know that's right, Joel.
That would be so funny. And then like Charlie Kirk getting so pissed after, like I feel like they could make something funny out of that. Like that would go so viral. Oh my god. If they did that, that would go so viral. I know it for sure.
Yeah.
Talia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Well, it'd go viral anyway, but it would go even more viral, I hope. Let's go to the next person here. If you're on YouTube again, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, I recommend to go over to the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
He pardoned NBA YoungBoy.
Troll. Andrew, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Talia, thank you so much for the $2 for Go Birds. Love you and Santana, though. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
You're really far from your mic. Is there a way you can get closer?
23.
Is there a way
You got closer and it's still far away.
My phone's a little messed up, bro. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try my
can you pull yourself out of your Bluetooth or turn off Bluetooth?
How did he get closer and yet still far
Yeah.
away?
And it's still so quiet. Yeah, I can hear you right next to it too. Dude, I'm sorry, your microphone is
not hear you.
underwater, dude.
I know it's like clogged. Okay.
I'm sorry. We got to go on to the next person. I could hear you, but like I doubt we could really actually have a debate.
Justin, thank you for the 5. I'm a Packers fan, but Xavier Legette is a national treasure. He absolutely is. And also Dale, thank you for the 10. Love you, bud, but go Birds. Okay, we've had enough of Philly.
Elia, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. I will be rooting for the Panthers though this year.
Yeah.
I like so much nigga.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Bo Nix does in year 2. I didn't realize how good he was until I went back and looked at it.
You know, I was really surprised with how good he did for his first season because he took a team that like didn't play that well with Russell Wilson for some reason. It was really sad. I expected us to do so well. I thought when we got Russell Wilson that we were just going to be amazing and win it right off the bat, and we played so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Like I feel like the Broncos always have really good defense, so
Yeah, they
it's
do.
it's cool to see him jump in and like see success right away. To some degree, because like I mean we got to the playoffs. We lost pretty early, but getting to the playoffs.
Wait, you guys made the playoffs this year?
Yeah, we made. I'm pretty sure we did. I remember making the playoffs and like losing first round.
And Sean Payton's the coach now, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't really caught up recently. I haven't really been staying in the loop, but last season I was kind of in the loop. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Jaden Daniels the GOAT. That's all I gotta say.
Shayla, thank you for the 2 Raiders Nation. I guess.
Sean Payne's the coach. Okay, that's interesting. That'll be interesting. I'm interested to see how he plays this year. But yeah, I will forever remember the Panthers versus Broncos Super Bowl.
Oh my god.
Because like I remember watching them win. I was so hyped.
Their ends ate our lunch. I was so pissed.
Joe Lish, thank you for the $10. Imagine no being a Broncos fan is so sad because like after the Seahawks destroyed us, I remember being so sad in middle school. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just wanted to say that the Lions are gonna.
I don't know what you said. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Joe Lish, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I hope so.
Karen, thank you for the 2. It's definitely not the Lions year though.
I remember I thought about making a sports account for a bit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It would do well.
You mog Charlie Kirk.
Appreciate you. But then like I only go through phases where I'm into sports and then I'm like and I just don't care sometimes.
Have you seen Skinny Luca?
I haven't actually.
Oh, I gotta send you the pictures. It's a thing.
Yeah, I gotta see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why are you against the big beautiful bill?
Because it is the case that it decreases after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and gives massive tax breaks that disproportionately help the rich and wealthy. It cuts over 10 million people off their Medicaid and millions off their food stamps.
So, but don't you think we should stop giving so much to food stamps, anything like that?
No,
Why not?
No, I think that a lot of the money that we can save on is from like the Department of Defense and is from like tax loopholes that billionaires and millionaires aren't paying. That's where we can get a lot more money from. I don't think that we should be getting money from people who are on food stamps. Along with the fact that we could save $450 billion a year if we adopted Medicare for all, according to a Yale study. Elida, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate on YouTube Super Chat. Good to see you. I'm excited. That'd be great.
Well,
That'd be great. WU. Thank you so much, Elida.
In regards to EBT and everything, that's for basically people who are not making enough. Just go get a job. There is no such thing as being poor in America. There is no such thing.
What?
I'm not talking to you.
Well,
yes,
you
you
are
can
now,
get
Jen.
any job anywhere.
Yes,
Jen,
you are,
you are
Jen. You
now.
are. You absolutely are. Don't come on my live and say that you're not talking to Santana. Secondly, to say that there's no one that's poor in America is ridiculous. Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. I just want to let you know. Along with the fact that there's 137 million Americans struggling with medical debt, there are people in this country that cannot get access to life-saving medical care. I think that that's ridiculous that you just said that. There are people living homeless in this country.
Also,
Yeah.
Jen, there's people working full-time jobs who actually need SNAP benefits, like, people employed by Walmart. Literally, they're
Then
not
get
being
a
paid
better
a living
job
wage.
than Walmart. Go to college, get a degree, and get a better
Just get
job
it.
than Walmart.
So she says just get a job. Okay. So instead of just saying get a job, how about you tell the business owners to pay their employees more?
No, if you're working
How about you
at
tell them?
Walmart,
How about you tell
deserve the
them?
rate
How about
they're
you tell
paying.
them if they
You're
can't pay?
working at
How
Walmart.
about you tell them if they can't pay a fair wage to their employees that they can go get a fucking job? How about you tell them that if they can't pay a fair wage that they should do that? Why do you say
So
specifically to people who have not good wages, just to say to them to get a job? Because to me, it sounds like a problem on behalf of the person that's not paying them enough.
You are not getting paid enough. Don't fucking work for those people, and that's it. Go somewhere else. Get your
So
degree.
wait,
Do
aren't you
something where can get
advocating?
more money.
So are you advocating for like Americans to not have jobs? I'm confused. So should
What
there
I'm
be
saying
jobs
is
that
you know what
Americans
you're
aren't
getting
willing
yourself
to actually
into.
work?
If you want to be
What are
30
we-
years
what are we
old and
talking
working
about?
at Walmart, that's your own
What
thing.
are we talking about?
You're
So
not going to get paid enough.
why are you shaming people for making an honest living? That's
but they're
weird.
still using SNAP benefits. What are
But
they using their money
yeah,
on?
shouldn't you actually? It's not about the money. It's about the lack of money that they're
Well, I'm
being
sick of
paid by
voting
these
for people
actual
who are being
corporations
lazy
that
half the
continue to
time.
actually have corporate buybacks, their stock buybacks, and paying out their C-level. They're not paying their employees, and for you to get up here and to shame people because they work at quote unquote Walmart. Listen,
You
Jen,
guys said Walmart as an
people,
example.
no, because that's where it's happening, Jen. People working an honest living should always be something that's respectable. People used to be able to work a normal job on 40 hours and have a good life.
Before
But we
Biden,
can't because
before Obama.
Republicans, no. Republicans decided that trickle down economics somehow works. When it doesn't, they've stopped increasing the federal minimum wage, and they don't want to do anything to benefit everyday Americans. But yet, for some reason, you think it's lazy people. It's you. You're the problem.
I'm not the problem.
You're
Not at
definitely
all.
the problem.
People need to
You're the
stop
problem
being
because
lazy,
you're
get up and
voting.
get a fucking job.
You're the problem because you're voting for that, and you also
How
don't
dare I am.
understand
I'm
how
voting
things
for Trump
work.
because he's making things better. Do you remember
What
what
did
it
he
was
make
like
better?
living under his first
And
term?
what?
What
Wait,
did he
tell,
make
tell
bet-
me
it
one
was
policy.
horrible.
Tell me one policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the economy.
The Tax Act and Job Act. That helped.
So
the
again,
tariffs are
so again,
helping
if you want to
too.
look at the big beautiful bill,
They're
because the
not.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is within the big beautiful bill, decreasing after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, and gave disproportionate tax cuts to the rich and wealthy, added $3.4 trillion to the debt. So please tell me how that's effective policy when you're selling away the future for our children in terms of giving us significant amounts of debt to do massive tax
sorry,
breaks for
why are
millionaires
you
and billionaires
talking about-
and cut millions off their food stamps and fucking health insurance. That's ridiculous. You're selling away this country to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. You're doing reverse Robin Hood, taking money from the poor and giving to the rich. That's what you're doing.
Also, and let's not forget, like, there's multiple actual impacts from this as well. Parker mentioned the 10 million people that are going to lose their access to their Medicaid benefits, but there's going to be an additional 7 million people losing access to the ACA because of the additional cuts they're looking to make. They're literally, Donald Trump is harming Americans across
That
the
way
board.
we stop giving our tax dollars to them.
Yeah, because we're giving them to the ultra wealthy. That's why we're giving it to the super rich. You're up here advocating to give more money to the super rich. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like explain to me
Or
why
not
your
giving it to
priority
lazy
is rich
people.
people rather than people who are in need of health insurance and medical care and like food stamps.
No, there's a lot of people on TikTok and come shopping with me after I just got my, government funds. Like that's so ridiculous. And they spend it on bullshit is another thing.
Stop it, Jen. There's no one on TikTok saying,
Look it
come
up.
shop with me after I get my government
Go
funds.
look
That's
it up.
not
Wait,
how it
I
works.
just want to let you know if they're doing
you
that,
don't like
they're
to
rage
admit it,
baiting.
though.
They're rage baiting for views, dude. Like
Okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
still, you're
I'm sorry.
acting
If
like a
you
lazy
can't
piece of
realize
shit.
that that's rage bait for views, then you're the one who just
I've seen it in real life. They're fucking
Alex,
idiots.
thank you for the $5. Thank you. Again, so how about this? Say there's a few people that you can find that are misusing food stamps, right? And whatnot. So you're saying
You
that
people-
because of that, you want to cut millions of people off of food stamps where you can't ensure whether or not they are specifically doing so when they need to. Ken, thank you so much. Appreciate the galaxy. Like there are plenty of
I'm
people you'd be cutting
sorry.
off, millions of people you'd be cutting off that should be on food stamps, that you think should be on food stamps because you want to cut off people that you think shouldn't be on.
I think we should stop giving out food stamps left and right.
Oh, so do you want to stop in general?
We should not be giving out this much. Absolutely not. No.
How would you like to cut food stamps?
A lot of people don't need it. Not at all.
How would you like to cut food stamps? Tell me, what qualifications do you think should be there in order for someone to be able to qualify for food stamps?
If they're unemployed or not by choice, by the way, if they were let go on severance, anything like that, disabilities, if you cannot work because of reasons like this, not because you are lazy and you are not getting a fucking job.
Wait,
Or if you're only
were
working
already
20 hours a week.
Work requirements have already existed historically for food stamps, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying, we're giving it out left and right now.
No, we're not.
That's absolutely
Samira,
not
thank
true.
you so
And
much for the
from-
$10. Like, can I get it? Can I get food stamps?
No,
Okay, so no, they're not just handing it out to everyone. What are you talking about?
I'm just
Also,
saying, too many
Jen-
people have them.
Jen, what state do you live in?
I'm in Illinois.
Illinois. Okay. So you're speaking from a position of privilege,
Yeah,
right?
I
You're in a
live with
state
whole
that
bunch of Democrats. I'm
right.
not
Yeah, you're
privileged,
in a state that is actually looking out for you in multiple ways and actively trying to protect you.
Do you
while
know who my
while you
governor
vote.
is?
Yeah,
Are you
your
out of your
governor is
fucking
awesome.
mind?
Your governor is absolutely awesome. Yes, I know exactly who your governor
you
is.
kidding me?
You are voting against
Oh,
other
I
people
think
while
he
your
likes
governor
Lori
continues
Lightfoot,
to actually
too.
try to protect you and your benefits. When you talk about people not needing SNAP benefits, everyone should have the ability to eat. Period.
There is
Period.
no such
Everyone
thing
should
as
have the
going
ability to
hungry
eat.
in this country. Go to a church, go to a homeless shelter.
What?
There is food. There is
Childhood
food
poverty is a
everywhere.
thing. Childhood poverty is a thing.
Nope.
It's
Go
literally
to
a
a
thing.
church, go to a food bank, go somewhere. I'm
Food
telling
banks are
you.
running dry because the economy sucks and Donald Trump is taking away. Donald Trump literally just burned
Let me tell you
$1
something.
million worth of food instead of actually donating it to those food banks that you were talking about. We purchased food that was supposed to be deployed overseas. Donald Trump said, no, it was food that was purchased by USAID. And instead of Donald Trump taking that food and giving it to Americans, he set it on fire. He literally does not care about Americans being able to eat.
Let me tell you something. I'm a social worker and I send people to food banks. I send them to homeless shelters. They all eat. They're all fed. It doesn't matter. The only thing is they have to check in and out every day. You get your place in line. There is food available.
I'm just curious, by the way, because I was born, raised, and lived in Illinois for
What
most of my
part?
life, right?
What part?
Did you do you live in like Chicago, Rockford, like East St. like do you live in like a big city or like a large city?
I'm in the south side of Chicago.
Okay, so I grew up in rural Illinois. My town is a village that had a population of 3,000 people. Right, the majority one were white and they were on food stamps. These people who had
I never brought
jobs,
up race, by
construction
the
workers.
way.
Hold on, they are hardworking American people who needed the work because they lived in an area. Which, by the way, I find it hilarious too that like you're in Illinois and most people who hate on Illinois hate Chicago, but like most of the downstate, which is red, is on the food stamps, on the things that the government does provide.
Guess what? They
And
have to work
I
harder.
find it very hilarious that like someone comes up here and it's so anti-American. That's what you're saying. You're basically saying I don't like Americans because I don't want them to
lazy
get the
people
healthcare that they
who
need.
rely on
Yeah,
the
exactly.
government.
Democrats, we love Americans because we want to make sure
That's
that they actually
bullshit.
get taken care of. You're up here disparaging all Americans by saying they're lazy, saying that they just want to live
No,
off
I'm
the
talking
government.
about people on SNAP benefits who don't need
If
to
a
be on that.
Democrat had ever said that, you guys would be crucifying us. But yet, when you guys say it, all of a sudden it's like totally okay, right?
No,
No,
I give that Democrat a
Americans
round
are
of
not
applause for
lazy.
being
These people
honest.
deserve the health care. And I find it hilarious that like the majority of people on these benefits are white Americans that have jobs and that
Did I
are
bring up any
working
other
at work.
race? Why are you bringing up white people to me?
Because
He's
it's
bringing
true.
up the
Because
facts.
people,
Yeah, I'm
because
gonna bring
people
up
on the
white
other
people
side,
nothing.
because people on the other side often say that it's minorities who are taking up these benefits when that simply is not the case. The state with the highest level of food stamp usage is West Virginia. Like it's majority white, right? And so you can't tell me that like this is going to go against. You're trying to harm people that have jobs, that are working or in school, simply because you think that they don't deserve it, and I don't understand that. It's very anti-American.
It is, and it's from a place of position. I mean, a position of privilege, knowing that she's in a state where she's going to be taken care of.
That's bullshit. We're struggling out here. Are you kidding me? Where do you live?
In another blue state that I'm going to be taken care of, just like you.
Okay, whatever you
And I live
think.
in a blue state too. I live in California.
We're so privileged.
Yeah, that's
Also,
no,
what up,
we're
Matt?
not. We are
Yeah,
not.
we are, and you know the difference between myself, Matt, and Parker versus you. Even though we live in states where we will be taken care of by our Democratic governor, we still want people to be taken care of because we actually care about people. We think that people should be able to eat, and you thinking that you
They can
actually you thinking that you somehow you can justify like cutting benefits just because you don't think people deserve it. It's absolutely asinine.
Because I'm also paying for them.
Yeah, whatever.
I
Hey,
work a
Parker,
hard job for other people, some who are not even
sure,
fucking
Jen.
working.
Hold on a second. Parker, I hate to do this. There's someone in the queue. Would you be okay if Kay comes up for a second?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
What's
Kay? I don't know if she has her last name on it. I can't see this queue.
for sure?
That
for sure.
case.
Yep. Hey, Kay.
Hey, Santana. Hi, Parker.
What's up? What's up?
I'd like to talk to Jen, first of all, to find out whether or not she's a licensed social worker.
Why does that matter to you? You're gonna look me up?
No, I'm definitely not going to. But it is a breach of the ethics code for you to be up here spewing this nonsense as a licensed social worker. As a double board certified physician that actually lives in Chicago and has for the last 35 years.
All I said about my career, lady, is that I help people find shelters and food banks, and that's what the fuck I do.
You said you were a social worker. I asked if you were a licensed social worker.
Yeah, and that's none of your fucking business.
Okay. Well, here you go, Jen.
Hold on, are you gonna
I
ask
don't
me
know
to get a
where
vaccine?
exactly.
Fucking bitch. Go on.
Jen, you're triggered. Come on, be nice.
Don't ask
Also,
about
don't
my job. Say
overtalk,
what
Jen.
the fuck you want to say.
Okay, then be quiet.
How are you ever in a place of helping people with an attitude like yours?
I'm very respectful at my job, but you people are crazy.
We're crazy.
How are we crazy? I feel like everyone on the
Don't ask
live
me
right
about
now.
my job
I
either.
wait,
Wait,
I'm gonna be
wait.
totally honest with you. Everyone on the live right now is being incredibly nice with you. Like
I understand, but you guys aren't listening.
we are totally listening.
We
I
are,
promise
that's why
you.
we're
Girl to
critiquing
come up
you.
here and ask
We
me
are
about
listening.
license.
No, how can you be respectful
And talking
when your
about how
belief
I am at
system
my job.
about the people that you serve? You call them lazy. You call them like you are
No,
very
they're
anti-American.
disabled. They're disabled. They are disabled.
You called
No, no.
them lazy,
They are-
lady.
You said many
I never
Americans
said my
on these
residents,
social
they are
programs are
disabled.
lazy.
And I said disabled people are perfectly okay. Don't put fucking words in my mouth.
Wait, hold on, chat. She said that a majority of people on these programs are
Yes.
lazy.
And then Parker, before you were up here, Parker said to me, where should we cut it? I said, people that are disabled are okay. People are on an unemployment and severance are okay. So don't say that again.
Wait, so
I'll
let's
say it
be,
again
let,
because that's what you said.
let's be clear.
You aren't hearing me
wait,
right.
Wait, let's be clear. I'm just trying to clarify our position. What set of qualifications do you think should exist, right, in order for people to be able to get access to it?
Who make under a certain amount of money, who are unable to continue working if they have children, if they are disabled, and if they were let go of their job.
How much do they have to work if it is the case that that's true, or if they're a single parent, do they have an exception under your view?
Yeah, if they have children, that's totally different. Like I said, if they have children.
How old can the children be by the time that they can't get access to it anymore?
I want to say 18.
18. So as soon as they're 18 years old, you don't get access to it. So as soon as they're 18 years old, they have to keep working again. How old can they be until they don't get access to it?
The single parents.
Yeah.
However, whenever their children turn 18, I think they should.
Regardless
cut.
how old they are?
How old the parent is?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's my position.
So regardless how old the parent is, they should be cut under her view. Okay, that's pretty
Yes.
insane. You'd cut millions of people off their food stamps,
But
right?
the
People that
thing
rely
is,
on food stamps who are
There's
older.
so many factors. How much are they working? Are they working enough? Are they doing
Well, if
everything?
you're past
can?
retirement age, I'm sorry, but would you be working?
No.
Exactly.
By the way, Parker, he started this whole conversation about the amazing benefits of the OBBB, right? About how great it was. That bill contradicts what you just said because that bill cuts off food assistance at the age of 7 and above.
Yep.
So even your own criterion doesn't match with
I
what
don't
the law
agree
says.
100%, but I do think we need to cut a lot of stuff in there.
What do you, wait, how do you feel about the fact that they cut it off at 7 years old?
I'm not in agreement with everything at all. Not at all.
Okay, but like that's what's happening under the bill. Millions of children are going to
Okay,
lose
but I'm
access
glad
to
some stuff is being
are
cut
going to lose access to.
regardless.
You're totally okay with those children not having food on their table.
They'll have
She
food.
is because she has an.
They're in America.
They will not have
she-
food. That's simply untrue.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard or Kay, if you heard, but like she just spewed the fact that there's no one going hungry here in America.
No,
that
I know
there's
there
no
is, but they
poverty.
can
No,
do
you said
something
no
about
one is going hungry. You said
No
there's
one
no
will
poverty
go
in America.
hungry.
That's what you
No
said.
one will. Learn what I say. No one will. There's no
People
such
are
thing.
currently.
Then there
Jen-
are places. What?
Jen, listen. First of all, no one up here is talking to you the way that you are speaking to everybody
Who
else.
I ask you to give me a fucking speech, really?
Jen, come on.
Okay,
like,
well,
have
okay,
some
imagine
respect.
you want to
Having
be
a
like that,
social
that's
worker with
fine.
this attitude.
Your reverse image goes back to your Facebook. So when I do report you to the board, I hope you do lose your license.
My point is, Jen, is you're a licensed social worker apparently, right? Or a social worker. Saying,
Did
right?
I
don't know.
did I say I was? No, I
You said
didn't.
you're a social worker. Can you be a
Did I
unlicensed
did
social
I
worker?
specifically say I'm licensed? I'm not telling you if I am or not. Let her fucking.
No. I'm asking a simple
don't
question.
have to say
Can you be a unlicensed social worker? Yes or no? Like, I don't know. I'm not a social worker.
You can work in social work, but you cannot be
Why
licensed.
are you
not
answering for
unlicensed.
me? What a fucking
Because
whore.
I would
you
know.
won't answer.
Oh god. I
Like,
literally.
it's a yes or no question. Like,
And she's looking me up and everything. Go right the fuck ahead.
okay, but if you're a social
hold
worker
on,
and you
she's being,
interact
like,
with these
being
people,
doxing
don't
me.
you think
Sorry.
the way that you believe about these people, the fact that you believe that they're lazy, that they don't deserve these things, that will impact the way that you then go and help these people?
I am very good at my job.
Mm.
And I
I
love
never said
my
anything about that.
residents.
I said, doesn't your belief system directly impact
I
the
don't let
ethic
my beliefs
code?
come in between my job. They have different beliefs. I have trans patients. I have all these things I don't necessarily agree with, but it is
What?
my job to take care of them. And that's
Wait,
what
hold
the
on.
fuck I do.
So do you advocate for your people to get government help? Like if someone comes to you and they say, I have, no job, I'm trying, but I need help. Do you say, okay, let's try to sign you up for some government help as you're building towards some kind of goal? Do you do that? Or do you say what you just said to me, which is there's help out there. There's charities, there's churches. There's
And
all
I
these other
find it for them. That's what I do.
Do what?
So wait, so
I
you
find the
direct them
places.
to other places instead of getting them like the assistance that is available through government assistance?
What I exactly do is I take my residents, because I'm in a nursing facility, so they're there living with there. If they don't want to be there anymore, that is completely fine. What I do, I had this one guy, he said, I don't want to be here. He just hated the place. Okay, I get it. I had to let him go. By law, I can't hold him. Found him a homeless shelter with food, everything he needed. That is exactly what I did. He did not want to go to another facility because he does not like facilities. And that's what I did.
My issue, Jen, is more so with what your belief system entails, because I don't believe that someone can have a belief system as strong as like yours is, go into a work environment that is directly tied to helping people, and then you don't believe in some of the key aspects of helping those people. That's like me as a librarian not believing in like open access or something, right? It is a core tenet of my job, and it's like me going in and saying, I don't really believe in that, so I'm gonna totally not do it. That's part of what it means to be a librarian.
I understand my job completely. I don't help people. We don't have. Everyone who comes into our place has insurance. They have Social Security. Everything is set out for them. I'm not doing any of that other stuff. I am a social worker case manager. So I help them get out, come in, whatever they want to do. But it never interferes with my beliefs unless they come to me with a personal problem.
Can I ask you a question? Why is your prioritization specifically on restricting people's access to food stamps and health insurance rather than addressing the multiple trillions of dollars extra that Donald Trump's going to add to the federal deficit and has to the federal debt, right? Throughout the context of his presidency, the 3.4 trillion through the big beautiful bill, the 8.4 trillion from his first administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So I mean that's important to reference, is that we're adding trillions more in terms of spending for Trump.
I'm sorry.
Essentially, we would have trillions more saved, right, if we do not put Trump into office. Why are you so worried about restricting people's access to food stamps and health insurance rather than the debt that is going to be imposed by Donald Trump, the extra debt?
I don't want to restrict everyone. And like I said, I'm not 100% for the bill. I just believe in some restriction, yes. I believe we should.
I understand, but look at your prioritization here in terms of the policy, right? If you care about fiscal responsibility, if you care about saving money, right, then you would care more about voting for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump because she would have saved trillions of dollars, right, in debt-related spending that Donald Trump's going to add on top of what she would have added, right, and what Donald Trump has. Right, it's where your priorities are placed. Is your priorities about restricting people's access to stuff or about saving money? What is it about, really? Why are you trying to restrict people's access? Is it to save money, or what's the point from it? Is it just to fuck people over?
No, it's for our tax dollars and like what
It's
I'm
for our
saying
tax
is,
dollars. So if you care about fiscal
Yes.
responsibility, then why did you vote for a candidate that's going to add trillions of dollars more to the debt?
I know what it was like in his first term, and I was very happy.
It was
And
really bad.
I'm
It was
all
really
for,
bad.
I'm all for deportations of every single undocumented person
He's
here.
deporting at a lower rate than Obama and Biden. He's not even doing the horrible things that he said he
Biden
was going
wasn't
to do
even
well.
running the country. Let's be
It
serious.
doesn't matter.
here.
He's still not doing what Biden did.
Wait, but if your whole
Biden
if
didn't
your
do
whole if your whole
anything.
point of cutting people off of food stamps and cutting people off of health insurance is to save money, you have to then compare the administrations and say that one administration would be significantly better in terms of saving money. Otherwise, your care about that is vacuous. You care more about the deportations than you care about the saving of money. And I'm talking saving of money in terms of trillions, not just the little bit that you'd save in terms of cutting people off food stamps. I think that's so fucking ridiculous. That's your prioritization.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's my beliefs.
No, but like, did you hear why? I gave you a thought process. Like, if your whole
Yes, I
thing
hear you.
if your whole thing's about saving money, then it would be that. Otherwise, you just don't care about it.
But I think other people who really don't deserve these benefits,
And
should
that's what
not
it
be
is,
getting
Parker.
them.
That's what it is. She doesn't mean that.
So you care more about restricting people who do not deserve benefits than actually having like savings or actually having an economy that is working for the average person?
My thing is, when I say people who are really don't deserve it, as I said earlier, who act lazy, mine and yours, our tax dollars are going to them. They don't need it, is what I'm saying.
Are you trying to brand everyone you're cutting off of food stamps and health insurance as just lazy?
No, no. I
Okay,
never
so
said
then you're
that.
cutting
No.
people who are not lazy. So then why are you branding them as lazy?
I'm talking about specific. I said people I've seen, whatever. What I'm saying is, I'm glad we're cutting. Do I agree with the age of the 7 in the bill? No, I don't agree with that at all.
No. But like in terms of you cutting, why do you want to cut? You want to cut because you want to save money, right?
Yes,
That's the
and I
inevitable
feel like
goal.
people
But you
should be
don't
working a
save
little
money
bit
by
harder.
voting for Donald Trump. You would save money by voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay, I don't
By
believe
trillions
that.
of dollars. You can go
Parker,
for the.
could I-
You
could I
don't
ask
believe
you a
that, but I can
question?
reference the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget saving $4 trillion. Look up Trump v. Harris, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and go ahead. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to finish that point.
Oh no, I
You're good.
you know, what keeps being repeated is that it's her tax dollars, it's other people's tax dollars. She's failing to realize that most people, the majority of people have to work in order to receive these benefits. They are also paying tax dollars into the system. So it's not your tax dollars, Jen, that, are going to fund, something. And the minority of misuse that has been found does not negate how much help this brings people, families, and children who need these things. And just because you don't see, because it seems like you live in a bubble where you don't see the actual need. I live in the city proper. I work on 2 different boards for youth organizations, and we constantly are feeding families who their children, especially during the summer, would have only 1 meal a day. 1 meal a day. And you're sitting here saying, well, you know what? At 18, you're off of it. However, for anyone else who is employed and is working, can keep their child on their insurance until they're 26 years old.
I'm sorry, can I just say one thing? I'm really not listening to you because you lied about a reverse image, because I've never used this picture anywhere else.
That's okay, John. Don't worry. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. It's already been.
Admit you lied and I'll fucking listen to you.
Okay, John.
You lied.
Hey, Jen, do you work in placement?
I'm sorry, my battery percentage came up. Can you repeat?
Jen, do you work in placement at a nursing facility?
In placement?
Yes, in placement.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So regardless of whether she wants to listen or
Right,
not,
exactly.
people don't
You
get
did not
into
reverse
social work
search
for
image
not helping and for having such staunch views. And
You want me to tell you my
it's
job
not-
description if you don't believe me? Because you didn't reverse
Well, you know
search
what?
it.
I'm not talking to you at the moment.
Oh, because you lied and I called you out.
No. Jen, if you don't think I have the information I need to report you,
Tell it
you're
to me.
just out of it.
Tell it to me.
No, because I'm not doing
we're
that.
not gonna do that
we're
because
definitely
no one is
not gonna do that
trying.
live,
He's lying.
That's not what we're gonna do.
This picture has never been used. My email isn't under this account. So you're a fucking liar, just like the rest of the liberals. Go ahead.
can you just like engage with what she has to say? Because like we
No,
obviously
She's a liar.
She doesn't want to. She thinks that she has it all figured out. And if she
Oh yeah, I
really
do think I'm
lives,
better than you
you
because I'm
know,
not a
in the
liar.
south suburbs of Chicago and doesn't see the need that is in the areas, then she's not looking, nor does she want to.
And I just like the
I'm
one
sorry,
thing that I
there
will
was still a
say
liar
is
talking to
the
me.
one thing that I will say, Jen, is if for someone who says that they work in social work, right? I mean, the premise of your job is to help people, right? I would think that you would actually care about people, but yet the point that Parker made and the point that Kay and even Matt are making is that like literally you're using what you're saying is, oh, I think that, you know, these people shouldn't get it. You're using these cuts just to justify it because you don't think they deserve it. It's not actually financially beneficial. It's not because they're not paying into it or they're not doing
financially
anything.
beneficial
It's
for
no, because
everyone
it's
paying their taxes.
you
Yes, it
can't
is.
say, you cannot say that and then vote for Donald Trump. Parker just broke that down for you. They contradict each other. You are contradicting yourself because you just wanted to vote for something hateful. It has nothing to do with what you're actually saying. You're using it as a cover.
Jake, thank you so much for the $10.
I'm
Really
sorry,
appreciate it.
people are
Elida, thank you
trying
for
to
the
put my work in
$50
the
on
chat and they're all
YouTube
wrong.
Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elida, thank
Hey,
you so much.
chat.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Chat again, please.
Absolutely not, chat.
Please don't do that.
They're wrong. So because
Okay, just
Kay is a liar to
don't
begin with.
engage with that, Jen. Don't engage.
Drop because I'm not going to listen to her anymore.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Got you.
Thanks for coming up,
Thank
Kay.
you, Kay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Kay, bro. By the way, Jen, I mean, I want to say too, just kind of to bring it back to like policy matters too. The OBV, right? It mandates cuts of 900.
I'm sorry, can I just say one thing? Why am I being told to ignore when people are putting my so-called job in the chat?
No, we're not telling you to ignore that. I told people do not do that in the chat. Like I actually really do not like that.
Yeah, and I said don't engage. I'm not saying ignore. I'm saying like the more you actually engage, the worse it gets. That's why I'm.
Yeah, and like if you really want to limit that from happening, like the best option would be to leave the live. I'm serious.
Well, like what I'm saying is like none of it was correct. So if people want
okay, that's totally fine. Stop talking about it.
Talking about it.
Facilities, that's going to be a problem.
You're bringing more attention to it. I promise.
I'm just saying.
It's okay. Okay. All right, so then like here, let's talk about like the policies you support because I genuinely want to understand like the bases you have for these positions because I thought I explained it to you in terms of the perspective in terms of like food stamps and trying to save money. Like what are the purposes of cutting people off?
This is what I was
Is
trying
it
to
because
say.
you want fairness? We can compare fairness comparative to Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I clearly
more money is going to the wealthy. I get that.
I understand. So that's
the
not
only
fair, is
reason I
it?
voted for
It's
Trump.
not fair to take money from the poor and give to the rich. That's not fair.
By the way, that's not also too that like what I was trying to say about it also was that it mandates $911 billion in cuts to both food stamps and to Medicaid, right? 92% of people on those programs either work full-time, part-time, go to school, or are active in their community, meeting the requirements laid out under the bill. That means in order to satisfy those mandatory cuts, you must cut people who actually meet the criteria that the bill lays out. And so it's
Oh, did it cut out
Matt
for Matt?
froze. Yeah.
Matt froze.
He froze. Right in the middle, cooking.
Oh, yep. That we see now,
There we
Matt.
go.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay, sorry. So, what I was saying was, it is impossible to cut the mandatory $911 billion from the bill without going after people who actually meet the criteria for it, which you support, and actually kicking millions of people off the care that they need, that the bill actually mandates that they get. It's impossible, which is why it was never about fraud and abuse and trying to get people who are lazy and quote unquote. It was all about trying to gut these programs, which has been a signature policy of the Republicans for over 5 decades.
I'm hearing you. Do you have anything else to say?
No, but you want to respond to it? You want to like
say that would be
Yeah, can I ask you a question in response? What would be fair to everybody
What do you mean?
economically?
Well,
people
are you asking us like our ideals? Because you have two things here. You're asking us our ideal, or are you asking us like which candidacy leads to a better set of policies?
Not candidacy, but like, what do you believe would help every single American economically?
Yeah.
Without,
Yeah, so I think specifically Medicare for all. I think universal health child care access. I think specifically paid maternity leave, paternity leave, and family leave in general would be a step in the right direction. I think that we need to close the tax loopholes for millionaires and billionaires to get around that. We need to end the corporate lobbying. We need to have multi-party democracy. We need proportionalized voting, free public universities, expanding food stamps, right, and things that people need access to. No one in this country should be homeless, right? Everyone should be able to have access to a house in this country, right? A bare minimum for everyone. Expanding access to education, right, is also incredibly important to me, and specialized education. Well, I don't think it's expansive enough in order to be able to take care of every single person, and I think it's important to make sure. Yes, I want to be able to take care of every single person in the country.
With everything that like Parker's saying, by the way, but I want to just like bring it back to like the whole fairness conversation just for 1 second, right? I reject the idea it's about fairness. And the reason why is this. Policy, by definition, is going to be unfair to certain people in the entire nation because you are going to have winners and some are going to have losers. The whole trick is to balance it out as best as you can, right? And I don't see it as it being unfair to me, the fact that I have to pay for health insurance through my employer, but someone else is on like Medicaid, right? Because I believe deep in my soul that I'm in a place where I can afford that and they cannot, and I want them to be able to have it so that they can try to get to a level where they can then maybe pay for it then on their own, even though I fundamentally do believe that all healthcare should be like a right and should be provided, right? And so I have a fundamental belief that that whatever unfairness there is towards me is in the long term more beneficial for all Americans because I want to bring people up, and I believe using the full power and weight of the government is the best way to do that because there's no force in the entire nation that is greater than the law power of the United States government.
Yeah. And I'll just add on, like, I don't even want to talk about fair. I mean, I just want to talk about balance, right? I mean, when you talk about the millions of people that are losing their benefits to create these actual tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So people have to lose their health care. They have to lose access to food in order to give the richest among us more. That's not balanced at all.
That's
like
unfairness.
Yeah. Like you're taking away from the least and giving to the most. Like this bill will benefit the ultra wealthy, and there's such a small number of people, and it's going to harm millions of Americans. There's no balance in that.
I don't believe making life easier for the rich either. Trust me.
That's what's happening.
I don't agree with everything Trump does. I can tell you that. But I do prefer him over Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Obama.
Yeah, for what reasons? For what reasons?
Abortions. Okay. I know you can't talk about some certain things on here, so I'll just say that. Deportations was a very big one.
Okay, so what about deportations? Why are deportations good?
They're undocumented. Like there is, and I'll give you a personal experience if that's okay. My brother served in the U.S. Army for 12 years. He was in North Korea, every place you could think of, basically. He married his wife in Mexico, and she couldn't get in here. Like, she had to wait her turn. And it's sad because all these, my sister-in-law, the best person ever, had to wait and wait and wait. And she was married to my brother, someone who served for 12 years. But then there's other people just coming. It's not right. I don't like that. We don't know these people. We don't know their intentions. I mean, and I'm sure some are great working, hardworking, everything like that, but we don't know them. And every crime an undocumented person brings into the United States never should have happened because they shouldn't have been here in the first place.
By the way, I just want to
the good pathway that they should. And I'm open arms for people who get their papers, who are documented. I'm all for that.
By the way, we shouldn't say that some of them, I'm sure, are like good people because that just parrots the idea that most of them or the vast majority of them are like bad people. And I think that's a
I shouldn't have said some. You're correct. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you.
But the overall point, though, still, I think, remains the fact that the majority, or actually all, I would say, of undocumented migrants who have not committed any violent crime in this country are hardworking people who who are giving back to this country and who want to make the most out of this country. And I think the most effective policy is not to kick them out. Some of them, by the way, who have been here for decades, that have established families, have established roots, and we don't want to kick them out. What we want to do is try to make it easier for them to become full-blown Americans and actually get them on the process so that they can be totally integrated. That's not the policy that we have right now. Because if Donald Trump was serious, actually serious about solving this issue, right, he would try to pass a bill through Congress to actually fix the deep-rooted issues that we have in this country. Where's the bill going in the House? Where's the bill going in the Senate? Where is it? It doesn't exist because the issue is more of a football to try to say, look what I'm doing, look how great I am, not actually about solving the root of the problem. Because we had that bill, by the way. We had a bill that would have done that, but Donald Trump killed it. And so that's why I find all this talk about, like, all the people who care about immigration to be completely made up, because when bills are actually proposed to fix the issue, people say, nah, I don't really want it. But then you say that that's like your biggest issue. Well, like, which is it? Do you actually want to fix the problem?
Me? Yes.
You, Trump, anybody. Like, if you actually want to fix the problem, simply deporting people is not going to fix the problem, right?
It gets rid of people who are undocumented. We need documentation in this country. We need it. And like I said, I am open arms to people who come here legally. Completely open arms.
Hey, I got a question. Jen, so do you think there was a border crisis under Joe Biden?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So under Barack Obama deported what?
Can I just say I was young during him, so I don't know absolutely everything.
That's cool. So Barack Obama deported was it 3 or 4 million immigrants under his administration. He deported so many people that we actually had a negative immigration rate, right? We were deporting more people than we actually had coming in, and also border crossings were down. Now, when Donald Trump took over, he took over from where Barack Obama left off, right? Again, Barack Obama had a negative because of his deportations. And then Joe Biden took over from Donald Trump, and there were more border crossings and there were less people being deported. So if the president between Barack Obama and Joe Biden was Donald Trump, and there was no border crisis under Barack Obama, but there was one under Joe Biden, who caused the border crisis?
I'm sorry. And go ahead.
If there was a border crisis under Joe Biden, there was not one under Barack Obama because of what he did, and Donald Trump did not uphold the actual deportations or border crossings that Barack Obama had. Who caused the border crisis?
Joe Biden. And can I just
wait again? So if Joe Biden deported more than Barack Obama, I'm sorry, Joe Biden deported more than Donald Trump, right? So
Joe Biden did?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, there was no crisis under Obama, but when Joe Biden took over, there was a crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Who caused the crisis?
I know you want me to say Donald Trump.
I mean, that's the answer. I mean, you don't have to say it. I mean, that's the connective tissue between the two presidencies, right?
I mean, you can look at it that way, but then at the same time, under Trump, there was COVID and quarantine going on.
And he used Title 42 to shut down the border. If it wasn't for Title 42 and being able to shut down the border, his actual border crossing numbers would have been way worse. Way worse.
Okay, well, that's something, we wouldn't know.
No, we do, because you can look at the numbers beforehand. The quote unquote border crisis was so bad under Donald Trump, he couldn't actually control it so much that he actually wanted to build the wall so bad and he couldn't get it funded, that he took money from the Army engineers to actually fund the border wall. He literally had to take money from FEMA to fund the border wall because they would not appropriate funds for his border wall, and he could not actually do anything about immigration.
Okay. I mean, I don't. Okay, I'll give you that. I mean, all right, that's fine. I don't know, but I'm just glad of what's happening now as well, though. But can I ask, why was there no outrage, or maybe I don't remember, because again, like I said, I was young when Obama was deporting 4
There
million
was.
people.
There was a lot.
There
People on the left, there was a lot.
There was, and even
Okay.
more than that, like Barack Obama actually got sued multiple times, and they tried to stop Barack Obama as well, but he won his cases. He won his cases because he did it the legal way. People didn't like it, but he actually followed the law and didn't violate anyone's constitutional rights, and so he was able to actually do it at such a high clip. I've said this a million times. I do not agree with what Donald Trump is doing. But if he just did it the legal way, he could do all of these things that he's trying to do. If he just did it the legal way, but he refuses.
So, do you agree with anything he's doing, despite it not being the way you want it to be? Do you agree with one thing he has done?
Or-
Imagine he was doing it the right way. Would you agree with anything?
Well, there are certain things that he, to some degree, we'd agree with, like in
Tax
terms of
on
the
tips.
the big beautiful bill, the
Okay.
deductions for tax on tips and for overtime. We would agree with the increase to the child tax credit. You'd agree with, but Democrats would do more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm, like I said, I'm not for everything he does, but I am glad that, some people can admit, even if you guys hate him, when there's something you can agree on.
Well, but the thing is that usually I would say the things that he does that we agree with or we think are okay, Democrats would do the exact same thing and probably do more of.
That's
Which is
exactly
why
right,
we
yeah.
say, because it's about the policy, not about the guy, right? So like we despise Donald Trump because one, he's a bad person, like terrible person, and because the vast majority of his policies are like dog shit. That's why we dislike him, right? But yes, he will have a one-off where he does something good, but most of the time, those are things that like Democrats also support. So it's not all that different from me just like believing what I already believe.
Yeah, he supports some level of Social Security existing, which is good, but that doesn't mean I agree with him on anything else. Like what? Like I don't see why like acknowledging one aspect that is like good, like Social Security existing is good rather than not existing. You know what I mean? Like that's
I
like
get that.
And I think even more so, like the overwhelming bad that he's doing offsets any possible good that he could do, right? I mean, and when you
Yes.
talk about, we've been hyper fixated on people losing their Medicaid and their SNAP benefits, but let's not talk about the way that he has villainized less than 1% of the population and somehow made people believe that transgender people are a threat when they're not. In the way that he's actually harmfully affected Black and brown people, specifically allowing segregation inside of federal buildings, and now trying to put a quote unquote attack on DEIA, which is harmful to many people that need that type of support in order to get a fair shake. Like Donald Trump immediately came into office and stopped government subsidies to farmers, the same farmers that were on government subsidies because his first term, he had a tariff war with China, and then China stopped buying from our farmers. And so in order to actually continue that tariff war, he had to prop up the farmers with those government subsidies. He immediately impacted the farmers. He's doing
Which he had to do
overwhelming
again.
harm.
Which he had to do again, like because earlier, like 3 months into it, after he made all those terrible cuts from USDA and everything, they had to reinstate them and go further because they realized that they were getting such backlash from the farmers that they had to give them more subsidies. Right? I mean, talk about welfare. I mean, like that's what I understand. It's like Republicans love welfare too. It's just that it goes to mainly rich people and like people who like actually don't need it. That's the problem. So it's like Republicans are also like big into welfare too.
Okay. Well, my husband is going to bed now, but I appreciate it. And Parker, I want to apologize for getting so angry on your live. I just don't like when people question my job or say things like that.
I get you. I appreciate you coming on.
But thank you for shutting down the people in your comments doing that. I appreciate you.
Jen, can I just say one thing before you go?
What?
Seriously, I think your job is super important, right? If you are someone that's working in social work, Like, we need more social workers. We need more people that are going to do the things for the people that really need it. The only thing that I'll say about that is maybe reconsider your position, because like, not only is your position harmful to the people that actually need it, but also it's going to end up being harmful to you, because your job is going to be one that's greatly impacted by these different cuts in multiple ways, whether it be it's going to be harder on your patients and the people that you're trying to advocate, or
Trust me, I've
advocate
seen it
for.
been happening. So I
Exactly.
agree
Or
with you on that.
possibly cuts to your actual job. So I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe just reconsider a little bit.
Well, I will tell you, I work 2 jobs, and one is a completely, not completely, but a different field.
But see,
So
you shouldn't have to do that. You absolutely shouldn't have to do
I'm
that.
doing 2 things I love at once, and I'm happy
That's
doing it.
understandable, but you shouldn't have to. Like, you should be able
Oh,
to
I
live
don't
off
have to, yeah.
one salary. So, but anyway, thank you.
Well, yeah, but and I agree, everything's expensive right now, but trying to get a house, me and my husband have to be working a lot more. So that's where I am now. But yeah, I mean, if the social work, if that ever goes under or anything like that, then I always have a backup too. I have, more than enough. Thank you, though.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go on to the next person.
Oh, by the way, thank
Probably
you
do
to
one more, maybe. Go ahead.
yeah, thank you to both Georgia and to Tyler for the donations. Georgia for the $3 and Tyler for 25. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me.
Oh yeah, Matthew, thank you for the, I think it was 5, but shouts out to your son Corey for pledging Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, my fraternity.
Sim Miracle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Lewis, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Vonks, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Emily with the $5. Raymond, thank you so much for the $5. It's Miracle, thank you so much for the $5. Dank with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Gino with the $7. Thank you. Sam, I really appreciate the $5. Zombie, I appreciate the $10. Mister, thank you so much for the $5. It's a Miracle again. Thank you so much for the $10. Alex with the $5. Amanda with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure I'm caught up everywhere else. Tanner with the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tanner. Travis with the $30. Thank you so much, Travis. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. As well as Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. And Jake, thank you for the $10. Megan with the $3. Sadie with the $2. Tyler, thank you so much for the $5. Kylie with the $2. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I am caught up.
Not someone in your chat calling me a frat boy.
That's so funny. That might be it for me today. I am at for the stream. I'm at about 6.5 hours on YouTube here.
It's perfect timing. My Uber Eats just got here.
Nice. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off. I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Have a good night. All right, everyone. I recommend go over to my YouTube. Make sure to like the stream. I think we're about to hit 3,000 likes here on YouTube. I think on TikTok, if you're going to stay on TikTok and you're not going to go onto YouTube, let me see. I think Erica's live. If you want to go to Erica's live, everyone look up Erica_Shantae. I can type her in the TikTok comment section. Everyone can spam Parker Raid love from Parker. Parker Raid love from Parker. Love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Good night. I will see everyone tomorrow. Bye, everyone.